It's a big day at the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities. A young man is distracted on his cell phone, playing a game and asking when they will surrender. In the game, he's extraordinary. This is Ning Feng, who continues his frantic gaming, saying that with such an advantage, it's impossible for him to lose. However, someone raises their hand and lands a hit right on his face. From the ground, he sees that it's Wang Yue. Angry, she asks him what he thinks he's doing, since the awakening exam is about to start. And isn't he going to prepare a little instead of playing games? He, smiling, asks if work and play aren't a great combination. Besides, he's already 18. At most, he'll awaken a common 2-star class. Ningfeng approaches Wang Yue and tries to take advantage, saying that she awakened a 5-star class at 16, so why should he try so hard? She could just carry him. She immediately grabs him by the neck and angrily shouts that there's no way she'll do that. The protagonist gets scared because she's about to start her lectures. Around them, the candidates for the exam watch, saying that she's the goddess Wang Yue, and she stood out in the last special training. More candidates gather, admiring her, as she awakened a 5-star class at 16, and the county has been waiting for a genius like her for a long time. But they are puzzled, wanting to know who that guy next to her is. One of the candidates replies that it's Ning Feng, known throughout the school as trash, and that he's about to turn 18 and still hasn't awakened. Wang Yue starts pulling him by the ear, dragging him to the exam entrance. The candidates, still watching, get angry that someone like her is hanging out with that idiot. This world is called Blue Star, a world where the game has merged with reality. As soon as you turn 16, everyone has the chance to awaken extraordinary abilities and become adventurers. This was the National Adventurer Awakening Exam of 2025, held at the number 7 high school in the city. One of the supervisors calls the attention of the second-year students, saying that he will explain the rules of the exam. After explaining the rules, he shouts that the next awakened one could be one of them. Disappointed with Wang Yue's actions, Feng wonders why she needs to make such a fuss, as this is his 3rd time taking the old exam. He's no longer a rookie. In one of the exam sections, the teacher Chi Wei explains that the called student should please go to the test area for the awakening, and that the students who successfully awaken can pick up a set of basic equipment for their class and prepare for the practical test. In line, the candidates start chatting about which class they want, but Feng remains bored until the teacher calls the next 3rd-year student Ning Feng. He steps forward, and all the candidates present start laughing at him. He greets the teacher, and she, smiling, tells him not to worry and to stay calm. In the test area, she asks Feng to place his hands on the crystal and relax his mind. He does, but nothing happens, leaving him worried that he might fail again. However, something catches his attention. The crystal begins to react, surprising everyone present. Chi Wei, looking at that reaction, thinks that if the stone reacted, it will definitely be a class awakening, and that blue light represents magic classes. She explains to Feng that upon awakening, they automatically learn initial skills, and that next, they will see how many stars the class will awaken. Feng is surprised as the system informs him that he has awakened 1 star, and that his learned skill is magic slime. This makes Chi Wei feel sorry for him since he only awakened 1 star. The candidates burst into laughter, telling him to leave quickly as he's embarrassing himself, and that trash is trash, so he couldn't be anything more than that. The teacher asks Feng what skill he has awakened, but he remains silent. This prompts the teacher to call him again, and he turns around, unsure of what to say. She imagines he was hit by something big, given how long he's been silent. Looking at him, she still feels sorry for him, as he's still just a 1 star. The teacher hands him the equipment and instructs him to change and proceed directly to the next phase. Seriously, he wonders if he heard correctly. Feng starts thinking about the system notifications at the moment he awakened. The system had detected that the host had completed the awakening and met the conditions for system activation. This left him even more intrigued about the system, especially since more notifications had arrived at that time, stating that the system was successfully activated and that the host had acquired it. The system further explained that the passive abilities, such as Dark Origin and Mysterious Gift, the passive ability Dark Origin ensures that he does not suffer the backlash of Dark Force when using curses, with exemption from costs when using prohibitions, and with the passive ability Mysterious Gift, he can unleash forbidden spells once a week without any consumption, but these details were only visible to the protagonist. This leaves him intrigued, wondering if the Dark Force is not the most malevolent in that world, and why Mysterious Gift? What could it have to do with him? As he's pondering this, another system notification appears, informing him that the magic slime ability has been detected and that the transformation would begin, making him worried about this transformation thing. Once again, the system notifies him that the transformation has been completed, and the magic slime ability has become Profane Earth Shield, leaving Feng confused. Feng becomes concerned, as this talk of Edtabdet darkening and also forbidden curse seemed quite ominous, especially with the practical test approaching. At the portal to the practical test, the teacher explains that 50 people will form a group and face the monsters in the Denchi Sanctuary, familiarizing themselves with the abilities they've just awakened. However, under no circumstances will the candidates be allowed to form teams with each other. They will not be permitted to attack one another, and drones will supervise the process. Chi Wei asks everyone to check their abilities as quickly as possible and assures them that no one will be able to see. Feng observes on his system that the ability is active and that the Profane Earth Shield, cursed magic, can invoke the dark force from another world to form a barrier capable of crushing any enemy that approaches. He becomes thoughtful about the cursed magic, because those words sounded quite dangerous. And if it's some kind of malevolent magic, he'll be in trouble if someone finds out. While thinking about this, everyone starts entering the portal, but intrigued by the information he had received about his abilities, he keeps asking the system for more explanations, which in turn provides him with nothing. Heading straight to the portal, already in the test area, everyone was already frantically battling, quite excited. Feng watches from a distance, noticing that more and more goblins are arriving. However, he remembers that the entire field is under drone surveillance, so he can't use that curse recklessly. But he also remembers that he doesn't have other means of attack, so he'll only be able to hide and wait for the opportunity. One of the drones starts hovering right above Feng. In the test supervision room, Captain Zhou, seeing those images, gets angry, saying that while others are killing monsters and leveling up, what the hell is that guy doing? Chi Wei, trying to be lenient about the situation, says that the young man awakened a bit late and that, moreover, his health is not very good, and his only activated ability is a defensive magic, so it's not suitable for individual combat. Hearing this makes the captain even more irritated, asking them to call Feng out, as there's no need for him to continue in the exam, since, anyway, he's just a one-star class and won't be a true adventurer. One of the people in charge of supervising the images coming from the drones interrupts him, asking him to take a look at something quickly. Zhou turns around, asking what's going on. Sweating profusely, the guy with glasses says he wasn't sure what had happened. It seemed that one of the drones had been attacked by something, and the transmission had been cut off. To make matters worse, he points to the radar, saying that the monitoring alert detected a power fluctuation far above the average in the sanctuary. Immediately, Captain Zhou shouts, ordering someone to check what was going on. At the location where the drone was shot down, a young man was trembling all over, saying, "How can there be such strong monsters in the training field?" In front of him was a huge goblin, resembling Wolverine. The goblin wastes no time and shouts for his companions to rise and no longer allow themselves to be enslaved, commanding them to obey his orders. He shouts even louder that all those invaders should be buried there, driving his allies into a frenzy. While he was shouting, one of the drones approached, but the goblin immediately noticed and attacked, destroying it. The debris begins to fall into the forest, and one piece lands right on Feng's head, making him wonder why on earth a drone would fall on his head. But he soon notices something. and is surprised to see the Vanguard Goblin and the other goblins surrounding him. With a sinister look, the Vanguard Goblin laughs, saying that it seems there was an insect hiding there. Without wasting any time, the Goblin leader orders the attack. Feng watches, wondering why so many monsters are gathering there, and judging by the size of the middle goblin, he's probably the leader. However, recalling that some drones were taken down, his expression changes, and he says that this would be a great chance to test if that curse is really real. Immediately feeling confident, he raises his hand, and an incredible energy begins to emanate from his body, scaring the monsters and worrying the goblin leader as well. With a sinister energy, he shouts his ability, Profane Earth Shield, causing several terrifying creatures to rise from the ground. Back in the supervisor's room, the guy with glasses informs Captain Joe that all transmissions have been lost, and that suddenly there was a leak of dark force in the sanctuary. It's suspected that a magic beast of king level or higher has appeared. Immediately, Captain Joe orders reinforcements to be called, and for all nearby civilians to be evacuated. This horrifies teacher Chi Wei as well, as she wonders how a magic beast of king level or higher, with the power to destroy an entire city, could appear on the day of the exam. Back at the battle with the protagonist, the goblin leader is terrified by what he's witnessing. As the protagonist is consumed by that ability, a strange dark power envelops him, making his creatures tear through the goblins. Feng begins to look at his hands, thinking that cursed magic works that way. At this moment, the goblins continue to be slaughtered by the creatures the protagonist conjured, and several system messages appear, notifying him that by killing the goblin soldiers, he gained several experience points. A dark energy begins to approach the goblin leader, leaving him frightened, as he says that the power of the dark force is simply incredible, and he wonders how that human obtained it. As that enormous power approaches, he tries to run, but he feels his movements becoming extremely slow. But it's too late. The power reaches him, and screaming, he begs it not to come near him. The energy engulfs him completely, making the system notified that the Vanguard Goblin has been obliterated, granting 6,000 experience points to the protagonist. Feng's status window appears, notifying that he is a mage class, and due to the experience gained in battle, he went from level 1 to level 10. Currently, he has 0 health, 8 strength, 8 agility, 20 spirit, and 12 resistance. This makes him happy as he leveled up easily, and in the practical exams of previous years, at best, they could only level up 1 or 2 levels. But then he becomes intrigued, thinking that the experience from common monsters is quite low, especially depending on that elite monster. Still deep in thought, he wonders how an elite monster could have appeared in the exam field. As he contemplates all this, various items begin to fall from the sky. Surprised, he realizes that it's the loot dropped by the elite monster. And even more impressively, all that equipment is of orange quality. Looking at the item Vanguard badge, he finds it strange because he's never seen an item that increases attributes. The item in question is consumable, has orange quality, and permanently increases the agility attribute by 10. Another item, the Shadow Claw of the Slayer, is also of orange quality, but requires level 20 to use. It grants an additional 13 strength, 16 agility, 10% attack speed, 5% critical rate, and 10% chance to activate combo, and it can be used 3 times. Feng is thrilled with the items, even though he can't use the claw yet, but he thinks he could get good money by selling them. Confident, he believes that now he can easily face higher-level monsters and finally start to prosper. Just as he's thinking this, the supervisors announce that all students must immediately abandon the test and use the teleport scrolls to exit, which makes him worry about what's happening. Looking around more carefully, he notices something. Feng turns in all directions, realizing that everything around him has been devastated, and he thinks that all those craters are the work of the dark force, which is terrifying. Once again, the supervisors make an announcement, and immediately he uses the teleport scroll, saying that it's better to get out of there quickly to avoid being discovered. One by one, the candidates start to return, And, finally, Feng as well. The supervisor immediately instructs them to leave the area and go home. Frustrated, Feng keeps thinking about magic beasts of king level or higher. Even if everyone there joined forces, they wouldn't be able to resist. Still worried, he wonders if the reinforcements arrived in time. However, he changes his reaction because, unbelievably, the source of dark energy disappeared. But this makes him suspicious, wondering if it's possible that the monster escaped from the sanctuary. Chiwei continues listening to orders over the communicator, saying that this situation has gone beyond what they can handle and that no one should cause alarm. They must avoid large-scale disturbances and initiate the school's magic seal, leaving only one exit so that unrelated people can leave quickly. Feng approaches, calling for the teacher. She, sweating nervously due to the situation, asks the protagonist if he's okay. Unconcerned with what's happening, he says he's fine, but she shouts for him to return immediately because the school is temporarily closed, and he should not come back unless necessary. Away from the school, Feng and Wang Yue are talking. Wang Yue tells the protagonist that the teacher had a very strange expression, as if they were facing a mortal enemy. She mentions that rumors say a source of unknown energy was detected inside the school, and that the entire school has been isolated. This makes Feng wonder if it's possible that the unknown energy source has something to do with that elite monster. Disappointed, he thinks that just as he awakened, the school got shut down. Wang Yue becomes worried about him, thinking that the event had a big impact on him. She tries to cheer him up, saying that defensive magic can guarantee his survival, but they aren't suitable for individual training. Starting tomorrow, she says, he'll join them as part of a team. Trying to appear strong, he declines and thanks her, saying she shouldn't worry as he can train on his own. With a foolish expression, he imagines himself resolute with his power, but at the same time, he knows he can't expose himself because if they discover the forbidden dark magic, it'll be a problem. Wang Yue, serious, points her finger at him and says she won't accept his refusal and that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, they'll be waiting for him at the west gate. With that, she leaves, leaving the protagonist talking to himself. In shock, Feng thinks that woman acts like she's his wife, behaving that way. Sweating nervously, he wonders what he'll do now, and if it would be a good idea to come up with some excuse. But he decides it's better not to, as dealing with her personality is relatively difficult. As he thinks about this, an idea comes to mind, but he's not sure if it will work. Feng decides to head to the Yuancheng trading house. Looking at the huge building, he thinks that some weapons come with built-in abilities. He could buy equipment with the dark slime ability and pass himself off as a mage. Feng enters the store, hoping the system won't turn the built-in abilities of the equipment into curses. Besides, he can sell the drops from the monsters he killed. The sales clerk approaches him, asking how she can help. He replies that he would like to buy equipment with the dark slime ability, whether it's a weapon, clothing, or item. She asks the protagonist if he is a newly awakened student and explains that actually, low-level spells like dark slime aren't worth buying specifically. However, they do have high-level equipment there, more suitable for training, and she could show him some options. He simply says it's unnecessary, as he needs something temporary, so the equipment's grade doesn't need to be very high. She thinks it's all a waste of time and asks the new trainee to come help him. She leaves, stressed, saying that after all this fuss, it seems he's just a poor guy, so she won't even bother. Let the newbie handle it. The protagonist is left confused. The new trainee arrives with a smile and asks if he needs anything. The protagonist explains what he needs. She leads him to the items and starts testing them, starting with an iron arm, which gets him excited, then a heavy hammer, which he can't even lift off the ground. Feng tries on a ring and decides to go with it. The trainee asks if he's satisfied with the ring. He laughs and says it's great, thanking her for accompanying him all the way. Feng also takes the opportunity to ask if it's possible to sell items he got as monster drops. She replies that yes, it is, and she'll take him to the responsible department. She leads him to the identification room. Master Wang asks them to come in. The trainee informs him that the young man wants to sell battle items. The protagonist takes out the claws and asks for help in appraising the item and its value. Wang takes the claws and is astonished, as it's an orange-quality weapon focused on agility and doesn't require a high level, making it suitable for novice players. Additionally, it comes with 3 gem slots, allowing for attribute adjustments as needed, creating a more personalized effect. Wang, intrigued, says it's a good item and believes that several clients in his guild would be interested in it. He asks if Feng has any specific price expectations. The protagonist, pleased, simply says that the higher, the better. The analyst asks Feng to sit down, saying he'll make some calls to potential buyers, and asks Miss Yang to take care of him. She responds that he can rest assured. Wang, speaking with someone named Mr. Jiang, asks if he was looking for a good item for Jin Lang, as he has one available there. Feng sits down, and Miss Yang serves him tea. The analyst returns, informing the protagonist that the equipment has been sold and that the buyer is willing to pay 50,000 crystals. After deducting the 8% transaction fee, he would get 46,000 crystals. This leaves Feng and Yang speechless, as it's a large amount. They stand up, still in shock at the information. Wang says they can finalize the procedures right there, and that once everything is set, the crystal transfer will be quick. The protagonist asks for it to be done quickly and requests to see some more equipment. While the final preparations are being made, in another section, the attendants are talking. A black-haired one asks the girl who dismissed the protagonist if she doesn't like handsome men and why she left him aside. She, being snobbish, says that she likes handsome men with money and power, and that guy didn't even deserve to be in the same place as her. Some time passes, and from afar, the attendants notice the protagonist returning, asking if he was the client she didn't want to attend to. The one with her hair tied up says she heard that the young man sold a piece of equipment for 50,000 crystals. The black-haired one is shocked, saying that amount is equivalent to 3 months of her salary. Hearing all this leaves her stunned. She starts to regret it, wondering why she wasn't the one to help him. Outside, Miss Yang tells Feng that when he returns, he should just ask for her next time. With a smile on her face, she introduces herself, saying her name is Yang Xin. The next day, Feng, cheerful and whistling, walks to the meeting place set by Wang Yue, thinking that the night before, he tried out the spells embedded in the equipment, and apparently, they aren't affected by the system. This reassures him, as no one will notice. The protagonist arrives at the location and spots Wang Yue, immediately greeting her. However, other people greet her as well. They are the members of her guild: the mage, the shield warrior, the berserker warrior, and the cleric. She introduces them to Feng, but the mage and shield warrior give him dirty looks. Intrigued by those looks, he wonders if he might owe them money. Zhao Cheng approaches Yue, asking if she's about to undergo a second transformation. Hearing this surprises Feng, as he realizes that every 30 levels, you can undergo a transcendence. He wonders if Wang Yue is about to reach level 60, as she really is a genius. Zhao Cheng takes out a potion, saying it's a gift. This item is an advanced agility potion, which permanently increases agility by 3, surprising his friends since the item is valuable. Zhao Cheng says the price isn't an issue, just a few tens of thousands of crystals, and that he and Yue don't mind, as the crucial point is that this type of advanced potion is hard to obtain, and his father asked several friends and spent a good amount of money to get one. Wang Yue immediately thanks him for the gesture and asks him to take the gift back. He finds this strange and asks if she isn't determined to enter the best university. She turns away, saying she doesn't need it, as they have other matters to attend to, leaving him talking to himself. However, he points a finger at the protagonist, asking if she really wants to waste time with that kind of trash. Immediately, she turns with a sinister look, telling him to be careful with his words. He smiles and asks what will happen if a 1-star isn't trash after all. Bored, Feng wonders why this guy keeps attacking him. Does he have some kind of problem? The cleric tries to defuse the situation, suggesting they leave, but Zhao Cheng shouts for them to leave him alone, saying that guy barely has enough money to buy a bottle of attribute potion. Feng mocks Zhao Cheng, saying that it's just a potion that adds 3 more attributes, so he should stop showing off. This enrages Zhao Cheng, and he asks how Feng dares to speak to him like that. The shield warrior intervenes in the conversation, saying that Zhao Cheng was speaking too loudly and asks if by any chance he has something more powerful. Cheng starts to smile, proposing a bet. If the protagonist proves he has such an item, Zhao Cheng will immediately kneel. However, if he can't prove it, Zhao Cheng will kneel and bang his head on the ground. At that moment, Feng takes out his item, telling Zhao Cheng to get ready, and asks Wang Yue to take it, as it was her gift. Surprised, she asks if it's the Pioneer's emblem, an item with an appearance that permanently increases attributes. She's never seen anything like it, leaving everyone there astonished, wondering how there could be an item that permanently increases attributes by more than 10. They suspect it must be a fraud. Confident, Feng simply says that whether it's a fraud or not, she should try it out and find out. Looking at the item, she hesitates, unsure whether to take it or not, but the protagonist reassures her, telling her not to worry because he found the item at his house and that it was destined to be hers. He shouts for her to use it quickly, since everyone there is eager to see. She uses the item, and an energy begins to envelop her arm, leaving everyone surprised. Please, she says that her attributes have indeed increased, astonishing the cleric. Meanwhile, the shield warrior and Zhao Cheng can't believe it. Cheng suggests that the protagonist probably stole it. Smiling, Feng says he'd better keep his promise. Immediately, Zhao Cheng refuses, but Wang Yue asks if he isn't a man, and if he's going to back out. He looks around, hoping for someone to help him, but everyone is giving him dirty looks. Nervously, he begins to kneel, ending up on his knees before the protagonist. Feng, satisfied with this, tells Wang it's time to leave and says goodbye to everyone, saying they'll see each other around. She tries to apologize, but Feng interrupts her, asking her to stop because their relationship doesn't allow for that kind of thing. Smiling, he says that she really doesn't need to accompany him. He would prefer that she achieve the second transformation first and get into the best university, because with her by his side, he can't train efficiently. Concerned about Feng, she asks him not to get discouraged and hands him a book, saying it's for him. Not quite understanding what it is, he asks if it's a skill book. She replies that it is, and when he reaches the appropriate level, he should learn those skills. Feng asks if all of them are purple quality, and judging by the look of them, if they're all expensive. She responds that they don't come close to the value of the item he gave her. He smiles and closes the book, saying he'll accept it. Now, in the dungeon, Sinister Cemetery, zombies are emerging from their graves and attacking. But soon, 2 attacks are launched in their direction, hitting each one squarely in the head, scattering their remains everywhere. It was Wang Yue with her bow, making the protagonist happy because she had succeeded once again. But soon, he feels sad, thinking that the experience there is very low. However, he can't tell Wang Yue that he's already at level 10. At that moment, she notices her communicator ringing. She answers, and her friend informs her that she just received a message saying that the great boss, Fallen Necromancer, is about to appear. She also says that it's a rare opportunity and asks if Wang Yue is going. Zhao Cheng notices that the cleric is talking to Wang Yue and insists that she must go, because how else would they defeat the boss? He also adds that the Fallen Necromancer might drop rare items for mages, which is very important to him. She tries to downplay it so that Wang Yue doesn't hear those absurdities. Wang Yue thinks for a moment and looks at Feng, who tells her to go ahead, assuring her that everything is fine. After all, they're all in the same dungeon, and she can continue training later. She takes a deep breath and says that it's okay then, but asks Feng to proceed to the safe area and wait for her. He smiles and agrees. Quickly, she heads toward her group. Feng, with a sinister look, says that he's finally alone, and the possibility of that great boss appearing seems to indicate that it's his lucky day. Confident, he affirms that fortunately, he had already prepared for that day and learned 2 new skills. In any case, They can all be used once for free, so it's better to have as many curses as possible. The system notifies him that his passive ability, Mysterious Gift, will allow him to release forbidden spells once a week without any consumption. Feng begins to stretch, saying that with his current level, he only has 3 skill slots, and the skill books Yue gave him can only be used after level 15. In another part of the Sinister Cemetery, there are several monsters everywhere, and a guild observes from a distance. The tank warrior informs them that the great boss is appearing in the deep tower of the dungeon, and they need to kill everything along the way to get there. He asks them to be very careful, as the difficulty of that dungeon is high, and the monsters inside are very dangerous. As he says this, a huge flame passes right in front of them, leaving them frightened. The guild girl urges them to move quickly because an adventurer team is already ahead of them. The tank warrior is outraged, asking how that's possible. Surprised, the mage says that it's Wang Yue and Zhao Cheng from the Sovereign Lion Guild. Even at the national level, they are considered new talents, truly deserving of their reputation. On the battlefield, they continue destroying everything. Zhao Cheng yells that the boss is definitely his, and asks if those fools think they can compete with him. Wang Yue, with her bow, keeps obliterating multiple targets at the same time, leaving her guildmates amazed. The cleric asks the berserker if he noticed that Yue had gotten stronger, and he replies that he definitely did, especially since her agility had increased by 10 points. Meanwhile, at the tower of the Sinister Cemetery, a portal begins to form. It's Feng, laughing, saying that it seems that this ability isn't just a high-level magic prohibition space, but also a teleportation ability. The ability Void Path, Cursed Magic, tears through space to enter the world of darkness, moving quickly to the target location, and lasts for an hour. At that moment, a dark aura begins to form, and the boss of that dungeon, the fallen necromancer, emerges with a sinister black aura. Feng jokes, saying that the necromancer is late. At the same time, the necromancer fires a powerful attack at the protagonist, causing a massive explosion. The dust begins to settle, leaving only the mark of the impact. The fallen necromancer, enraged, yells at the protagonist, "How dare an adventurer without fear? How dare you appear alone?" As he says this, Feng appears from the portal right behind the necromancer, using the Void Path ability. With a piercing gaze, he says that he doesn't want to share the loot with others. Immediately, he uses his other ability, Celestial Firestorm, Cursed Magic, which summons a violent rain of fire from the sky, dealing damage over a wide area. Immediately, a rain of black meteors begins to fall on the fallen necromancer, causing a massive explosion. The dust begins to settle, and Feng emerges from it, satisfied because the system notified him that he had killed several monsters at once, including the fallen necromancer. The victory earned him 50,000 experience points, taking him straight to level 30, which makes him happy because now he can undergo his first transformation. He starts walking to pick up the dropped items, imagining that the loot is truly generous and that he can use the gem and the jewels. Although the skill books Yue gave him aren't exclusive to mages, they are still worth good money. The dropped items are Darkstone, a material type, which grants 20% more magic damage and 20% more life drain. Necromancer's Pendant, which grants 15 more strength, 20 more spirit, 100 more mental resistance, 100 more curse resistance, and immunity to toxins, and can be used 3 times. And finally, and most importantly, the Necromancer's Insignia, a consumable item that reduces 3 permanent life points, but gives 15 more spirit permanently. Feng immediately chooses to use the Necromancer's Insignia, thinking it's acceptable even if it reduces his life. The system notifies him that a special item, the Necromancer's Micro Recorder, has been detected. During the transition, it could unlock the hidden profession Necromancer Sorcerer, or activate the prerequisite mission for the hidden profession God of Universal Magic. This makes him happy, imagining that hidden professions are quite rare and are usually innate, not something that can be prepared for in advance. However, He finds these micro-recorders strange, wondering if they are the key to activating hidden professions. He starts shouting that he will become a god of universal magic, but accidentally uses his celestial firestorm ability again, causing several black meteors to fall. Even in the area where Wang Yue's guild was, the meteors rained down across the entire battlefield, leaving everyone there worried, wondering what the hell was happening and where that power was coming from. Immediately, they are told to stop advancing and to retreat. Zhao Cheng is outraged because he wanted to kill the boss, but Yue shouts, asking if he wants everyone there to die in such a dangerous situation. He starts sweating, thinking this is all a mess. She takes out her phone to notify Feng and sends him a message, telling him to leave because they have other things to deal with first. However, Feng had already left and was arriving at the Jintai Transformation Hall. Once inside, he notices that there aren't many people there. He turns around and realizes there is someone in the room. A woman greets him and asks if he came to take on the transformation mission. He replies that he did. She asks him to wait a moment as she needs to register some information first and begins asking for the protagonist's personal details. As she registers his information, she thinks to herself that he only managed to become a mage at 18. His qualifications are a bit lacking. She gets up and directs the protagonist, indicating that the mage transformation sector is just over there. In the transformation sector, she explains that he can follow the process instructions and informs him that she'll be leaving. If he needs anything, he should call her. He thanks her. As she returns to her desk, she notices someone waiting for her. It's Captain Joe, looking worried. She asks if something happened, and he explains that they just investigated the area and that the sinister cemetery had suffered severe damage. The energy source is still unclear, but they estimate that the threat level might be higher than King level. Intrigued by the situation, she asks if there have been 2 King-level threats in just 2 days. Joe responds that yes, and that's why the higher leadership sent him there. Looking at her, he asks her to call in the Lone Shadow to take immediate action. In the transformation room, the system notifies Feng that there are 2 options to choose from. The first is Necromancer, first transformation mission. Obtain the mission item, Blood King's Rope, by entering the phantasmal realm, Labyrinth of No Illusions. The deadline is 3 days, and the difficulty is Class A. The second option is God of Universal Magic, first transformation mission. Prerequisite: obtain the mission item, Sacred Emblem, by entering the phantasmal realm, Temple of the Resplendent Sun. The deadline is 3 days, but the difficulty is Class S. Feng, intrigued, asks why there are 2 options, and also notices that God of Universal Magic is just a preliminary mission. Even so, he decides to accept it, receiving a system notification saying that the successful completion of the transformation mission is verifying the corresponding information again. After choosing his mission, he decides to leave. As Feng descends the stairs, he reflects that it really is a hidden class. Even Class S missions are available, and luckily the deadline is 3 days. Feng says goodbye to the girl, saying goodbye, but finds it strange because she wasn't the same woman who attended to him a short while ago. Back at the tower of the sinister cemetery, someone is analyzing all that dark energy, while a man is surprised, saying that it's the first time he's seen someone from the Lone Shadow, and that even their attire is different. Captain Joe asks him to keep quiet because the existence of that organization is secret. He begins to explain that the members of the Lone Shadow have a military, hidden class that allows them to use dark power to fight, especially designated for special missions. This person is Jing, the same one who led the protagonist to choose the transformation mission. But she starts to feel something strange, saying that the dark power is powerful. Even though it has dissipated significantly, it still affects her. Jing explains to the two that they didn't find any clues. In fact, it seems the person responsible disappears after causing damage, making it impossible to deduce their objectives. Concerned about the situation, Captain Joe says that there have been frequent reports of anomalies in some secret areas recently, which could be a sign of some crisis. He asks if there could be any connection with this issue. She responds that it's hard to say, but she would consult the superiors and request reinforcements. Joe asks if the county is concerned, considering they were going to send the famous Lone Hurricane from the Lone Shadow. The guy with glasses approaches and asks if she can confirm whether the cause of the damage is a monster, and if there's a possibility it could be a... Jing interrupts him, wanting to know if he was suggesting that the cause of the damage could be someone like her, a mutant. Quickly, he apologizes, saying that wasn't what he meant. She explains that the hostility levels there have already surpassed the king level. Trying to control such a massive dark power is something the human body simply couldn't withstand. Worried, he lowers his head and asks if there's an abnormally powerful monster hiding in Chenglai, capable of causing a catastrophe at any moment. Jing responds affirmatively, saying it seems to be hiding in the shadows, and they need to find it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at Feng's house, he's in his room, saying that the darkness is strangely comforting. He sits down, imagining that he's reached level 30 and gained 4 more skill slots, and that he will start by learning the 2 books Wang Yue gave him. A system message arrives, notifying him that the possible fusion detection of the skill's Arcane Shield with the curse Impure Shell was automatically executed, and that the passive skill Guardian of Impurity has been learned. He places his hand on the system panel to view the learned skill information, and the system informs him that the passive skill, Guardian of Impurity, automatically activates when attacked, absorbing 100% of the damage emitted by the impure shell, with a limit equivalent to the damage caused by the impure shell. The impure shell will gradually regenerate after the attack ends. Feng is pleased to know that curses can fuse with low-level spells to create new effects, giving him another form of defense. Normal damage is ineffective against him. He begins to wonder what the other book does. The system informs him that there's a detection of the skill Falling Meteor, with a possible fusion with the curse Impure Shell and Celestial Fire Rain, automatically executed. The passive skill Master of the Elements, Earth, has been learned, increasing the effects of all Earth spells by 20%. Looking at his skills in the system, he imagines that he still has 4 skill slots, so he decides to buy more books at the Yuan Cheng Trade Market. Day breaks, and the protagonist decides to head to the trade market. He enters and passes by a receptionist who notices him, thinking he's the same guy from before. She stops and greets him, but he says he's looking for Miss Yang Xin. She starts to flirt, saying that Xin is busy with another client and that today she would be the one to assist him. Feng says it's not necessary, as he'll look around by himself. This makes her furious, asking if the protagonist isn't a man and how he dares to refuse her offer. She runs after him, saying not to worry, that it's part of her job. At that moment, someone comes running, calling out the protagonist's name. It was Xin. Feng asks if she had finished her work. Tired and out of breath, she explains that she wasn't busy, just eating something, and a colleague informed her that he was there, so she came running. Feng apologizes for interrupting her meal and says he'll invite her to dinner later as compensation. Embarrassed, she says, how could she accept such an offer? The other receptionist just watches the conversation, furious at being sidelined. In Wang's office, he places the 2 books on the table, saying that he'd like to request that they sell them to him, and he'd also like to buy some mage skills. He says there's no problem at all and asks Miss Xin to accompany him. Wang is intrigued by the protagonist, because last time he took an orange weapon, and this time they're purple skill books. He starts to take an interest in his background, thinking it would be best to send someone to investigate. Night falls, and they are dining, having a great time. Feng raises his hand and shouts for the bill, but she says she already paid, leaving him embarrassed. Asking if they hadn't agreed that the protagonist would pay, she smiles and says no, and that she has a reason for inviting him, so there's no need to worry. They stand up, and he, not understanding anything, asks what the reason could be. She laughs and says it's a secret. Feng says he owes her a dinner. Xin tells him not to worry about it, and that they'll talk later, as she needs to head somewhere else and will take a taxi. He responds that it's fine, and wishes her a safe trip. Inside the car, the taxi driver asks where she's going, and she replies that it's to Municipal Hospital Number 2. She begins to imagine her father in the hospital and thanks the protagonist, as she earned a good commission. Smiling, she imagines that she'll finally be able to pay for her father's medical expenses that month, which makes her really happy. However, at that moment, something happens. The taxi driver crashes into something, and a claw pierces him, spraying blood everywhere, leaving Shin horrified by the scene. At that instant, a portal appeared in the sky, and several monsters began to pass through it. Immediately, she opens the car door and jumps out, falling hard to the ground, not realizing there was a monster on top of the car. Surprised by the event, she asks what is happening and why monsters appeared in the safe zone, but soon she notices there's a monster right behind her. From the portal, someone else emerges, emanating an incredible energy and giving a sinister smile. An explosion occurs, making the monster furious. It was Shin, disappointed with her attack, as that monster was clearly stronger, and she was just a level 1 mage with a 1-star attribute. Without wasting time, the monster charges at her, ready to kill her, but Joe arrives at the last minute and decapitates the monster's head. He asks how she is, and tells her that if she can move, she should find a place to hide. She replies that she's fine, and will immediately look for a safe place. Joe observes the surroundings and asks if everything there is corrupted, explaining that the secret realm has begun to merge with reality, and he had never seen such severe decay before. Looking at the monster's head, he imagines that these creatures aren't something a common person with only 1 star can face. Remembering what the guy with glasses said about there being an incredibly powerful creature hidden in that domain that could bring destruction at any moment, he starts to consider that this might be possible. However, he notices a huge hand coming toward him and dodges at the last minute. Joe finds the attack strange, wondering if it was a mutant. Then a sinister figure introduces himself, saying that he's not that kind of trash, but rather a guardian of darkness called the Spring Observer. Hearing this intrigues him, as he's never heard of the Spring Observer, but he figures it's best to leave that aside for now, since there are more pressing matters. Immediately, he charges at the Observer, striking with his sword, but the Observer counters with a powerful punch, sending Captain Joe flying. He starts to think this is really bad, as he realizes that the Observer has at least the power of the 3rd level. The Observer places his finger on the ground, and dark energy begins to overflow, declaring that this is his territory. With a sinister expression, he says that someone as weak as Joe would never be worthy of being his opponent, and he approaches Joe, landing a full-force blow, causing blood to splatter everywhere. With the impact, Joe is thrown far away. The Observer, laughing, shouts that he has indeed become stronger, and that stepping on this land feels like a continuous flow of power emerging. However, he hears a voice coming from his amulet, saying that he is an insignificant human and should not get caught up in his own vanity. Quickly, he apologizes. A dimensional rift appears above him, emitting a voice that says weakness is his power, and that if it were present, he would be nothing more than crawling trash on the ground, just like all his companions. Hearing this paralyzes him, leaving him in shock. Something begins to emerge from the dimensional rift, gradually taking shape until a sinister entity emerges from it, making the Observer kneel, trembling, as he hears the entity say that he must prove that he still has some value. She orders him to use the people of that city as sacrifices for her dominion in that world. Trembling, he says he understands. At that moment, someone pulls back a curtain. It was Feng, who is surprised to witness something in front of him. He looks around and sees that a battle took place there, notices a monster in front of him, and imagines that he only went to the bathroom, and all of this happened. The monster turns, noticing the protagonist's presence, and leaps toward him. Some cracks begin to appear in the ground. Feng uses his new magic, Stone Thorn Walls, which hits the monster squarely. He explains that fortunately, he paid a lot of money for that weapon, with an additional purple skill, allowing him to take advantage of his type of magic. He opens the door, noticing that the Observer was carrying Captain Joe, and that the entire scene was corrupted. With a sinister look, the observer drops Joe to the ground, bleeding, telling him to wait, as there's still a little worm that escaped. The observer jumps and goes all out toward the protagonist, who wonders what that thing is. He grabs him, but notices something strange. Looking at Feng, he realizes that the protagonist is enveloped in dark magic and finds it very strange. How did he manage to block his attack? The entity that possessed him begins to be fascinated by that powerful black shadow power. And, looking at the protagonist, it notices that his power is far beyond the ordinary and feels drawn to him, because his aura is more terrifying than death itself. Feng imagines that this guy seems strong and wonders if by chance he would use some forbidden curse in the city. He opens his eyes, releasing the energy he was concentrating, completely shattering the shell that enveloped the observer's arm. Immediately, the entity releases its mental control over the observer, causing him to scream for it to return. However, the entity simply says that the user he's calling is out of service and that he should handle it himself. The entity starts to return to the portal. Several creatures awaited it at the portal as they were closing the doors until, finally, they close. The observer says that his strength and power are fading away. Feng notices this with a sinister look and begins to imagine that the mutants are those who, during the awakening process, acquired the hidden shadow class. They are capable of using the power of darkness, possessing much greater strength than normal classes of the same level. However, at the same time, once they lose the protection of the power of darkness, they go insane. Seeing that the observer was about to start losing his mind, Feng uses his Stone Thorn ability, finishing him off completely, and comments that they are really difficult to deal with. Tired, he takes a deep breath, imagining that, luckily, he was able to focus entirely on his attack without worrying about defense. Worried, he thinks he needs to pick up the items that fell on the ground first, before anyone notices, and then get back home as quickly as possible. In another part of the city, Jing and an assistant are walking through the chaotic scene. The assistant says that the monsters have retreated and that the field distortion has also disappeared. Jing becomes thoughtful as two destruction spells, distortions invading reality, always appearing suddenly and disappearing in the same way. What could the enemies be planning? Jing asks her assistant about the other locations. She replies that, overall, they are safe, except for the squad to the south of the city, which suffered heavy casualties, and that their situation is still unknown. Jing remembers that the area to the south of the city is under Captain Zhou's responsibility and decides to go there to check it out. On site, Du-an is observing the body of the observer that the protagonist killed. Intrigued by it, he imagines that the observer lost everything he was carrying. Jing arrives at the scene, shouting for everyone to stay still, and asks who they are. Duna shows his identification, telling them not to worry, as he is a member of the Illusion Beyond the Clouds. She asks if Illusion Beyond the Clouds is that unofficial organization composed entirely of fighters. He responds, "That's exactly right." Jing mentions that she heard they usually operate in secret, so why would they be there? He turns around, saying it's because of him, pointing to the body trapped by the stone thorns, explaining that the body used to be his companion. However, he betrayed the organization and helped invade reality through the distortion, directing monsters to attack the camp. Except for a few, everyone was killed. Jing, intrigued, asks if the invasion stopped because of his death. Duna points to his former partner and asks if they killed him, but she replies that no, and worse, they don't know who did. He explains that the entity likes to hide in the distortion because it's very cunning. He has searched for it many times, but it always escapes. Jing informs him that Captain Zhou has the power equivalent to 3 transformations, and even so, he was completely defeated. Both, intrigued by the situation, start to consider that there might be someone that powerful in Sucheng. When Jing sees Du-an leaving, she asks where he's going. He replies that he's going to look for something. At Feng's house, he's very happy because the things the observer left behind include 2 sets of orange armor from the fighter class. The first item is the Yang Wei Eternal Radiance chestplate, which requires level 120 to use. The second is the Yangwei Eternal Radiance Pants, which also require level 120 to use. Feng wonders that he didn't see the observer using these items, so probably he didn't have the necessary level because if he did, the protagonist could only have defeated him using forbidden techniques. He picks up the pendant left behind and finds it strange because it has no specified quality and the information is marked as unknown. Intrigued, he starts fiddling with the pendant, wondering if some ancient god is hidden inside. However, through the pendant, someone was watching him from elsewhere. It was the distortion entity, saying that luckily it reacted quickly and closed the distortion in time, hoping it wasn't discovered. The entity watches Feng looking at the pendant, worried if someone is inside, which scares it. It screams to cut all connections to avoid revealing its location, leaving everyone there in fear. The entity begins to sweat coldly, saying it almost had a heart attack and wonders how the protagonist managed to detect it. The next day, at the city hospital, Captain Joe explains to Jing that it was that young fighter who saved them. He begins to recall what happened, saying that as soon as the enemy saw him, it immediately opened a rift in the distortion and fled. Jing comments that she can vaguely feel that his ability isn't below hers. The guy with glasses finds it strange because, even with that guy being so strong, he couldn't capture him. She says apparently that's true. Intrigued, she thinks that maybe he's just passing through, maybe hiding. In any case, the great mystery is certainly recorded, beyond the conventional magic marks from last night, and that they didn't find anything special on the battlefield. Joe says that if the great mystery was living there, he would feel much safer just imagining it. The guy with glasses says he has a somewhat exaggerated idea to share. Jing, thoughtful, asks what it might be. He asks if, in last night's battle, there were traces of the power of darkness. She responds that yes, because some ancient distortion monsters were present. He begins to speculate, saying it's a crazy idea and asks, what if, by chance, the great mystery is also a mutant? Because both destruction spells cause casualties on both sides. Before he can finish his explanation, Joe interrupts him, saying that's impossible and that he's overthinking it. Jing is left pondering all of this, considering if it could be possible. At that moment, the protagonist arrives to complete his mission, introducing himself and asking if it would be possible to do the class change mission there. Feng enters the place to carry out his mission and, looking around, starts questioning if that place is really the Temple of Solar Radiance. However, someone is watching him from afar. It was Du-An, but earlier at the trade market, Du-An had gone there, being introduced by the receptionist. Wang greets him, saying he heard that he was interested in buying a 4 transformations fighter armor set and asks if that's correct. The woman merely imagines that this guy is very handsome and has the level, so if she could stay by his side, she wouldn't have to worry about the future. Wang, smiling, says that coincidentally, they have an old client who just called, preparing to sell a 4-star fighter armor set. However, he only has 2 pieces at the moment, a chest plate and pants. Du-An becomes serious and asks where that person is. Wang explains that, unfortunately, this person won't be able to come in right now. Du-An begins to think that all this equipment and information corresponds to what he's been looking for. Although it hasn't been confirmed yet, it's highly likely to be the master's legacy. He asks Wang if he could tell him where this old client is, and says he would pay for that information. Wang doesn't know what to respond, worried about the situation he's in, and starts to imagine that it's a huge coincidence since the protagonist just said he's preparing to sell the set, and now this gentleman shows up asking for information, as if they're in cahoots. Wang explains that he remembers the protagonist saying he was going to the neighboring city to resolve some things, but that he'll call to confirm. Wang returns and realizes that Du-An had left and asks the receptionist if he really left. She responds that yes, she even escorted him to the door. Seeing Wang's concern, she asks if something is wrong. He replies that earlier, he did some research on the protagonist's background. His parents were from a common 2-star class but disappeared in an accident when he was young. Since then, he's been alone, studying at City School 7, and only awakened at 18, still being of a common one-star class. Hearing that explanation surprises her, as she thought he was more impressive, but it seems like he's just an ordinary guy. Wang explains that he always found him suspicious, with a poor appearance, and now he's going to be exposed. She asks where he got the items he was selling in the shop, imagining that a one-star class wouldn't be able to get such good things. Wang says that's the problem. Although he's friends with the daughter of the Wang group, the group didn't help him much. Thoughtful, she begins to remember Du An, who had a serious expression, and asks if Feng could have stolen that set. Sweating coldly, Wang says it probably wasn't stolen, but very likely wasn't obtained legitimately either. However, this time, it seems he's bothered the wrong person. She begins to imagine Du An beating up the protagonist, as a 4-star level person is high level, even in Beishan province. Returning to the present, Du An continues observing the protagonist. Looking at him, he's impressed that someone so young was able to repel a distortion invasion. After all, even masters like his were defeated by distortion bosses. But according to the information, the master's set might be in the protagonist's hands, and if it's not him, it must be someone behind him. Either way, it's better to be cautious. Finally, Feng arrives at the Temple of Solar Radiance, observing everything that's happening there. Duan, watching the protagonist use his power, imagines that he's starting to change his clothes, and depending on the clothes, he might get a rough idea of his power. Feng finishes changing his clothes. Duan becomes indignant, thinking that it was just ordinary clothes, looking more like those of a newly graduated student, and wonders if it could be a disguise. He imagines that, considering the protagonist's age, the novice disguise wouldn't attract much attention, as it would be easy to blend into the crowd. If the protagonist is trying to hide, he might escape, but to avoid alerting him, Duan decides not to follow too closely. As a precaution, he decides to mark him with a mental tracking ability, which allows him to mark the target in his consciousness without being detected. Looking at Feng, Duan decides to use his usual appearance. Observing the surroundings and seeing where the protagonist was going, Duan thinks that the monsters there aren't that strong and wonders what Feng is doing there. Upon entering the castle, something catches Feng's attention. A monster was about to attack him, and without wasting time, it launches an energy blast toward the protagonist. However, due to his passive ability, Feng defends himself automatically without taking his hand out of his pocket, leaving Duan surprised by that. Indignant, Duan wonders what ability that is, and if, by chance, it's an absolute defense that can't be broken at all. He notices that the monsters were avoiding Feng as he walked normally, and wonders if that guy is even normal. Feng stops in front of a huge statue, leaving Duan intrigued, wondering if he will face the boss alone. However, the protagonist finds it all too much, as no one is around. The statue begins to sweat nervously in front of Feng. Duan, indignant, wonders why the statue wasn't moving. The protagonist decides to walk around it, thinking that the statue wasn't the mission guide. He stops in front of a large hall, saying that was probably the place. However, the mission boss appears, flying in front of the protagonist. Feng watches him, but the six-winged seraphim uses one of his abilities to observe Feng and immediately flies away. Feng watches the boss fly off, wondering what had happened. Duan, in shock, wonders if that could be the hidden boss, and how he knew. At that moment, the system notifies that the mission Almighty Magic of the First Class Change was to enter the Temple of Solar Light and obtain the mission item Sacred Emblem and defeat the temple's hidden boss, the six-winged seraphim. Feng reflects on the system's notification, but quickly changes his expression, saying that, being an S-level mission, who could handle that during their first-class change? However, the hidden boss, flying away in fear of the protagonist, says that the situation is terrible because he's in his own domain and still has to flee. The atmosphere is tense, with lightning and thunder all across the sky. The boss continues to flee at full speed from Feng, but, without wasting time, Feng raises his hand, using his lightning strike ability, summoning a sinister giant eye in the sky and calling forth a gigantic lightning storm, unleashing a celestial calamity. The lightning strikes down toward the six-winged seraphim, obliterating him instantly before he even has time to react. Due to the immense destructive power of the attack, not only was the boss eliminated, but a large part of the temple was destroyed as well. Dwan can't believe what he just witnessed. Observing the surroundings, he says he's never seen such a destructive spell before, and that the strength of this guy is definitely beyond that of his master. He wonders if Feng could be one of the 8 legendary transformed ones. Amidst the dust, Feng is frustrated, thinking that until he completes his first transformation, he won't be able to level up, as he's losing a lot of experience. Looking at his hand, he says that at least he got the emblem and can return to complete the mission. The item in his hand is the Sacred Emblem, a consumable of legendary quality, granting a permanent increase of 8 spirit attribute points and a permanent 100% bonus to recovery effects. Feng grabs his scroll to teleport back, but Dwan comes running toward him, asking him to wait a moment. Feng turns around, feeling concerned, wondering if the guy had seen something. Dwan immediately stops, frightened, wondering why the protagonist looks so serious. Fearing what Feng might do, he asks him not to get angry, as he will explain everything. However, at that exact moment, they hear an alarm, both becoming concerned about what it could be. Feng raises his arm, asking them to leave first, saying they can talk more outside. Dwan agrees with him. Once outside, the protagonist asks if Dwan had been following him the whole time. Dwan apologizes, saying he had no other intentions and only wanted to confirm something, adding that Feng seems very young, as he doesn't fully trust his vision. Dwan begins to explain that, although his master was strong, he sacrificed his own life to temporarily seal the distortion, but unfortunately, the traitor escaped. Over the years, the traitor has been using humans as sacrifices, trying to undo the seal. Dwan had chased him for a long time, but without success. Feng reflects on that individual, realizing that he was in the 4th transformation, and if it weren't for him showing up on his own, Feng would never have noticed him. But in the end, his level is still too low, and if things continue like this, it's only a matter of time before he's discovered. Looking at the protagonist's sinister expression, Dwan begins to sweat nervously, wondering if Feng had suddenly gone silent to kill him later. Dwan thanks Feng for avenging his master and makes it clear that he is grateful for it, and that if Feng ever needs anything in the future, he should just call him. However, the protagonist remains intrigued, thinking that this guy is not weak and, on top of that, is a loner, and if he can build a good relationship with him, it might be useful in the future. Feng asks him not to tell anyone what happened during the mission, as he prefers to keep it a secret. Dwan assures him not to worry, as he will keep that secret. However, he wonders about the mysterious figure's incredible darkness magic, which didn't harm innocents. In addition, he repelled the invasion of the restricted territory and saved the entire city, and a person so strong and discreet, whatever the reason, deserved his respect. Watching the protagonist, he imagines he will have to stay a little longer in the city of Sucheng. At that moment, Feng's phone rings. He answers, and it's Professor Qi. She asks where he is. Feng replies that he's out of town but about to return, asking if she needs anything. She says there are a few things she wants to ask him when he gets back and that they can talk later. Feng is puzzled as to why she called so suddenly. Jing doesn't understand why the professor hung up so quickly. However, Qi Wei explains that judging by his tone, everything seemed fine, and he was already on his way back. She explains that a student who had awakened a few days ago suddenly reached the 1st transformation, and if it weren't for the coincidence of her investigating, he might have gone unnoticed. The professor says that the protagonist is a good person, as he studies a lot, and that she trusts he's not a bad guy. But Jing explains that she wasn't saying he's bad. However, a few things need to be clarified. She becomes serious, remembering the meeting she had, where the superiors were gathered, and one of them said that, based on preliminary information, they would continue investigating and hope to attract the attention of higher-ups. The old man, with a serious expression, asks if there's anything else to report. Ning remains silent for a few moments, but decides to ask if they think the two destruction spells in the city of Sucheng were caused by mutants. This leaves everyone deep in thought, and the old man replies that she herself is a mutant, so why is she asking that? He explains that mutants use the power of darkness, but must bear a corresponding price. The stronger the mutant, the greater the price they must pay, and they can lose their lives, sanity, or even transform into monsters. Even though it's a common price, if they're careless, mutants can meet a terrible fate, and a mutant equivalent to a king would be impossible. The guy with spiked hair says she's losing her mind, because a king-level mutant, only she could come up with such madness. And, mocking her, he asks if she likes telling stories. If so, she could write one. Jing makes it clear that she's just considering all possibilities. Whether he wants to listen or not is his problem. He smiles, saying that's fine, but he also makes it clear that his team is clearly a bunch of incompetents since they can't discover anything, and that if there really were a king-level mutant, he'd cut off his own head and let her use it as a ball. The old man gives a slight cough to get everyone's attention, saying that they sent an investigation team to the city of Sucheng, hoping they will actively cooperate, and if necessary, the investigation team will assist in all tasks. He also makes it clear that the request for reinforcements from the Lone Shadow was not approved. She becomes furious, asking if they don't trust her, but he quickly responds that it's not a matter of trust, asking her to be more patient. Jing stretches, remembering the meeting she had. However, her assistant bursts through the door, saying she has urgent news. She starts explaining that the Temple of Solar Light in Longbofu had been hit by destruction spells, and there were reports of injuries. Chi Wei, worried, says that Feng was checking the area, and the registered training location seemed to be. However, Jing interrupts her, saying that the place was precisely the Temple of Solar Light. Smiling, she says things are getting interesting. In the city of Longbofu, a shield was active over the city. Many people were concerned about some events, asking if the shield was functioning properly, and if they had heard what had happened at the Temple of Solar Light. A guard tells them not to worry, as the shield was at a superior level at that moment, and would isolate the power of darkness from the outside, not affecting the city area. Feng grows worried because the commotion he had caused ended up drawing too much attention, directly triggering a high alert. He hopes the alert will be deactivated so he can drive home. However, a black fissure appears above the shield, revealing a demonic face. Shortly after, several demonic monsters come out of the rift, and one of them asks if this is the human world. Looking at the shield, it wonders why they activated it. Another monster says he doesn't care because humans are fragile and always like to hide inside their shells. With that, a horde of monsters emerges from the rift, with the horned one saying it's a shame because the divine artifact can no longer stop them. He points his finger, ordering everyone to give them a surprise. As he says this, the monsters immediately begin to move. People are confused as the barrier starts to break, and several monsters are passing through it. The guard, looking up, doesn't understand what's happening. Another soldier, sweating profusely, asks how the monsters managed to break the shield. Quickly, the crowd starts to panic, pushing each other. Duan swiftly prepares for battle. Surprising Feng, he tells the protagonist that this could be another high-level invasion of the kingdom. Feng, shocked upon hearing this, asks if it was similar to what happened last night in the city of Sucheng. Duan asks if they should intervene. He asks the protagonist if he has a solution. Duan ponders the protagonist's question, thinking that he could easily handle the situation, so why was he asking for solutions? However, he assumes that the protagonist might be testing him. He asks Feng to stay calm, because he will take care of everything. Feng considers that there are many people around, and it would be better not to get involved. He asks Duan to handle the situation. They observe the chaos, with people running and screaming for help. The horned demon lands on the ground, letting out a malicious laugh. However, one of the soldiers shoots several arrows at the monster, shouting for it to die quickly. The monster simply deflects the arrows as if they were nothing. Soon after, another warrior jumps onto its back, but the demonic monster counters, slashing him and throwing him far away. One of the soldiers becomes desolate, wondering how that was possible since they couldn't even scratch it. The monster starts walking, saying he's disappointed because he thought there would be someone strong among the humans. He says this as he approaches the people, who freak out as he gets closer, begging for help. He stops in front of a poor little girl, preparing to kill her, attacking her, and saying that everyone there is truly useless. However, his attack is blocked. It was Dwan with his dagger, leaving the monster confused and giving the girl time to run away. The demon becomes furious because someone was interfering with his killing. With a sinister look, Dwan makes it clear to Feng not to worry, as he would take care of the problem. The demon begins to laugh, saying that everyone is useless. He says this, but immediately receives an attack from Dwan, which throws him far away. The demon is shocked by the attack, as it managed to wound him, but soon he is terrified as he sees Dwan leaping toward him, eyes filled with bloodlust. Dwan unleashes countless blows on the demon, leaving him no time to do anything. People, upon seeing Dwan in action, are amazed, saying that guy is incredibly strong, and judging by his abilities, it's likely that he's at a high level, possibly from a 5-star hidden class. Dwan walked calmly as the demon exploded behind him. At that moment, Dwan was at level 137, and his class was a mystical warrior, a 5-star hidden class. Feng, in his thoughts, is also amazed, thinking that Dwan was incredible and seemed to have something special about him. After Dwan finished off the monster leader, the remaining creatures began returning to the rift, while the soldiers shouted for everyone to seize the moment and counterattack immediately. Dwan approaches Feng, asking if there was anything else he could do. The protagonist, smiling, gives him a thumbs up, saying everything is fine and complimenting him on the excellent work. The people watching from afar comment that Dwan is a formidable fighter, noting that the protagonist was showing respect to him. They wonder if he might be the son of some great family, as he was accompanied by a bodyguard. Dwan extends his hand, offering the items dropped during the battle with the boss. Feng is pleased because they are of legendary quality, and even if he can't use them himself, selling them would easily bring in tens of thousands of crystals on the market. People start shouting, asking if they needed anything, saying they could help with anything. Feng imagines that the agility skill book False Entry would be perfect for Wang Yu, and the black shield would be good to sell later. A priest and a warrior approach the protagonist and Dwan, asking if they could have a moment of their time. Someone begins to thank them for saving the city of Longbaofu. He introduces himself, saying his name is Mu Dongming, the mayor of Longbaofu, and, finding it odd that they seem lost, asks if by any chance they aren't from around there. Feng sighs, saying that their intention was just to conduct some business, but they didn't expect to be stuck there, unable to leave temporarily, and, with an intense look, he asks if the mayor has any idea why they're stuck. The mayor starts to sweat nervously under the pressure Feng is giving off, asking if it was because of the alert. He immediately bows, apologizing, blaming the department for the mistake and for causing them trouble. Feng tries to explain, asking the mayor not to worry, as it had nothing to do with them, and in fact, it was his own fault. Dongming turns and asks for someone to bring the flight scroll he had just bought, saying he would give it to them as compensation for the inconvenience. Feng is surprised by this, as the flight scroll is a great item, being hard to come by, especially in a small city like Longbaofu, and, even though it can only be used once, it provides quick and convenient long-distance travel. The mayor takes the opportunity to say he has a rather embarrassing request. Things haven't been very peaceful there in the last few days, and he asks if they could stay in Longbaofu a little longer, since, as they've noticed, the city's defense is weak. The mayor places a hand on his head, saying he regrets it, but he is out of time and won't be able to grant the request. However, he imagines that the class change mission has a 3-day limit. If they delay there, they won't be able to complete the first change ever again. But, looking at the protagonist, he imagines the crushing look in his eyes and says, it's fine, that they'll leave it for another time. One of the mayor's bodyguards returns, saying that the scroll is ready. Dongming informs Feng that this is the supreme black card of the Yuan Cheng Trading Guild, just a small token of gratitude and respect. Feng, looking at the card, is amazed, thinking that he had heard the supreme black card from the Yuan Cheng Trading Guild is issued only to a very limited number of influential individuals who have many privileges. It's no wonder the mayor could buy the flight scroll, as his position must be quite significant. Duan accepts the gift, and Feng expresses his thanks. The mayor, feeling embarrassed, hopes they accept the gift. If not, he'd worry about being at fault. He emphasizes that if the city of Longbafu is ever in danger, they can ask for their help. The protagonist responds that yes, it's no problem, as long as he has time. Everyone is happy, celebrating, as the city of Longbafu would be safe. Immediately, they use the scroll and fly away, pleased because the scroll was truly effective. Meanwhile, in the class change room in the city of Qinyu, Wang Yue's guildmates are happy, as she and Zhao Cheng were leaving. However, as Yue steps out, she notices something. She sees two trails pass by her. Yue is thoughtful about this, but Zhao approaches, asking what happened. Intrigued, she replies that she just saw two people flying, and she thinks one of them could have been Feng. He starts laughing, saying she must be mistaken, as a flight scroll costs thousands of crystals. How could someone like him afford that? Besides, what would he be doing there, since he had just awakened? Quickly, she turns around with a piercing look, warning him that if he talks badly about Feng again, he'll regret it. Zhao is shocked, wondering what's wrong with him compared to the protagonist. The rest of the group gathers, with the cleric asking them not to worry about those things. She also asks how the second change mission was going. Zhao responds that unfortunately, his was level A, as he couldn't get a level S mission. The Berserker says that a level A mission is already very good, as only the lucky ones get a level S. The warrior, flattering Zhao, says that completing the second transformation at 18 already makes him a supernova, coveted by the top universities, and a level A mission is a rare opportunity. The cleric, happy, asks Wang Yue how her mission is going. However, she keeps her head down, not saying a word, leaving everyone worried about her. The Berserker comments that Yue looks a bit off, asking if she had gotten a level C mission or lower. Zhao imagines that even the prodigy girl, so highly praised, has her bad days, as a low-level class change mission greatly affects attribute bonuses and skill unlocks. However, he beats his chest, asking her not to be sad because she can overcome all of it in the future, and if she can't, he will still be there to help. He says this, but in his thoughts, he imagines that falling behind with a level C task is a big setback. She approaches Zhao with a serious expression, asking if he wasn't upset about getting a level A mission, so why should she be sad for getting a level S? Hearing that leaves everyone impressed. The cleric asks why she didn't mention it before. Yue responds that her situation is different from the others because her mission unlocks a hidden class she had never seen before. Zhao is shocked, wondering how that could be possible, as classes are usually determined upon awakening. He's never even heard of unlocking a hidden class during a class change, thinking Yue must be mistaken. She starts remembering when she was at the class change field. The system notified her that class progression had detected that the player possessed the key item Vanguard emblem, which could advance the initial class Agile Shooter to Shadow of the Vanguard, and the class change mission would also change. In other words, the current class Agile Shooter advanced to the higher class Shadow of the Vanguard, asking if she wanted to advance or cancel. Intrigued, she wonders why that screen appeared and what it all meant. She's surprised to recall that the Vanguard emblem was a gift from Feng, as the item's effect was astonishing. Thinking back, she remembers how confident he was at that time, wondering if perhaps he knew about the power of that item. She immediately accepted the mission and thanked him for the gift. After explaining to her group what had happened during her mission selection, the cleric is outraged that she was so hasty. Zhao starts shouting, asking what Shadow of the Vanguard is, as he's never heard of it, and suggesting that perhaps the class change system was malfunctioning, and if she made the wrong choice, it could ruin her entire life. You had just asked them not to worry about her. The berserker says he's jealous, wondering how someone can have a 5-star hidden profession and still advance. The cleric mentions that she wishes she had a childhood friend like Feng. Zhao, hearing all of this, becomes furious, thinking that he also needs to send someone to find the emblem, and that, no matter the cost or danger, he must obtain it. At that moment, Feng grabs his sacred emblem, which permanently grants him an additional 5 life attribute points and 5 spirit attribute points, and it begins to shine intensely. Moving toward Feng's chest, the emblem completes its S-level mission. The system begins the class change. He starts to laugh, saying that not only did his attributes increase significantly, but new passive abilities were also added, and he wonders how far he can push his precise manipulation of forbidden spells. The system notifies him that he has acquired the passive ability, Domain of Darkness. His control over the power of darkness has greatly increased, allowing him to manipulate forbidden spells with precision. Outside, Duan is still waiting for the Proto when a person appears. It was Jing, intrigued by Duan, wondering why he would be with Feng, as it seemed like he was guarding Feng's entrance. Looking at him, she thinks that, according to the investigation reports, he was young, but already possessed the power of the 4th change, and even on a national scale, he would be considered one of the strongest. However, according to the team, when they entered, the fighter was always behind Feng, maintaining a respectful posture. Jing tells Qi Wei that her student wasn't easy to deal with, leaving her surprised. As she sees them coming toward her, she says to the teacher that she'll leave the situation in her hands. Qi Wei reassures her, saying she will confirm with Feng, as she believes he won't be an enemy. Feng and Duan continue walking, chatting casually, until they hear the teacher call him, making him turn immediately. Noticing teacher Qi Wei, he asks if, by any chance, she had said she wanted to discuss something. She responds affirmatively, saying there are some things she'd like to discuss with him. Duan says he'll wait, addressing him as Sir, which embarrasses the Prota, as the teacher didn't understand this Sir. Feng tries to play it off, asking her not to mind that, saying Duan was just joking. With a serious expression, she asks Feng if, by any chance, he has already completed the 1st change. He is shocked by the question, remaining silent, unsure of how to respond. He thinks that, although he didn't expect to hide his power for long, it was discovered very quickly, since the teacher has always been very attentive to him, one of the few people he can trust. He thinks she won't harm him. Smiling, he replies that yes, and that explaining it would be complicated, so he preferred only a few people to know. She says there is still one rather strange issue she needs to confirm, asking if he has been affected by the power of darkness. Surprised by the question, he wants to know why she would ask that, thinking it couldn't be about the exposure of his status in the system. Qi Wei explains that he knows the world is undergoing strange changes, and that, moreover, the invasion of the secret world into reality is intensifying. Many people have been affected by the power of darkness and are turning into new Tentu mutants. Feng smiles, saying he understands, and asks her not to worry, as he is not a mutant. But he starts thinking that the mutants are closely monitored by the government, and he doesn't want to get involved with them in any way. She reveals an artifact, asking him to test it with her, requesting that Feng inject his energy into that crystal, as it will show the amount of power of darkness he has inside. The Prota is reluctant about the request. The teacher, looking at him, begins to imagine that Feng is hesitant about the request, making her suspicious. However, he laughs, saying it's the first time he's been in a situation like that, so he's a bit nervous. He says this and touches the crystal, injecting a bit of his energy, causing the crystal to explode into several pieces. Panicking over what had just happened, Qi Wei is outraged, questioning how the crystal could have broken. Feng asks the teacher what was happening. She starts trembling as she recalls the conversation she had with Jing, where Jing explained that it was a black crystal, highly sensitive to the power of darkness, as it is frequently used by the government to detect mutants. When there is power of darkness, the crystal starts to vibrate, and the stronger the vibrations, the greater the amount of power of darkness. Looking at the shattered crystal in her hand, she wonders what it means for it to explode like that. Feng begins to explain that he knows it's quite incredible for someone to awaken and change class immediately after, making things strange for him. But he comments that she's known him for a long time, asking her to at least believe in his character. Intrigued, she thinks about how that child lost his parents when he was still young, and also awakened later than others. And to maintain such an optimistic and positive mindset is already something quite rare. She explains that personally, she trusts him, but for protocol reasons, she will have to report what happened to the superiors, asking him to understand. Feng responds that he understands, but at the same time, he imagines that, although she says that, he doesn't know what the authorities' reaction will be. Under these unexpected circumstances, he can only leave the city of Qin Yu. She takes out an item that begins to shine, making the Prota ask what it was. Chi Wei says it's a gift she prepared for him, congratulating him on successfully completing the first change. He accepts it gladly, thanking her for all the years she took care of him. Feng takes out an item, saying he had prepared a gift for her as well. The item is the Sacred Wings of legendary quality, which grants an additional 20 spirit points, 50% more health recovery and healing effects, as well as 100% more resistance to darkness. She is impressed by the quality of the item, as the no need to chant effect can save lives in critical moments. Chi Wei says she can't accept it, as it's too valuable, but Feng insists, saying it's just an item he got during the class change mission, asking her not to be shy and accept it. Feng hands over the item and turns to leave, saying his friend is waiting, and if she doesn't mind, he's going to go now. The teacher watches him from afar, thinking about the legendary gift she had just received from him. Chi Wei heads to the office of the adventurer's examiners to report what happened. After the teacher explains everything, Jing looks at the crystal, saying she has never seen a situation like that, asking if there's any possibility that the superiors might consider Feng a threat. Jing, tired, asks to let it go and end it there. The teacher is intrigued, asking Jing what she meant by end it there. Jing makes it clear that her student might be beyond what they understand at this point, and if he truly is a strong adventurer, they should try to recruit him as much as possible instead of investigating him and needlessly irritating him. Her advisor asks if they should report it. Jing replies no and requests to stop the investigation into Feng immediately. All related information should be kept highly confidential. Chi Wei immediately agrees, thinking that Feng is young and without much background. Protecting him this way is more than appropriate. Jing, still intrigued, responds that since Feng doesn't want to expose his secrets, they should shift their attention to Duan. Currently, they need all the talents they can recruit, and one more strong ally wouldn't hurt. Back at Feng's house, Duan, calling the Prota Sir, notices that he seems a bit upset. Feng, slumped on the couch, replies that the teacher just sent him a message saying that they canceled the investigation on him. Duan asks if that isn't good news. Looking like a living zombie, the Prota responds that he's worried about how he'll train in the future, as every time he destroys a domain, it always attracts a lot of attention. He's even drawn the attention of the authorities, and if he continues, eventually, he'll face a lot of trouble. Duan becomes irritated, thinking that it's not easy being a great leader, as even his problems seem different from those of ordinary people. He had never imagined that destroying a domain would be like that, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't know how to react. He gets an idea and asks Feng if it wouldn't be possible to train in unregistered domains, which gets Feng a little more excited. Duan explains that recently, with the world's changes, many new domains have appeared. Some of them aren't managed by the authorities due to a lack of resources, while others are occupied by evil forces. Immediately, the Prota perks up, saying that could be a great solution, and quickly asks if Duan has information on these domains. Duan replies that he currently has information on 2 of them and can look for more if needed. Relieved, Feng thanks him, thinking that acting like an ordinary person will surely be more effective than acting like a student. And, looking at his supreme black card, He thinks about selling his loot at the trade market and resting a bit. After all, improving his use of curses shouldn't put him behind others. A while passes, and night falls. Dwan quickly returns to the hotel, thinking that he had spent too much time at the Prota's house and didn't have time to look for another place to sleep, so he decides to stay another night there. Upon entering, he is greeted by a man in a suit. Dwan asks who he is. They sit down, and the man in the suit introduces himself as Zhang Ji, the mayor of Qinyu City, thanking him right away for helping during the domain invasion last time. He then asks if Dwan is interested in living in Qinyu City permanently. Dwan responds affirmatively, saying he had been thinking about it lately. Ji is pleased to hear this, saying it's great because it would be an immense pleasure to have a strong warrior like him in the city. Handing over a special adventurer certificate issued by the city with high privileges, he makes it clear that if Dwan ever needs anything in the future, he just has to let them know, and they will do their best to help. Dwan takes the certificate and looks at it. The mayor begins to sweat nervously, worried because he had heard that other cities had tried to recruit Dwan before, but were all rejected. Qinyu City is small, so he hopes Dwan won't disdain it. Dwan puts the certificate away, thanking him right after, saying he will indeed accept it. Quickly, Ji grabs his hand, saying that there is no need to thank him. It is he who should be doing that. Dwan thinks that, in the future, the Prota might use it, deciding to keep the certificate for now. Satisfied with this, the mayor imagines that Dwan is a 4-transformation strong man. With him there, the city will be safer. Trying to gain some favor with Dwan, the mayor asks if by any chance he is looking for a place to stay, as he will arrange one immediately if he is. Dwan just thanks him. At that moment, the Prota continues playing his game, achieving a victory, saying he played so much that he didn't realize it was already late, deciding to sleep. However, he notices that the class group is still chatting at this hour, deciding to take a look to see what they are talking about. Reading the conversations, he imagines that his classmates awakened when they were 16 and wanted to take the university entrance exam, but they first need to reach the 1 advancement level or higher. He never imagined that he would surpass all of them in such a short time. Right after, he notices that they are mentioning his name, saying he is just playing. He is astonished at this, as the guy is another fan of Miss Wang, wondering if he is stalking his feed on his account, because what does he have to do with this? He also notices that the teacher scolded the guy right after, telling them to mind their own lives and not worry about others. Feng bursts out laughing, saying that Teacher Chi is really cool. However, something catches his attention in the group's conversation, noticing several comments about the secret realm invasions. People were worried about it, wondering if they should be concerned. Feng becomes worried upon reading those messages, remembering what he heard about the world changes from Teacher Chi and Dwan. He recalls the time he fought the invasion monsters, where some of them managed to escape because if they hadn't, he would certainly have killed them. He imagines this and immediately goes to sleep. At that same moment, in the world of distortion, the boss sneezes, feeling worried because out of nowhere, he started feeling fear. The next day, at the Chung Trading Exchange, Shin returns to work after recovering from the battle she had with the distortion monsters. Quickly, her colleague shows up, asking why she is there since she hasn't even fully recovered from her injuries yet. Shin replies that she wasn't hurt that badly, and that she is fine at the moment. Her colleague responds that she talks big, then asks if she is eager to get back to university. She turns around, shouting that it has nothing to do with it. However, her colleague finds it a shame because the Prota turned out to be a reckless thief who dared to mess with someone from the 4th change. Shin starts shouting louder, asking her to stop talking nonsense about Feng because he would never do such a thing. Her colleague begins to laugh, saying that Mr. Wang ordered an investigation into the Prota's background, making it clear that Feng is just an 18-year-old nobody who awakened to a 1-star job and that his parents died early. Therefore, he doesn't have the means to acquire high-class items. After all, someone from the 4th change was after him, and if he's not a thief, then what else could he be? She says this, but is soon startled as a stone spike appears in front of her, falling to the ground afterward. It was Feng, using his ability, apologizing because she was too insolent and almost made him lose control. She turns, surprised that he is there, and quickly yells for the guards because he had used magic inside the Chung trading exchange. Shin runs to him, urging him to leave before the guards arrive. Feng simply asks her not to worry. She explains that the influence of the Chung trading exchange is enormous. An ordinary person cannot afford to offend them because, if they catch him, it will be a big problem. At that moment, several people start appearing. They are the guards and Chief Wang, asking the protege how he dared to show up there. Feng becomes serious, saying he heard they were investigating him behind his back and had labeled him a thief. Wang makes it clear that whether he is a thief or not, they will find out soon enough, ordering the guards to seize him, as he had no qualification to ask anything. Quickly, the Prota takes out his black card, showing it to them, and asking if they treat all their clients this way at the trading exchange. Immediately, the guards freeze upon seeing the black card, leaving the young woman and Chief Wang stunned, questioning where the Prota had gotten that supreme black card of the trading exchange, quickly assuming it was fake. Feng explains that it was a gift from Mr. Dongming. Wang yells at the Prota, asking where he got it, as it was clearly a fake card. Feng puts the card away, telling them to investigate it since they are so good at that. The redhead, frightened, asks her boss what they should do at that moment. He quickly grabs his phone, asking her to keep an eye on the protege while he makes a call to verify. Outside, a crowd begins to gather, asking what was happening, as the guards had blocked the way. At that moment, Mr. Wang is talking to the mayor, and Dong Ming asks him if, by any chance, someone was investigating the membership card he gave to the Prota, and what was going on, leaving Mr. Wang instantly scared upon hearing that. Sweating profusely, he tries to explain that it was nothing, just a misunderstanding. However, he becomes even more worried, imagining that the mayor's father is one of the founders of the trading exchange, so he cannot anger him in any way. He then wonders how Feng met Dong Ming. However, the mayor starts shouting indignantly, asking what he meant by a misunderstanding, making it clear that Feng was a very difficult conquest for him. He asks if, by any chance, Wang had offended him. Not knowing what to answer, Wang explains that he hadn't offended him at all, asking Dong Ming to calm down because he would resolve everything properly. The mayor gets angry, slamming the table, suspecting that Wang had offended Feng, asking how he dared to do such a thing, and telling him to wait, as he was on his way immediately. Wang, after finishing the conversation with the mayor, starts crying, wondering where the hell Feng met Dong Ming, wanting to know about the relationship between the two. But soon he has an idea, remembering Duan, thinking that he must call him immediately, informing him that they found the fighter set, because if he comes for a confrontation, even Dong Ming will have to respect him a little. Some time passes, and the Prota is sitting with Shin in the waiting room. However, the mayor and Duan appear together, running toward them. Asking what they were doing there, Shin is surprised because it seemed like the mayor and Duan knew the Prota. Both, furious, turn to the woman, leaving her extremely scared, asking why they were looking at her like that. But soon she notices Mr. Wang, all dejected as if he had been defeated, then asks what happened. However, he can only reply that it was all over. Dong Ming turns to the Prota, asking if, by chance, he didn't want them to apologize. Feng thinks it's unnecessary, as neither of them would care to apologize since they couldn't redeem themselves. Immediately, the mayor points his finger at the two, telling them to leave at once. Both are shocked by this. Wang quickly slaps the woman, saying that all of this happened because of her. Dong Ming, outraged at that scene, asks the guards again to remove them. After that, they head to a VIP room. Both sit down, and Shin starts serving tea. The mayor watches her, thinking that Feng has a good impression of the girl, feeling relieved because they didn't completely ruin the trading exchange's reputation. Shin, looking at the Prota, thinks that he is amazing because he was smiling and chatting normally with the important people there. Smiling, Dong Ming tells Shin that she was wronged, asking her to work hard because in the future, the trading exchange will compensate her. Embarrassed, she thanks him, saying that she will indeed work hard. Feng apologizes to the mayor because on his account, he came from very far away. Dongming asks him not to say that, as the Prota's problems were his too. If it weren't for him and Shin, the city of Longbofu could have been left without the Prota to defend it. Remembering that he had noticed Feng looking at the rare items catalog, he then asks if he needed something. He starts laughing, saying that he was indeed looking for something, asking if he had ever heard of the final relic. Surprised by what the Prota just said, he asks him what he means by final relic. This also leaves Duan intrigued about this final relic. Feng is surprised they don't know, saying it was nothing, as he saw someone mentioning it on the internet the day before and thought it might be something interesting. Remembering that the day before, he had taken the skill book he had received from the teacher. This skill book is called Spiritual Energy Powder. It is used by mages to temporarily replenish skills during combat. Intrigued by the book, as he doesn't know what kind of forbidden spell it will become, he says this while a glow emanates from the book, but he soon decides to learn the skill from the book, with an intense glow appearing on his forehead. At that moment, the system informs him that he has learned a passive skill, Absolute Darkness Convergence. It absorbs the residual dark energy from the final relic, transforming it into his own energy. He is immediately intrigued, wondering what this final relic is. He has never heard of it, and the system did not provide further explanations, leaving him wondering what he should do. However, he feels tired and sleepy, thinking he should sleep and leave this matter for another time since he won't use it at the moment anyway. Recalling that day, Dongming says that it was a rushed departure that time, asking them to go to Longbofu City as he will cover all the expenses there. He says this, quickly grabbing his flying scroll, using it to return to the city, while the two watch him fly away. Feng invites Duan to eat something, but he asks the Prota to eat at his place. At Duan's house, the Prota is surprised by the size of the house, asking if the mayor was really paying for it. Duan explains that they said that anyone above the 4th change level who wants to stay in Chinyu City would receive special treatment. He then asks the Protier if he would like to move there, as Duan can find another place. Feng sits on the sofa, saying it's unnecessary because he will make some money and even buy a house there, making it clear they will soon be neighbors. Duan tells Feng that if he needs money, he can lend it to him, but the Prota quickly interrupts, saying he doesn't need his money. He imagines that he recently sold equipment and accumulated plenty of crystals, which he can exchange for money to buy a mansion, so it wouldn't be a problem. But he soon thinks that he would have fewer crystals available, and if he needs them later, it will be complicated if he has already bought the house. He decides then that he will wait a bit. After chatting for a while, the tea arrives, and the Prota immediately starts drinking it, feeling relaxed as it was excellent. Duan explains that they have a dedicated chef there and had even called him, letting him know they would be arriving soon. The Prota is pleased with that since it was quite convenient. At that moment, Duan's phone starts ringing. He answers, greeting the mayor of Chinyu City, but Zheng quickly says that there is something that might be a bit of a nuisance for him, informing him that the investigation team sent from above is looking into the recent disasters that occurred in Chinyu City, and, as such, would like to get some information from him. Duan is surprised by this, and, looking at the Prota, imagines that the investigations might affect Feng, so it's better to ask what he thinks first. He then tells the mayor that he is busy that day. Zhang replies that it's all right, asking Duan to let him know whenever he is free in the coming days. After explaining to the Protier the matter the mayor mentioned, Feng asks what this investigation group is, as he has never heard of these people. Elsewhere, a sinister warrior appears, saying that the city is strange because they are talking about a mysterious great boss. In the meeting room, several important people are gathered, asking if anyone there knows this mysterious great boss. Jing responds that she doesn't. Bang Wei, intrigued, asks if they haven't heard anything, so why would there be rumors that the mysterious great boss had saved the city? She explains that it was mainly because the secret area invasion was suddenly halted at that time, and the mutants that were invading were also eliminated. Stressed, he asks if she is joking, because the danger level of the secret area invasion varies, and they can't use that as a basis before properly investigating. He makes it clear that, on the other hand, there was another accident in the secret area, with 2 attacks of king level or higher, asking what exactly the mysterious great boss had done. Jing lowers her head, thoughtful about what he just said. Qi Wei becomes worried because to protect Feng, Jing used her power and modified all the information that could be related to Feng, and with that, all the pressure of the incident fell on her. At that moment, Mayor Zhang burst through the door, informing them that he had just called Duan, but he said he couldn't attend the meeting because he was busy. Bang Wei becomes furious, saying that he hates those adventurers who are out of control, as a watchdog without a guild acts like the world belongs to them. He slams his hand on the table right afterward, asking to be put in charge of the investigation. After the meeting, he goes to the secret area. As he approaches the portal, he is stopped by 2 guards who are there. Smiling, he greets them, introducing himself and saying he is part of the investigation team and was there to enter and carry out some investigations. The guards quickly say there's no problem at all, and that with him there, they feel more at ease, asking him to enter right afterward. After passing through the portal, he notices several traces of dark energy, saying that although it's not the first time he's been there, seeing the level of destruction, he can't help but be impressed, wondering what kind of force is needed to completely destroy a secret area. Looking at the remnants, he imagines that even the residual dark energy is so pure and powerful, because no matter what kind of nonsense this mysterious great boss is, in the face of such an existence, it's like an anthill before an elephant. He immediately becomes ecstatic, shouting that this place is truly worthy of anticipation. Saying this, he raises his hand, making a sinister demon appear right in front of him, as if he were controlling it. He then lets out a malicious laugh, saying that it was indeed king level, filled with powerful energy all around, craving it all for himself. At that very moment, in Duan's house, the Prote continues playing his game, complaining to the system. However, an alert pops up from the system, informing him that the final relic has been found, leaving the Prote surprised. He imagines that something seems to be happening, as a connection is forming with him through the aura. If he focuses carefully, the connection becomes clearer, allowing him to locate its position. Feng grabs his shirt, stands up and puts it on. Duan appears, asking where he is going. The Prote responds that he is going out for a while. He then rushes out, asking Duan to finish the game for him. Feng hails a taxi and, looking at the GPS, guesses that the energy is coming from near the sinister cemetery. He realizes, through their connection, that this thing is moving. At the entrance of the sinister cemetery, the guards spot the demon emerging from the portal, notifying their superiors via radio that an unknown monster has appeared there. They both start trembling, asking what the hell that thing in front of them is, as Bang Wei had fused with the monster, calling for help because they couldn't move. Due to the monster alert, blockades were set up to prevent any accidents. The guards asked everyone to stop, as there was danger ahead. At that moment, the taxi driver tells the Prote that, unfortunately, they can't pass the blockade. He responds that it's fine and that he'll get off right there, paying the driver afterward. He notices that the thing had temporarily moved away. At the entrance of the sinister cemetery, the demon continued its rampage, destroying everything, while Bang Wei called for help. However, Jing suddenly appears, along with Professor Qi Wei and another person, charging toward the monster. But they quickly stop, horrified by what was right in front of them, asking what the hell was happening. Some time passes in the sinister cemetery after the battle. Jing is in Qi Wei's arms, who is trying to heal her. She tries to say something but can't due to her injuries. The professor imagines that, thanks to the equipment Feng had given her, she managed to reduce the cooldown time and use the support spell faster. However, the situation is still critical because not even Jing, who is strong, could stop the creature. Jing starts to stand up, trembling all over, asking where the creature was. Qi Wei explains that it had headed toward the city center, but Mayor Zhang had already called for help from Kang Na, though he didn't know how long it would take him to arrive. and it might be too late. Jing takes a deep breath, imagining that Kang Na is as strong as she is. So, alone, he won't be a match for the creature. The only hope left is for the person who is pursuing it. This will be the last chance. Elsewhere, the creature is destroying everything in sight, furious. At that moment, Feng arrives, looking at the creature and realizing that the final relic had grown much larger. The demonic creature notices the Prota standing there, as if he were a beast. He wonders if he will have to use other forbidden spells to take it down first. However, while he is thinking, the creature wastes no time, jumping at him with all its might, striking toward his head. The Prota remains motionless, waiting until the last second to act. He uses his dark shield immediately afterward, blocking the creature's attack. It starts to break out in a cold sweat, wondering if this is even possible. How could he possess such incredible power? At this moment, a system message appears, informing him that the final relic has been detected and asking if the Prota wants to absorb it. Feng wastes no time, accepting immediately, as he needed close physical contact to absorb it. He releases a terrible power toward the creature, absorbing it immediately while it screams in pain. With the absorption, various memory fragments and places were assimilated, gaining an additional 100 total attributes. Feng is pleased because, even for a 3-star class, leveling up from level 0 to the Buiwi third transformation doesn't grant so many skill points to distribute so generously. However, he grows concerned, as it seemed that, in addition to the absorption, he had taken in something else, since he was seeing some strange images in his head. At that moment, Duan appears, asking the Prota what had happened there. Feng simply gestures toward the fallen creature, saying that it appeared out of nowhere and he killed it immediately. Duan, looking at Bang Wei, knocked out on the ground, says that it seemed like the Prota was also responsible for defeating him. He is intrigued by the chaotic scene around them, thinking that the mayor just mentioned that there was a monster invasion. He wonders if they were members of some evil sect, and although he understands that the Prota managed to eliminate the monster, he can't explain what happened to the energy around them, as it doesn't seem to be the result of a powerful spell. So, how did the Prota do it? Feng, smiling, pats Duan on the shoulder, asking him to handle the aftermath there, as he arrived just in time. Duan simply responds that he understands, telling him to leave it to him. After that, Feng takes off flying at full speed, leaving Duan astonished at the Prota's speed, wondering if he wasn't a mage, because that speed surpasses many combat classes. Shouting to Feng right afterward, he says that he truly is incredible. Some time passes after the confrontation with the creature, and in Yanbian prison, Bang Wei is incarcerated, having confessed that he tried to control the creature. Jing explains that he discovered the creature in a secret dimension by chance, and managed to control the power of darkness for himself. Taking advantage of the investigation, he injected the power of darkness into the secret dimension, but the creature went out of control. The mayor is pleased, saying that it's great because apparently they have the mysterious great boss maintaining the city's security. Jing smiles, as does Professor Chi Wei, because her student is doing an excellent job. The mayor turns to Duan and asks if, by any chance, he had met the great boss. He replies that he did, as he was lucky enough to encounter him once, leaving the women surprised by what he just said. Zhang asks Duan if he could do him a favor. If the mysterious great boss is willing to settle permanently in Qinyu City, they will do their best to meet all his needs. Duan explains that the great boss is discreet and rarely shows up, so it might be better to forget that idea. He recalls that, thanks to him and the Prota, they managed to shift the situation to this mysterious great boss who doesn't exist. In other words, without evidence, they cannot investigate. The mayor laments, as it really is a pity. Strong people like the great boss are admired by many. Duan makes it clear that the mysterious great boss has relatives in Qinyu, so he will take special care of this place, asking them not to worry. However, in return, he does not wish to be disturbed. Jing is intrigued by what Duan just explained, but she understands everything in the end. As for Professor Chi Wei, she wonders if, by chance, The great boss is a relative of Feng. After all this, at the Prota's house, he is taking a bath, thinking that the so-called final relic is actually the remains left by the demon kings who died in these secret dimensions. He imagines that the additional images he saw earlier in his mind are actually memory fragments of the demon kings during their lives, which were absorbed along with the relic. He then becomes intrigued, as he has no interest in becoming a demon king, wondering what purpose these fragments would serve. However, he soon thinks of something, imagining that they could actually be useful. He reflects that, under the accumulation of the power of darkness, these secret dimensions experience periods of strengthening. If the invaded time and space cannot withstand it, the world will face chaos. It is clear that in their time and space, the training path of the awakened is not complete, with only a few managing to reach the fourth level. Moreover, the professions of the awakened do not seem to have reached their most ideal form yet. He becomes worried as the information extracted from the Demon King's memory does not seem very good. If things continue that way, humanity will have only one fate. Even if he protects himself, he will not be able to live in a world full of monsters. But fortunately, they were not the only ones to suffer from the secret dimension invasion. In other times and spaces, some managed to repel the invasion successfully. If he can collect more fragments, selecting the useful experiences, it will be very effective. After all, these experiences are beyond current knowledge, and improper handling could lead to unpredictable consequences. Suddenly, his phone rings. Feng answers, laughing, and asks Yue if she has something important for him. She invites him to dinner that evening, making it clear that he must not miss it because they were celebrating. She had managed to complete her S-Class mission, and the transition to the Vanguard Shadow class was complete. Feng immediately accepts, saying that how could he refuse the invitation, especially since it was she who was inviting. This makes her happy to hear. She asks him to check his phone because she will send him the location. After sending the location to Feng, she and Zhao leave the transformation area, where their guild friends were waiting, bursting confetti right afterward, congratulating them for successfully advancing to the second level. The people around them are amazed because, at such a young age, they have already reached the second level. Zhao invites Yue to dinner, saying he has reserved a private room at the best restaurant in the city. However, she replies that she already has plans for the evening, asking them to have fun without her. She then announces that she will be the host at the event the following day, requesting everyone to be there. He asks her if they shouldn't rest first since they had worked hard during the transformation. Yue explains that it is something quite important and cannot be postponed. She says her goodbyes, while everyone watches her leave. Zhao gets irritated because they had barely reached the second level, and they were already having disagreements. The cleric tries to calm him down, asking him not to speak like that because Yue is that kind of person. She must have something really important to do. Annoyed, he asks everyone there if they aren't tired of running after her, leaving them surprised by his question. Zhao explains that now that she has successfully completed the transition to S-Class, she has also awakened a new hidden class, making it clear that the distance between her and everyone there will only grow. The cleric is shocked by what he just said. While everyone watches Yue walk away, Zhao comments that he fears that one day she will completely disconnect from the guild. Some time passes, and night falls at the restaurant where the protagonist and Yue had arranged to meet for a celebration. Feng is amazed upon seeing the roasted lamb, saying that the restaurant wasn't expensive and that all their food was delicious, urging her to try it immediately. Still delighted, he says that being there was only possible because he followed her. Yue quickly thanks him for giving her the emblem, as it had helped her a lot. While he devours his lamb, he becomes intrigued by what she said and asks if the emblem had activated a new hidden class. However, he begins to imagine that in the Demon King's memories, they discovered that the awakened and their professions in that time and space hadn't reached their ideal form. He wonders next if emblems are one of the ways to achieve that state. Yue asks the protagonist if, by any chance, he knows where those emblems came from. Feng starts laughing, saying he wasn't very sure about them. She becomes frustrated upon hearing that, saying it would be great if they could buy them, as she would give one to the protagonist and the other members of her team. He feels happy, imagining that his friend is still the same, as whenever something good happens, she also considers his interests. Yue asks him not to worry, saying she will handle the emblem issue, and asks the protagonist not to give up on training, as in such a dangerous time, having extra self-defense skills is always useful. She makes it clear that once she finds an appropriate emblem for him, he might also activate a new class. Feng starts teasing Yue, saying that it's hard to train alone, as having her as a friend to protect him was already enough. Quickly, she is shocked, shouting at him to stop joking around, as she was talking about a serious matter. After saying this, she suddenly feels a discomforting pain. Feng becomes concerned and asks what had happened. She puts her hand on her arm, asking him not to worry, as she had gotten slightly injured while completing a mission. Immediately, the protagonist offers to heal her. However, she responds that she had already been healed, making it clear that it was an S-class mission, explaining that the boss dealt a lot of damage and she would need some time to recover. Feng is intrigued, wondering how difficult an S-class transition is. At that moment, the protagonist's phone rings. He answers, and someone asks if he was Ning Feng by any chance, but he doesn't respond, instead asking the caller what they wanted and who they were. He then imagines that the person had an aggressive tone in the way they spoke. However, the caller says that the protagonist doesn't need to know who he was, just asking him to answer where he had obtained the emblem. Feng quickly becomes fed up with that guy and leaves him talking to himself. Yuen notices her friend became stressed and asks what happened. He responds that the caller had asked where the emblem came from. She is startled upon hearing that, explaining that she hadn't told anyone outside about the emblem. The protagonist simply picks up his delicious lamb to eat, asking her to let it go and to eat and drink in peace. However, he notices that the guy still hadn't hung up. Picking up the phone again, he hears the guy shouting, asking how the protagonist dared to leave him talking to himself, making it clear that he would pay for what he had done. Feng listens to all that nonsense, then becomes serious, imagining that Yue is nearby, so it would be better not to do anything to draw attention, and he hangs up the call immediately. After eating and chatting a lot, the two leave the restaurant happy. The protagonist puts his hand on his stomach, saying he was too full and had never eaten such good lamb. She feels happy to hear that, but soon becomes concerned, asking if he wanted a ride. He smiles, saying it wasn't necessary, and bids farewell shortly after. After returning home, he opens the door, feeling drowsy from eating too much. However, he becomes startled, noticing that his house had been ransacked and was completely messy. At that moment, someone calmly approaches, asking why Mr. Feng had taken so long. The protagonist quickly becomes serious, asking if it was him who had called earlier. The blonde guy starts laughing, saying yes, and that he had told the protagonist he would pay, making it clear that if he had answered honestly from the start, none of this would be happening. Feng then asks who had sent him. The blonde guy lets out a wicked laugh, asking the protagonist how a mere lowly awakened dared to speak in such a way, then asking if he hadn't had a teacher to teach him to show proper respect to the stronger ones. However, at that very moment, another guy sneaks up behind the protagonist, ready to attack him, but Feng quickly dodges and counterattacks with an elbow, hitting the guy square in the nose and making him drop his dagger. Feng adjusts himself as the other guy slides down the wall, knocked out. The blonde guy is quickly terrified, wondering what the hell had just happened. The protagonist starts laughing, telling him to show some respect and calm down. However, he begins to sweat profusely, worried, realizing that the information clearly said the protagonist was just a 1-star novice. Then, he wonders how a 3-star assassin had been defeated by a mere mage with bare hands. While thinking about this, he grabs a shuriken and, looking closely at Feng, notices that he has more than 100 points in all stats, and both his reaction speed and range had received significant improvements, realizing that he could handle many situations easily without even using magic. He throws his shuriken at Feng right after, but Feng dodges with ease. Immediately after seeing the protagonist's reaction, the blonde guy runs, realizing the situation wasn't good and that it was better to retreat. He heads toward the balcony to escape and quickly jumps off. However, Feng grabs his leg, preventing him from escaping and slamming his face hard into the wall. After that, the protagonist orders them to clean up the mess they made. Then, shouting, he tells them they'll have to pay for the broken cabinet too. After cleaning everything up, the blonde guy says they've finished, informing that all their belongings, including their clothes, had been placed on the table. Feng crosses his arms, saying everything is fine, but he wants to know who sent them there. With his face all battered, he explains that it was Master Zhao Cheng of the Sovereign Lion Guild. He said that the protagonist had a special emblem that was unique and couldn't be found anywhere else, which is why he had hired them to gather information about it. Feng is immediately intrigued, wondering if that Zhao Cheng was the same mage from Yue's guild. As if that were the case, it wouldn't be surprising that he would do such a thing. He then gets excited, with a sinister expression, imagining that he won't be gentle with him, as he still had a forbidden spell he hadn't used, and he would use it especially on him. Immediately, the protagonist activates this ability, which involves the shadow ritual, using his mental strength to control the minds of his targets, briefly allowing him to transform into a powerful projection. Targeting the two thugs there, he makes them scream in pain. After that, elsewhere, Zhao Cheng and the shield warrior are walking and talking. The warrior asks Zhao about the emblem, and Zhao, with a serious look, replies that he had already sent someone to find Ning Feng, and if the protagonist didn't cooperate, he would make him experience a fate worse than death. The warrior is startled by the tone of voice his friend used, asking what would happen if Wang Yue found out. Zhao takes a deep breath, saying he couldn't worry about that. Sweating cold, the warrior says it was a shame the mission didn't go as planned. However, Zhao Cheng starts remembering the mission, in which, originally, he had let the shield warrior face the boss to diminish Yue's momentum, scare her a little, and then he would step in as the heroic savior. But he had never imagined that she would risk her own life and defeat the boss. Soon, he is startled, as someone had just appeared out of nowhere. Zhao, upon seeing it, was the guy he had sent to gather information on the Prota, gets angry, and immediately asks why he had shown up there silently, and if he had managed to get the information he had requested. However, the Prota, possessing the body of the blonde guy due to his ability, only asks if they were the ones who caused Yue's injury. Upon hearing that question, the two are surprised, but Zhao approaches, giving him a pat on the face and asking him not to interfere, then questioning if he had some sort of problem. At that moment, the Prota starts using his power, becoming furious, grabbing their necks with all his might and lifting them off the ground. He then makes it clear that they don't deserve to live in that world for having hurt Yue, but he won't let them die so easily. He says this, invoking black flames immediately afterwards, which quickly begin to engulf them. The Prota emphasizes what they had said earlier, something about a fate worse than death, telling them to enjoy the experience, burning them from the inside out until they turn to nothing but ashes. With that, he starts burning the blonde guy's body too, figuring that if they all turn to ashes, there would be no evidence, making it a good way to disappear without leaving any traces. However, he notes that this time things are a bit dangerous, as his home is in a common neighborhood, and he won't be able to prevent the entry and exit of high-level awakened individuals. Although he doesn't need to worry about them with his power, he can't stay at home 24 hours a day. He reflects that he originally planned to access the Demon King's memories and gather some important information, but luckily, he hadn't started yet. As if he were discovered by the awakened, it would certainly cause major problems. After thinking all that through, Feng starts stretching, saying he will stay at Duan's house first, since he is an awakened of the fourth transformation, strong, and the security in the housing area is of a high standard, much better. After saying that, some time passes, and Feng arrives at Duan's house, explained to him what had happened earlier. Duan becomes furious upon hearing everything, asking the protier to rest as he will investigate to see if there is anyone else conspiring against Feng, as attacking him directly was an unforgivable audacity. Feng takes a deep breath, asking Duan to stay calm, as there was no need to rush into anything, and then asks if he knew any reliable alchemists. Duan is surprised by the prota's question, wanting to know what criteria he had for the alchemist. Feng explains that the alchemist needs to be high-level, trustworthy, preferably independent, and the fewer connections they have, the better. Duan becomes thoughtful, saying he knows a few alchemists of good level, but they have already joined large guilds. The Prota replies that it wouldn't be very appropriate, remembering that in the memories he absorbed, the Demon King had already killed a few high-level alchemists, and the potions they had produced were significantly superior to the level of that world. Unfortunately, he didn't understand the specific details, only managing to copy the recipes left behind, needing to discuss them with a professional. He then imagines that alchemists who join large guilds usually have no choice, and the risk of information leaks is high. And, after the lesson he learned, he doesn't want to attract greedy flies anytime soon. After talking, Feng asks Duan if there is any opportunity to help him look, as he will also ask others. Some time passes, and Feng calls Yue, asking if she knew any alchemists. She replies yes, just one, but a reliable one. He is immediately surprised and asks if she was really serious. Yue confirms, explaining that it was their healer's brother, Shu Wei, a good alchemist, and that he was considering joining her guild. But Zhao Cheng and he didn't get along, so they couldn't negotiate. She then asks if the Prota is interested because she can introduce them. Feng, after hearing Zhao's name again, imagines that his friend, unfortunately, had the bad luck of having him as a teammate, but at least he solved a big problem for her, and Zhao Cheng won't cause any more trouble. Yue, intrigued, asks the Prota why the hell he is looking for an alchemist. He explains that he had found some recipes at home and wanted someone to help him understand them. She becomes suspicious, asking if he had found something at home again. Feng starts laughing, saying he has been doing a good cleaning in his house lately. Yue asks him to wait a moment, that she will arrange everything as quickly as possible. Some time passes, and the Prota goes to the place where the alchemist is, introducing himself. The alchemist also introduces himself, saying his name is Shu Wei, asking Feng if he could show his recipes. Outside, Yue and her friend are upset because her friend wanted to get closer to the Prota, but her brother kicked her out. Yue, smiling awkwardly, imagines it's because she's too loud. Meanwhile, the alchemist continues examining the recipes, then says that the ingredients are not special, but the preparation method he had never seen before, seeming quite complicated. Shu Wei asks Feng if, by any chance, he knows the effect of that potion. He replies that he heard it would increase experience by 100%. Immediately, the alchemist is surprised to hear that, explaining that common experience potions on the market can only increase experience by a maximum of 40%. And they're still quite expensive. He muses that if there really is a potion that boosts experience by 100%, 1- and 2-star awakened individuals would level up quickly. Feng smiles, saying probably yes, but he's not sure, and it's not easy to ask around, so he came there to clarify his doubts. Shu Wei turns to the Prota, asking him to wait a moment because he's going to conduct an experiment upstairs. Time passes as the three continue talking, but soon they hear a strange noise. Everyone becomes concerned, wondering what is happening upstairs. Yue's friend starts climbing the stairs, saying she'll take a look to see what it is. After climbing, she notices something jumping in front of her, soon realizing it was the slime her brother used for experiments. Yue and Feng also go up to see what's happening, but a burst of flame shoots right in front of them, hitting the slime. Everyone is surprised by that, and quickly rush to the alchemist to see what it was, soon noticing the shot came from him, as he was delighted, saying the potion had really worked, leaving the girls completely confused. Shu Wei approaches the Prota, saying he drank a little of the prepared potion and tested it on the slime, concluding that the experience indeed increases by 100%. Feng is pleased, imagining that if that recipe worked, the others will too. At that moment, the alchemist throws his fireball again, hitting the slime hard. His sister explains that Shu Wei loves his lab so much that he doesn't let her go upstairs, and now he's breaking everything on his own. Some time passes, and after the Prota explains to the girls about the potion recipe, they become ecstatic, asking if it really increases experience by 100%. Feng nods, expressing that yes, it does. However, the alchemist asks the two to stay quiet because this is something that requires extreme confidentiality. Shu Wei turns, asking the Prota what he plans to do next, because if he sells that, he'll definitely make an unimaginable fortune, since right now, everything is very dangerous, and no one will refuse something that increases strength. Feng reflects on that, but soon hears a message arriving on his phone. He asks for a moment, because he's going to check some information first, noticing next that it was a message from Chi Wei in the class group, informing that the school's plan was to take all the third-year students to a secret location in the neighboring city to train for next Monday's event. And, since space was limited, each class would have to use the location at different times and areas, asking everyone to prepare properly and cooperate actively. Noting also that after the teacher communicated this, everyone started sending worried messages, fearing that experience would be scarce. There wouldn't be space for everyone, and there wouldn't be any experience potions. Feng, after reading all those messages, becomes thoughtful, wondering what could be done in that situation. But he quickly has an idea, explaining that regarding the experience potions, he plans to use them first on his companions and then sell them to trade Shirin them after some time. Yue's friend quickly asks the Prote if, by any chance, he considered her one of his companions. He responds that yes, he does. She gets super excited, saying that in the future, she and Yue will be his bodyguards. However, Feng remains thoughtful, imagining that such a sought-after item, once released on the market, will certainly cause a big impact, and consequently, profit opportunities will arise. People like Zhao Cheng, who are like greedy flies, will probably appear in large numbers. To keep the peace and calm, it's better to first nurture the people around them to support their power, because when someone has bad intentions, it will be time to act. Right after, the Prota remembers Yue's guild berserker and asks if his name was really Zhou Jiangshu, as the experience potions could also be considered for him. The two are pleased to hear that. Yue's friend says that, in fact, last night, the berserker was worried, thinking he wouldn't be able to get into the same university, but now he will be reassured. Feng imagines that Zhou Jiangshu is quite talented, and Yue's friend, being a cleric, is also good, so the two will be of great help. Shu Wei approaches the Prota, asking if he can call him brother, and if, by any chance, he has more recipes. The Prota replies that yes, he does, handing another one to the alchemist, who quickly starts reading it. He begins to sweat nervously, feeling disappointed with himself because he has never heard of the ingredients listed. He recognizes only 2 ingredients from the recipe, but fears he won't be able to prepare it with his current level of power. Immediately, Feng becomes intrigued, thinking that, after all, these are recipes from a different world. If they can use some of them, it would already be great. At that moment, Yue suggests that as soon as the first experience potions are ready, they should call the berserker and Shu Wei to train together. She pats the Prota on the shoulder afterward, saying he should go too. This makes him worried, and he starts playing dumb, but Yue interrupts him, asking him to relax, as the city just sent out a notice allowing guild teams to go out for training, so he could go with them peacefully. They quickly start discussing which day to schedule the training. Shu Wei makes it clear that he'll calculate because if they want enough potions for everyone, they'll probably be ready by next Monday. Yue says that's perfect, and will schedule it for next Monday, thanking them right after. The cleric replies that there's no need to thank them since her brother wasn't doing anything anyway. Meanwhile, Feng looks a bit clueless because no one had consulted him. Time passes, and Monday arrives. The Prota is already at the meeting place, telling Yue over the phone that he has already arrived. She just asks him to wait by the roadside because they will be there very soon. Meanwhile, a school bus passes by where the prota is standing. The people inside are from his class at school, and they ask if the guy standing there could be Ning Feng, their friend, until, looking closer, they realize it really is him, and that, apparently, he won't be training with them that day. Quickly, they start laughing and mocking the prota, but soon they decide to change the subject because to them, it wasn't worth talking about someone as useless as Feng. It was better to sleep so they could arrive rested for the training. Time passes, and several people are at the entrance to the secret area. Feng's school class also arrives at the location, noticing that there were a lot of people there. A student asked the teacher, Chi Wei, when they would be able to enter. She replies that probably in about 2 hours. The students, upon hearing that, become impatient, asking if they really had to wait all that time. Chi Wei responds that yes, they did, because they were in the second group. However, one of the students notices Feng up ahead and quickly calls his group to see if it was really him. They are immediately impressed, as he was with the goddess Wang Yue and her guild, Sovereign Lion. The student becomes even more indignant upon seeing Feng and his group entering the portal, and immediately asks Professor Chi Wei why they are entering without waiting in line. The professor, also impressed, explains to the student that Ning Feng is the leader of the Sovereign Lion Guild, so they are probably heading straight to the heart of the secret area, as there are fewer people there, which is different from her class. The student who had asked the professor becomes furious, saying that he should be the one standing beside the goddess Wang, while his friend next to him asks how Feng dared to proceed to the heart of the secret area, as any small monster there could easily kill him. At that moment, someone arrives, asking if, by any chance, they were talking about Wang Yue, who is ranked 5th in the national rookie rankings. Surprised and sweating, the student replies that they were indeed. The person who had appeared asking about Yue thanks the student and says, "That's great, because they are heading to the right place." Saying that, they head toward the portal, along with 2 other people. Feng's school students just watch them enter without having to wait in line. Once again, that student becomes furious, asking why those guys were also showing off. His classmate beside him asks if he didn't know who those people were. She explains that those 3, like Wang Yue, are all rising stars in the national rookie rankings. The girl in question is ranked 4th and is named Chang Muqiu. The big guy in 3rd place is Ji Qi, and in 2nd place, Gu Yunzhou. After that, Feng's group reaches the center of the secret area, and Shu Wei wastes no time. He throws an experience potion to Jiang Shu, who is ecstatic to learn that it's an experience potion with 100% boost. Quickly, the cleric slaps his head, asking him to lower his voice because people around them shouldn't know. He just apologizes, saying he got excited. Jiang Shu turns to the alchemist and asks if, by any chance, that potion is very valuable. Shu Wei explains that it's actually not that hard to make, as the ingredients aren't that rare, and even the manufacturing method isn't that complex. He clarifies that's why the recipe is so valuable. If they can increase experience with relatively low cost, no one will refuse. He even speculates that, with just that, Feng could become an honorary guest at any major guild. At that moment, the cleric becomes very happy, telling Feng that everyone there was benefiting from his presence. Jiang Shu pounds his chest and makes it clear to the Pro TA that whenever he needs anything in the future, he just has to ask. Feng laughs awkwardly, saying that they're all part of the same team and don't need to be so formal. Yue, watching from a distance, just observes them laughing, thinking that Feng's personality wasn't good for socializing, and that's why he always had few friends, especially after the failure of his awakening at 16. Yue, feeling upset, imagines that people at school mocked the prota, which made him even more withdrawn. Looking at the prota, she feels happy because it's rare to see him so happy talking, hoping he can recover from now on. Yue gives a slight cough to get everyone's attention and says she has something to say, asking everyone to listen. She explains that, at the moment, they don't have a tank or a magic DPS, so during the battle, they need to ensure maximum safety, making it clear to the prota that he doesn't need to take action so as not to draw attention from the monsters. Yue then shouts that she will attract the monsters and asks Jiang Shu to deal with them. She then asks Shu Ting to focus on buffs and protection, and Shu Wei will act with the potions according to the situation. Quickly, everyone shouts that it's okay. However, the prota feels frustrated, thinking that this will slow his progress significantly, but out of respect for everyone, he will cooperate. After all, leveling up with forbidden curses is much faster, but since he's not in a hurry and is just understanding everyone's abilities, he decides to go along with it. At that moment, Yue wastes no time, grabs her bow, and shoots an arrow, hitting the monsters and causing a huge explosion. Drawing their attention, they charge straight at her. Shu Ting grabs her staff and uses her ability, buffing the berserker, who quickly prepares his attack and delivers a powerful strike to the ground, sending it toward the approaching monsters. Shu Wei doesn't miss the opportunity and throws experience potions, hitting the monsters. He gets excited right after, as the experience is increasing rapidly, and if it continues like this, he will soon be able to make a new potion. Shu Ting and Jiang Shu celebrate, knowing they could also reach the second stage before the entrance exam and get into the top universities with Yue. However, they hear a strange noise coming from the cave, and Jiang Shu immediately asks who it is. Gu Yunzhou, letting out a sinister laugh, apologizes, saying he didn't mean to laugh, but he couldn't help himself after hearing that someone who hasn't even reached the second stage was already talking about getting into a prestigious university before the exam. He says this while accompanied by his friends. Shu Ting and the Berserker are surprised, asking if they were really the top ranked in the national rookie rankings. Yunzhou, laughing, is pleased to know that their reputation isn't bad, as they were recognized quickly. This leaves the Berserker and the Cleric puzzled, wondering why on earth they would be there since they are from the area near Qinyu. At that moment, Wang Yue arrives, asking the people from the national ranking if they wanted something, as they were busy training. Yunzhou approaches with his friends, saying he wanted to speak specifically with Yue, then asks if she's interested in joining their team. Upon hearing this, Shu Ting and the Berserker are shocked by the question. However, Yue immediately declines, saying she already has her own team. Yunzhou, indignant at the refusal, responds that he knew, but points out that her team includes a mage named Zhao Cheng, who is ranked 14th in the national rookie rankings. And, if he were interested, he could also join their team, even though Zhao Cheng is a bit lower in the rankings, but he would consider it a favor for her. Annoyed, Yue asks if she hadn't been clear enough, as she already said she didn't want to join any more guilds. He becomes frustrated, asking her not to reject the offer so quickly, because in places like Qinyu, the news can be a bit delayed. Yunzhou explains that due to frequent changes in the secret area, the monsters are becoming more difficult to deal with, and top universities are raising their admission standards. This year, they are admitting only elite teams or individuals with favorable conditions, and there are very few spots available. Smiling, he makes it clear to Yue that she would be missing out on a rare opportunity because new talents in the rankings are reshuffling their teams, and they are no exception. He explains that the reason they chose to invite her is precisely because of her team. After saying this, Yunzhou changes his expression completely, asking Yue not to forget that she was destined to become someone very powerful. And, looking to the side, Yunzhou hints that her friends aren't, leaving them outraged by the insinuation. Yunzhou, with a sinister laugh, says that weakness is the greatest sin. Immediately, Yue begins summoning her bow, as she didn't like his words at all. However, he asks her not to get worked up, making it clear that she is a ranged DPS, and it wouldn't be good for her to start a fight at close range. Shu Ting, scared, goes up to Yue and puts her hand on her shoulder, asking her to let it go and suggesting they find another place to train. She says this, and all of Yue's guild silently turn and decide to head elsewhere. However, the prota stands still, thinking that Yunzhou is really irritating, and, since Yue recently awakened a new class, wonders if she can defeat him. While he's thinking, GK stomps the ground hard, catching Feng's attention. Looking at the Prota, GK asks if by any chance he is Zhao Cheng. Feng replies that he is not. With that, GK lets out a sinister laugh and tells the Prota to get out of there immediately, as he's nothing but useless. Hearing this makes Feng furious. However, the Berserker steps in, asking GK not to be so disrespectful. This angers GK, who asks if by chance the Berserker wants to die here, throwing a punch immediately at him, which the Berserker blocks. However, he's shocked by the strength of GK's strike. Soon, Jiangshu cannot withstand GK's punch and takes the full blow. Concerned, Yue runs towards the Berserker, asking if he's okay. But Yunzhou steps in front of her, preventing her from passing. She immediately asks him to move, startling him with her expression, but they soon hear the Berserker telling them to stay out of it. Kneeling on the ground and in great pain, Jiangshu realizes he's in trouble, as it seems the punch broke a few of his ribs. He thinks that GK must be a cruel guy. He quickly gets up and tells Feng to back off, thinking that he can't let the protagonist get dragged into the fight that's coming. GK, standing near the Berserker, simply says that it's all useless, which enrages Jiangshu. He starts focusing his power into his fists, but is surprised by GK's speed, realizing he's about to take another hit and has no chance to block or dodge. At the same time, Yue and Shu Ting prepare themselves, but it's already too late. The blow is about to land on the Berserker's face, when suddenly, a hand appears, blocking GK's punch. It's the protagonist, easily stopping the attack, leaving everyone shocked. GK becomes frustrated, even more so when he realizes he can't move, wondering why someone dressed like a useless mage has such a powerful aura. Feng wastes no time, grabs GK's fist, and pulls him with great force, causing GK to scream in pain. Feng throws him far away as if he were nothing, smashing him into several rocks, which all collapse on top of GK, burying him. At the same time, Feng turns around, gives a sinister smile, and calls him useless. Immediately, Yunzhou runs to help his friend, but doesn't notice Yue preparing her bow, and he gets shot right in the middle of his butt. He starts hopping around in pain, unable to believe he just got shot in the butt. Shu Ting bursts out laughing, finding the attack truly hilarious. Muqiu is terrified by the sight of Yunzhou, then becomes frightened as she realizes that a mage defeated an unarmed berserker and that an archer hit the tank at close range. She wonders if perhaps this is a dream, since Gu Yunzhou and GK are part of the elite new talent rankings. At that moment, the Prota is breathing deeply as he wanted to be discreet, and he gets frustrated because he didn't want any complications. He turns to Shu Ting, asking her to stop being shocked and go ahead and heal the berserker. She says yes, and immediately starts healing Jiangshu. While she's healing him, the Prota asks the berserker how he plans to deal with GK. Jiangshu replies that he doesn't know, but he'll follow the Prota's orders. Hearing this surprises Feng, making him realize that his friend's opinions of him seem to be changing. He then asks the berserker to go to GK and take his equipment, telling Jiangshu to see it as compensation for GK having annoyed him. Yunzhou becomes outraged at what he just heard, asking how they dare to do such a thing, as it's clearly theft. Before he finishes speaking, he's startled by an attack that suddenly appears right in front of him. It's the Prota, with a sinister expression, asking Yunzhou if, by any chance, he was saying something. Quickly, Yunzhou changes his expression, saying that actually, he also has equipment that could be useful to the Prota, and, if it would calm things down, he could take it without any problems. The Prota gives him a hug, saying that at least Yunzhou knows when to give in, as he personally doesn't like problems. And he makes it clear that if by chance Yunzhou dreams of planning revenge in the future, they will regret it. Terrified, Yunzhou promises that they won't do anything, as they aren't reckless. At that moment, Muqiu approaches, asking for her equipment to be accepted as well, and hands it over to the cleric. The Prota, seeing this, says that she seems to be a smart girl. Then, He asked them to continue training in another area, leaving Muchiu embarrassed since she was without her equipment. Immediately, everyone from Yue's guild gets excited, saying it was a great idea. After that, while walking through the secret area, Yue tells the Prota that she was thinking of taking him for training but never imagined that he would be so strong. He starts laughing ironically, saying that she already knew he had changed classes recently but didn't want to draw too much attention because that would be problematic. Yue gets frustrated with the Prota's attitude, saying that she will just let it go and won't ask any more questions, as he's always like this, never saying anything. The Prota, still laughing ironically, makes it clear to Yue that she always understands him better than anyone. Quickly, she puts her hand on the Prota's shoulder, surprising him. And, very happy, she makes it clear to him that, regardless of everything, she was very happy for him. Feng simply smiles and thanks her afterwards. At that moment, Shu Ting and Jiang Shu approach the Prota, asking if by any chance he had already decided which university he would attend and which guild he was interested in joining. He simply replies that he hadn't thought about either question yet. They continue talking while Shu Wei asks everyone to wait for him. However, Feng becomes intrigued, imagining that both the university and the guild are places with strict management. A mistake could reveal his biggest secrets. Thinking that it might not be a good idea for him to join either. He ponders this. But soon the Prota changes his expression, shouting to everyone that they can still go deeper into the secret area and speed up leveling up, as Yue can simply attract more monsters at once, and he, as the tank and main DPS, will take care of most of them, asking the others to handle the rest, which gets everyone excited by the Prota's enthusiasm. Content, Feng imagines that even though he can't use high-level magic, using attribute buffs and passive abilities might be enough. Some time passes, and the Prota goes to Duan's house, who is surprised to see him, saying that he finally returned. Feng is disappointed because he had worked hard for a few days and only gained 1 level, and if it weren't for the new experience potions, his progress would have been even slower since he got used to killing high-level monsters with forbidden spells. Feng sits down, thinking that usually people like Yue who start as novices can reach level 60 in 2 years until they complete the second transformation. He then considers entering a local university. However, he quickly changes his mind, saying that he doesn't want to think too much about the matter and will relax and be lazy for a few days because if he gets stronger and still has to work as hard as the others, what would be the point of becoming stronger? After saying that, the Proteus starts to relax, playing video games with Duan, sleeping over and over again, and going out to eat with Duan, until, while eating, the Prota hears his phone ring. Realizing it's Shin, he asks if she wanted something. She informs him that there will be an auction soon, and she heard that there will be good items there, and that the new Master Tang would like to know if he was interested in attending. Feng asks her if this Master Tang is the one replacing Wang. She answers yes. Bored, the Prota responds that he hasn't had much to do lately, so it would be a good idea to take a look. She makes it clear to the Prota that she will wait for him with Master Tang to bring the list of items for him to review. He says that's fine, and goes back to eating his food, imagining that the service there had improved, and he wonders if this Master Tang is much better at dealing with people than the previous one. Some time passes, and Feng, along with Duan, goes to the meeting. Master Tang Yikai introduces himself, saying he is an appraiser from the Sukin branch of the Yucheng Trade Exchange. The Prota stands up and extends his hand, addressing him as Master Tang. But Yikai, embarrassed, steps back, saying that the Prota doesn't need to be so formal since he's new there, asking the Prota to treat him like an ordinary person. However, Master Tang is thinking that before he arrived, Mayor Dongming made sure he knew to treat the Prota very well, and in Mayor Ming's opinion, even if the entire market focused on him, there would be no problem. He turns and asks Miss Shin to bring the auction item list to show Feng. Quickly, she hands the list to the Prota, and he starts looking through it, becoming thoughtful, realizing that there were only a few pieces of equipment and potions suitable for mages. none of which would be useful to him. As the Prota rapidly examines the items, Mr. Yiki becomes concerned because it seemed like Feng was reviewing the items too quickly and didn't seem to find anything to his liking. He starts wondering if he might have underestimated the Prota's abilities. Then, something catches Feng's attention, leaving him seriously concerned. Noticing that something had caught the Prota's eye, Yikai approaches, saying that Feng has a good eye because the item he was looking at was definitely something great. Yikai, pointing to the image of the item, says it's an experience potion that can increase experience gains by 100%, a very rare item, perfect for leveling up quickly. Feng remains silent for a moment, remembering the conversation he had with Shu Wei. Duan is also shocked to see what the item was, catching even Master Tang's attention, who is confused by the whole situation. Suddenly, Feng becomes serious, asking Yikai where they obtained that item. Feeling awkward with the question, Yikai responds that the item itself comes from the Blue Sharp Guild, then asks if something had happened to make the Prota so serious. Feng becomes intrigued, thinking that the Blue Sharp Guild is one of the 7 major guilds in the country with significant power. He then speculates that Shu Wei either secretly sold the potion formula to them, or they did something against Shu Wei. Feng turns and asks Yikai if the guild had mentioned where the potion came from. Yikai says he had only heard that they discovered a new instance called Trial of the Gods, which can only be faced individually, and that the instance seemed to be divided into several layers, with a corresponding reward given for every 10 layers completed. With that, the formula was one of the rewards obtained upon completing the instance. Intrigued, Duan says it's the first time he's heard of this instance, then asks if it was also one of the instance mutations, because according to official requirements, before exploring an instance, it was necessary to register with the specialized county, and basic information could be found on the dedicated website. Feng, thoughtful, starts wondering if, by chance, Shu Wei had encountered any problems, then considers that this Trial of the Gods seemed like an incredible place. However, at that moment, a system message arrives, notifying him that he has acquired the mission, Trial of the Gods, asking him to use the power of the Trial of the Gods for personal benefit, with a time limit of 60 days to complete it, and the punishment for not completing it would be the elimination of the host. He becomes excited, as this is the first mission the system has given him, imagining that it will probably be something very interesting. Feng thanks Yikai but regrets, saying that this time he won't be participating in the auction. Yikai simply says there's no need to thank him, but makes it clear to Feng that if he needs anything in the future, he can seek him out anytime. However, he is worried, thinking that the experience potions were already the most highlighted items in the auction, and many guilds were eyeing them. He never imagined that Feng wouldn't be interested in them. At that moment, Duan asks Feng to stay there, as he would quickly check the information on this instance. But the Prota says he will go with him too, as he's interested in finding out. Some time passes, and Duan is researching like crazy about this instance, until he finds something and says that he needs the corresponding login authorization. But then he remembers the special badge that Mayor Zhang had given him. After using the badge, Duan informs the Pro-TA that he got it. Feng, looking at it, says that it looked like a tower. Duan explains that the Blue Sharp Guild has exclusive authorization, meaning they have official permission to manage it on their own, and without the guild's permission, outsiders cannot enter in any way. Feng imagines that these specialized instances of the major guilds are basically like that, but since the mission had already been issued and if he doesn't complete it, he will die, he starts thinking about other possible ways. After talking with Duan, the protagonist decides to head to the location of the god's trial. Using his teleportation ability, he observes the area, wondering why there were still sentinels there so late. He imagines that the Blue Sharp Guild has shared a lot of information about the test instance on their own forum to attract stronger players to join, which helped him understand a bit more. He thinks that if he uses stealth abilities to enter, they will never notice. With this thought, he smiles and then jumps, teleporting behind the sentinels without them noticing, heading straight for the rift. However, an explosion occurs, leaving the protagonist shocked, as the blast throws both him and the sentinels far away. Meanwhile, at another location, one of the people in charge of monitoring the instance area asks if they saw the large explosion that just occurred there. Another person yells that they will immediately inform the president. Elsewhere, at the protagonist's house to be exact, his ability begins to manifest until he suddenly appears and crashes into his bed. Covered in blood and screaming in pain, he wonders what the hell had happened there, thinking that he had only touched the entrance to the instance when suddenly, a powerful energy gushed out, completely breaking the purification barrier he was using. Worried, the protagonist desperately wants to know what had happened until a system notification appears, giving him an important warning that the system resisted an investigation, suffering 3% damage, which accumulated 3%. Then, another notification comes in, informing him that another 4% damage was inflicted on the system, accumulating a total of 7%. Feng can't believe that even his system took damage, wondering what kind of exploration ability that was. However, more and more notifications arrive, one after another, totaling an accumulation of 34% damage. Back at the instance area, several people arrive to investigate what had happened. A priest begins healing the guards injured by the explosion and informs the president that they were only stunned and their bodies showed no signs of injury. One of the guards starts to wake up and calls for the president. He approaches, asking what had happened. This person is He Shiyu, president of the Blue Sharp Guild. The guard explains that he doesn't know for sure, but mentions that the door to the trial of the gods suddenly exploded, and he fainted afterward. Shiyu, concerned, says that there were previous reports of this kind of situation, wondering if there had been any mutation in the instance. A mage, after hearing what the president just said, approaches and suggests that perhaps they should use that to investigate. He replies that it seems they have no other choice. Saying this, the mage quickly begins to use her ability, Temporal Zone. Concerned, the president thinks that, fortunately, this instance has a special spell embedded in it, which not only can record images within and around it, but also rewind time to investigate. He imagines this while the mage's ability rewinds time, leaving him shocked as they witness a shadowy creature emerging through teleportation. Then they notice another deity, calling the shadowy creature a malevolent god, and asking how he dared invade their territory in such a way, attacking him and hitting the mysterious shadowy creature. They are shocked to hear the name Malevolent God. At that moment, they see the other deity, furious inside the rift, saying that the mysterious person had escaped again, and that they needed to find him at all costs, because they couldn't let him destroy that world. They become even more frightened by the story of world destruction. Afterward, some time passes, and Shiyu shows the Temporal Zone abilities images to all the guild presidents present. Liu Yingzhen says that, based on the images recorded by the Blue Sharp Guild, this is their first confirmation of the real existence of deities. He emphasizes that although the identities of the deities are unknown from the spells they cast, it is enough to reach the level of forbidden enchantment from legends. Arca, president of the Endless Guild, tells Shiyu that he remembers them reporting that by overcoming the trial, they could gain the recognition and gifts of the deities, then asks if this was really true. Shiyu responds that there was indeed this kind of benefit in the instance, but they never imagined that a literal deity would appear. At that moment, Yu Linghua, the person in charge of the Aurora Guild, makes it clear that the key problem is those forbidden enchantment spells, which can destroy a deity, and that's not good news. Luo Yuening, the unofficial president of the Hope Guild, says that if the deity plans to destroy the world, they probably won't be able to handle it. Wang Bo, president of the Dawn Guild, says that since they could obtain the god's gift by overcoming the trial, he wonders if there might be a way to deal with the deity using these forbidden enchantments. Zhang Yanchuan, the unofficial president of the Burning Flame Guild, smiles, saying it might be worth trying. Meanwhile, Shi Yu feels intrigued, thinking that everyone there is always keeping an eye on the trial of the gods, as if they want to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail him. Suspicious, he says that if they all want to take part in the trial, he won't oppose it, but makes it clear that the creatures and objects in the trial of the gods are extremely powerful, and with everyone's current strength, they wouldn't be able to overcome them. At that moment, everyone falls silent for a moment. Soon, Ying Zhen asks Lao Feng if he has any ideas. He simply responds that what ideas could he have and what could he do, then asks everyone if they weren't supposed to be skilled. Ying Zhen tells him not to get mad, as he was called back because something big had really happened. Furious, Lao Feng says that, in everyone's eyes, besides protecting themselves against them, the mutants, there would be something else to report, as he heard that his apprentice had reported an anomaly in Qin Yu, and no one cared. Even so, they formed an investigation group. Curious, he still asks what had happened, since the investigation led nowhere and caused a big problem. And, if it hadn't been for the mysterious big boss in Qin Yu, they would all be guilty of harming innocent people. Ying Zhen, unable to even look at the former leader of the Lone Shadow, asks him to calm down because his head was on fire again. Yuening, looking at Lao Feng, thinks that she had heard that due to the price of the dark power, he was getting worse and had already retired, never expecting to see him there again. Ying Zhen, with a serious look, tells old Feng that he would personally like to ask his apprentice to show the investigation video they had just watched to the mysterious Big Master of Qin Yu, and that perhaps, with the great power of the Big Master, he might know something. Sarcastically, Lao Feng asks if they had only remembered his apprentice now. Ying Zhen responds that he has 2 crates of good wine and will send them to him, and that the commendation for his apprentice's merits will also be approved soon. At that moment, Lao Feng is startled to see how serious Ying Zhen is. Meanwhile, at Duan's house, the protagonist is pensive, looking at his system, imagining that the mission hadn't ended yet, and a new one had already appeared. The mission's name is Don't Worry, it's something small. The goal is to reach the 2nd transformation and complete the system's repair. The deadline is 60 days, and the penalty for not completing the mission is the elimination of the host. He is stunned by the mission's name, thinking that his system might be damaged, but doesn't seem too worried. The protagonist gets out of bed and starts walking, wondering if he had made a mistake. Upon arriving in the living room, he notices several people there, along with Duan. Lao Feng stands up and asks the protagonist if, by any chance, he is Ning Feng. Feng responds that he is, and asks the old man who he is. Duan introduces him, explaining that he is the former head of the Lone Shadow and the current director of the Adventurer Management Department. He then introduces Miss Jing, saying that she is Mr. Lao Feng's disciple and is responsible for the Lone Shadow in their province. Duan explains to the protagonist that they are there to ask for help from the mysterious Great Master. Wasting no time, Lao Feng asks the protagonist if, by any chance, he is the Scarlet Flame Death God, leaving him startled. However, the old man starts laughing, saying he was just joking. The protagonist, looking at the old man, senses a sinister aura, thinking that he must have many merits, as he had participated in the development of several large secret areas and dismantled many evil adventurer groups. Being called the strongest mutant, almost all members of the Lone Shadow keep their identities extremely secret, but Mr. Lao Feng is an exception, as his presence alone is a threat. For the young, the old man is definitely one of the top 3 idols, and anyone who has a chance to talk to him can brag for a lifetime. Lao Feng says it's a pleasure to meet the protagonist, but he didn't bring anything special for him. He heard that Ning Feng was about to take the college entrance exam and then shows a box, saying it contains 5 million crystals and 200 bottles of advanced experience potions as an official gift for the protagonist, wishing him academic success. Feng can't believe the amount the old man just mentioned. However, the protagonist goes straight to the point, asking why they were there. Jing quickly explains that they were mainly there to ask the mysterious Great Master to watch a video, and since they were there, they could watch it together. She then activates the device, showing the video of what happened at the trial of the gods. where the deity was furious with this so-called malevolent god. Feng is shocked to be called a malevolent god. Surprised, he wonders how a common student like him could be a malevolent god, until the protagonist remembers his mission, telling him not to worry, as it was something small. He gets furious with his system, thinking that none of this was small at all, and considers that his system might be intentionally trying to deceive him. However, he tries to calm down, realizing he couldn't panic at all, as no one knew it was him who went to that place, so they would never be able to identify him. Feng, looking at both of them, says he understood and would send the video to the mysterious Great Master, and any news that came up, he would inform them immediately. Lao Feng thanks the protagonist and says they will head back and wait for updates, and that if they need anything, they shouldn't hesitate to contact Miss Jing. She hands her card to the protagonist, and as he takes it, he immediately realizes she was the woman from earlier in the transformation room, feeling frustrated, thinking it's no wonder he was discovered so quickly. After leaving Duan's house, the old man tells Jing that the protagonist is just as they said, a good, polite, and sensible person. He makes it clear that the official intention is to do whatever they can to bring the protagonist to their team if the opportunity arises. Jing, suspicious, asks her master if by chance he thinks Ning Feng and the mysterious Great Master could be the same person. He simply asks her if it would matter, then clarifies that Ning Feng wants them to believe he is a student. Thus, he is a student, and that's better for everyone. And giving 5 million crystals to a student, regardless of who they are, is an unquestionable gesture. After all, if the student becomes the mysterious Great Master, no one knows how they'll treat him in the future. Lao Feng also explains that the enemies are getting stronger, but since Shi Yu had mentioned in the meeting that everyone wanted the gift of the gods, but they weren't qualified to acquire it, the best thing everyone can do is wait for the mysterious Great Master to become their greatest support. Back at Duan's house, the protagonist is deep in thought, drinking his coffee, thinking that earlier, his system had detected damage in the tracking ability, possibly from some god investigating his whereabouts. He then remembers that this being was able to destroy his absolute defense with a single blow, indicating that this being had reached the level of forbidden magic, making them a very dangerous enemy. Feng becomes worried, thinking that his priority at that moment is to complete the 2 missions from his system. Repairing the system is obviously the priority, as he needs it to block the god's search. But the mission past the trial also can't be neglected. If he can't use the enemy's power, they could become a threat. Quickly, the protagonist asks Duan if by any chance Mr. Lao Feng had provided any more information. Duan replies that he had, and that he would quickly organize it for the protagonist. Showing the information from Old Feng, Duan explains to the protagonist that the internal structure of the secret trial realm seems to be a tower, divided into several floors. Since it hasn't been fully explored, the exact number of floors is unknown. He then highlights that the monsters inside are very powerful, much stronger than those in other secret realms. Currently, the maximum record is 42 floors, set by the president of the Blue Sharp Guild, He Shi Yu. The protagonist becomes concerned, as he still doesn't understand how the mechanisms of the Paparis secret trial realm work. If he triggers another forbidden magic of the gods, his identity as the malevolent god would be revealed. And since his mission doesn't specify that he has to proceed himself, he wonders if he could send someone else in his place. Feng asks Duan if he has seen the video of Shi Yu going through the floors. Duan responds that yes, he had seen it. The protagonist, with a serious look, asks Duan how many floors he could reach. Duan, intrigued, says he might be able to get through 35 floors. Feng isn't surprised, as he expected it. Shi Yu is close to the 5th transformation, and his power is greater than Duan's. However, since Duan is someone he trusts, he'll be happy to send him to participate in the trial, and he considers preparing special training for Duan. Some time passes, and Old Feng is shocked, not believing what he's hearing. He asks Jing if the mysterious Great Master really intends to send someone to the Blue Sharp Guild for the trial. She explains that was Dwan's answer, and he also requested to use the Lone Shadow's training room for a special training period. The old man is intrigued, asking Jing because as far as he remembers, Dwan hasn't reached the fifth transformation yet. She confirms this. He begins to laugh, saying this will be very interesting, leaving her confused. But he quickly explains that the day before, the presidents of the 7 great guilds challenged the secret realm of trials, then asks her to guess what happened. She doesn't know what to answer, but he quickly replies that they all failed, making it clear that even old Liu Yingzhen couldn't get through. Jing is stunned, not believing it, saying that President Liu Yingzhen is one of the strongest in the country, and if even he couldn't pass, who could? At that moment, the old man gets so excited that his head bursts into flames, just like Ghost Rider, saying he's eager to see the result of Dwan's trial, as he is trained by the mysterious Great Master, wanting to know how far Dwan can go. However, the old man realizes his head is on fire again, scaring his apprentice, and looking at her master, she thinks those flames are the price he pays, constantly burning away his life. Worried about him, she wonders if there's really no way to help him. Some time passes, and the protagonist and Dwan are gathered in the training room with Jing and old Lao Feng. At that moment, Captain Zhou is amazed at the scene he's witnessing, as he's never seen people from the 4th and 5th transformation. Meanwhile, Jing's assistant says she heard that President Liu from the Guild of Power also wanted to go, but was stopped by Mr. Lao Feng. Zhou starts to recall when he was angry seeing the protagonist for the first time, and begins to cry, relieved that he hadn't offended him back then, knowing he would have been doomed. Jing makes it clear to Dwan that as long as enough information is provided, the training room can simulate various combat environments, but only warriors of the 4th transformation or higher can use it. Dwan hands a device to Jing, explaining that all the information is on it. The protagonist, meanwhile, is happy, explaining to Mr. Lao that it's his first time there. Lao Feng says they have even better facilities. After this, Jing goes to the planning room and immediately connects Dwan's information device. She's impressed because Dwan detailed even the weaknesses of the monsters, thinking the most amazing thing was that the layers President Liu had just cleared were also included. Feng gives an ironic smile, thinking it's obvious since that secret realm was invaded by the Demon King, so all he had to do was extract the information from his memory. And who better than the Demon King to know the monster's weaknesses? The old man approaches Dwan and asks if he would mind if they also watched. Dwan replies that he doesn't, then asks them to feel free to offer advice. Lao Feng simply says they won't give advice because they're also there to learn, then curiously asks if the mysterious Great Master really said that the malevolent god would destroy the world. He asks with a sinister expression, leaving Jing terrified by the question. Dwan remains silent for a few moments, and soon remembers when he was at home, scared, asking the protagonist if the malevolent god really intended to destroy the world. Feng feels awkward with that question, realizing Dwan doesn't know he is this so-called malevolent god. However, the protagonist wonders if he should tell Dwan the truth. Even though Dwan is trustworthy, he couldn't risk being revealed. Wondering what to do, Dwan responds to old Lao Feng that he had asked the chief that same question, and he had answered with only 8 words. Both of them are curious to know what it was, asking what the chief had said. At that moment, Dwan repeats the chief's words, saying, "As long as I'm here, that won't happen." Lao Feng starts laughing, saying that was simple and full of confidence, very much in the chief's style. Jing, sweating nervously, asks what kind of awakened being the chief is to not even worry about the gods. Meanwhile, the protagonist is quite pleased, thinking he had used the right words without leaving any hint of suspicion. The old man shakes Dwan's hand, thanking him, and telling him that from that moment on, the secret realm of trials depended on him. After that, Feng and the old man go to a room to watch Dwan's training. Some time passes in the training area, and at this moment, Dwan is forcefully thrown against the wall, surrounded by several monsters. He lifts his head and prepares again as the monsters advance toward him. Dwan shouts, gathering energy, and then finishes off the monsters, though he is left quite exhausted. The protagonist, noticing this, asks Dwan if he'd like to rest for a bit. Dwan sits on the ground to catch his breath and tells Feng not to worry, as he'll just take a quick break and try a few more times. He imagines that he's been given a unique opportunity by the protagonist, so he can't disappoint him. Jing, impressed by Dwan's performance, comments that those monsters had already surpassed the fourth transformation limit, and says that if it were her, she definitely wouldn't have been able to pass the trial. Meanwhile, old man Lao Feng grows serious, remembering that he heard Jing mention that the protagonist awakened at 18, but took only a few months to complete the first transformation. Seeing how the protagonist achieved this feat, he considers that perhaps there's a miracle awaiting Dwan as well, as the chief might be able to break the current combat system and allow Dwan to reach a power comparable to a gift of the gods. Feng feels concerned, as he oversimplified things by thinking that knowing the monster's weak points would be enough to pass the trial, overlooking that humans have limits, just like equipment and skills. Even knowing the monster's weak points, if he can't reach them, it's all for naught. Looking at the exhausted Dwan, the protagonist considers that if Dwan fails the trial, he'll have to complete it himself. With little combat experience, the only thing he can rely on is forbidden magic, but that might pose a great risk of exposure. Then, he informs Mr. Lau and Jing that he'll be leaving, explaining that classes at his school will resume next week, and he needs to prepare. They respond that it's fine, and ask him to let them know if he needs anything. After leaving, Feng becomes thoughtful, imagining that before classes start, it's better to try to increase his level. It would be great to get some powerful skills or equipment to replace Dwan's. He goes to an alley and takes a scroll in his hand, thinking that to leave there without being tracked, his best option is still the flight scroll. The protagonist raises his arm to use the teleport, recalling that he had asked the trade market to buy a batch for him, thinking that this will suffice for a while. Then, he flies off. Upon arriving at his destination, Feng looks around for the rift until he locates it and feels pleased, as it's one of the two wild secret realms Dwan mentioned and is not yet under official control. However, upon closer inspection of the area, he notices signs of battle there, but the protagonist quickly brushes it off and heads towards the portal to see what awaits him. Meanwhile, near the portal entrance to the secret area, someone was stepping on the head of an adventurer. It was a group of mutants from the evil clan. The big guy asks his chief if he saw the flash that appeared nearby. The masked man remarks that it might have been a flight scroll. One of the clan members wonders if, by any chance, the person with the scroll was there to exterminate them. The masked man, chief of the evil clan, laughs and comments that this person is simply coming to their death because, in truth, the more of them that come, the more sacrifices there will be for the great Demon King. He then clarifies that, thanks to them, the Demon King had already gathered enough power, and because of this, the Demon King will rise again. At that moment, everyone begins to celebrate the return of the king, as that day had finally come. However, one of the adventurers' bodies had a communication device, and an adventurer on the other side heard the entire conversation of the evil clan. She immediately becomes worried, wanting to know more about this resurgence of the Demon King and what this secret realm invasion means. She wastes no time and goes to her superior to report, mentioning that the mutants from the evil clan said the mountain sanctuary would face a secret realm invasion that day. Everyone quickly becomes worried, commenting that the invasion of the secret realm will immediately corrupt the nearest city, meaning it will be in mortal danger, and they ask what they should do. The captain, sweating nervously, clarifies that Squad 4 had already been completely annihilated, and even if they went to them, they wouldn't be able to stop the invasion. He grows even more concerned, imagining that the monsters inside the sanctuary are very powerful, and that the magical shield won't be able to contain them. He turns and orders everyone to return immediately to warn the authorities so they can evacuate the population as quickly as possible. One of the adventurers, worried about his captain, asks what he will do. He explains that he'll stay to inform them of the situation in advance, because even with plenty of monitoring equipment, they won't know the exact time of the secret realm invasion. A member of the captain's squad remarks that they can't leave him there alone, but he shouts, urging them not to waste time and to hurry to alert the authorities about evacuating the population. Following the captain's orders, they rush away, saddened by leaving their captain alone against the evil clan. He looks up, frustrated, wondering why the invasion had to happen on that day. He takes out his phone and calls his daughter, saying there might be an emergency drill later and that she shouldn't be afraid, asking her to listen to her mom. His daughter shouts, asking where he is, and he explains that he's working, very busy, and called just to inform her about the possible emergency drill. Then, he hangs up, feeling genuinely sad because something very bad was going to happen later. However, he notices his daughter calling back. He answers with a smile, asking what she wanted. She shouts, questioning why he hung up, as she still had something to say. He asks what she wanted to tell him. At that moment, a dark energy echoes nearby as his daughter shouts, congratulating him, making him cry immediately, unable to believe all this was happening on that day. Meanwhile, the adventurers, rushing to alert the authorities, notice the dark power echoing and wonder if the invasion of the secret realm has already begun. They turn, worried about the captain. However, he was crying deeply as he found himself in a terrible situation, already near the entrance to the secret realm. The evil clan is awestruck by the power coming from inside the secret realm, thinking that surely the Demon King will bless them even more. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, the protagonist had frozen everything with his extreme cold ability. This skill, extreme cold, is a forbidden magic that summons an infinite ice disaster, creating a wave of cold that sweeps through the world. Feng begins to walk through the area and strikes an ice coffin, laughing and commenting that the monsters here yield a lot of experience, and that, with this, he quickly leveled up to 37 and can now learn a new skill. However, the protagonist hadn't noticed that one of the monsters he had frozen with his ability was precisely the Demon King the evil clan was waiting for. He opens his system and observes the skills he could learn, making his decision shortly after. Some time passes, and something begins to emerge from the portal of the secret area. The entire evil clan kneels and salutes the great Demon King. A person begins walking out of the portal. It was the protagonist, with his carefree manner. However, both the protagonist and the evil clan stare at each other, and Feng quickly becomes startled, wanting to know what the hell was happening there. Meanwhile, the evil clan leader is even more frightened, asking where the Demon King was. Little did he know that the Demon King was already dead, completely frozen. The clan leader observes Feng and, seeing that the protagonist doesn't recognize them, dismisses the idea that Feng could be an incarnation of the Demon King, let alone a blessed one. He's intrigued, noticing that all of Feng's equipment is that of a beginner. So, how could he dare to appear there alone? Then he recalls the flight scroll from earlier, wondering if Feng is an opportunist trying to ally with the Demon King, but got terrified by the powerful dark energy and got lost. Thinking this, he shouts, asking the protagonist if he was there to join the Demon King. Feng, not understanding a thing, simply replies no and says it's none of their business. The evil clan leader becomes furious, asking if the protagonist knows who he is, and introduces himself as Gu Zhao, an A-level wanted criminal with over 100 lives in his hands. At that moment, Feng couldn't care less about the leader and, with a menacing aura, makes it clear to everyone there that if they want to fight, then fight. Otherwise, they should leave immediately. Hearing this makes the leader even more furious, along with the other clan members, who start shouting that the protagonist will pay with his life for his arrogance. However, they all stop shouting, terrified, as they try to understand why the area is suddenly darkening. They soon notice a terrifying malevolent face looming above them, leaving them horrified, wondering what the hell it was. Feng, immersed in his ability, has a sinister expression, eager to test his new forbidden spell, and tells everyone to enjoy the show. This ability, Abominable Vision, is forbidden magic that plunges enemies into a realm of illusion, capable of revealing all the enemy's weak points and using them to inflict brutal torture. With this, Feng analyzes the clan leader, noticing he has an injury on his shoulder caused by prolonged use of inappropriate skill equipment, which damaged his left shoulder, reducing his strength by 5%, agility by 5%, and the effect of his skills by 20%. Feng finds all this incredible, as the ability is extremely detailed, revealing weaknesses with precision. He concludes that with this ability, all enemies' weaknesses are exposed. He then decides to test it, striking Gu Zhao's shoulder, who screams in pain, horrified, unable to understand what's happening. The protagonist, seeing this, imagines that in the illusion world, he can repeatedly attack the weaknesses of trapped enemies, like a demon toying with a defenseless prey, concluding that his ability is called Abominable Vision. For this reason, he thinks that, even if the ability is very sadistic, he'll be able to exploit the enemy's weaknesses effectively. After the battle, some time passes. The captain is talking on his cell phone, mentioning that some time had passed and there were still no signs of the secret realm invasion on the mountain, adding that he'll go there to check. He clarifies that it's no problem because, if something goes wrong, he can try to escape, and whether he dies at the foot of the mountain or at the top makes no difference. Saying this, he runs toward the mountain base. Upon arrival, he's incredulous, wanting to know what happened there, noting that Gu Zhao, the Blade of Silence, an A-level wanted criminal, and his henchmen were completely eliminated. After the captain informs his squad members, the girl is surprised, as 4 teams of adventurers had sacrificed themselves to hunt Gu Zhao, and now he was dead. Another adventurer asks the captain about the situation inside the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, the captain is even more surprised, reporting that it seemed a massive ice storm had frozen everything, leaving no monster alive. The adventurer, concerned, quickly shouts, asking about the secret realm's boss, but hears the captain say that the Demon King had been destroyed, even surprising the girl. The captain explains that when he saw the boss frozen, he wanted to check if he was truly dead, and as he approached, the ice coffin where the Demon King was frozen suddenly fell. The adventurer, still concerned about the situation, asks if the Demon King was truly dead or not. The captain explains that no item had dropped, and he didn't receive any experience, concluding that the boss was already dead. The adventurer, still confused, asks if, by chance, the secret realm invasion might still happen. The captain kneels next to the Demon King's body, observing it, and thinking that, given the current situation, it's out of the question. He reflects on this, while the Demon King remains silent, terrified by the protagonist's power. After that, the protagonist returns to Duan's house and, noticing he wasn't there, immediately calls him, asking if he was still in the training room and telling him to come back and rest a bit. After Duan returns, he is frustrated, telling the protagonist he's stuck at level 45, explaining that his abilities aren't enough and that he feels he's disappointed him. Feng smiles and tells Duan not to worry, asking him to rest for a few days, explaining that the primary objective was for him to understand the situation in the Sanctuary of Trials. He adds that next week he'll arrange a grueling training session for him. Duan feels relieved, seeing that the protagonist hasn't given up on him, and excitedly asks what the protagonist would like for dinner, offering to prepare it immediately. But before the protagonist can respond, Duan runs off, thrilled by the upcoming intense training. Feng just watches his friend's enthusiasm. Afterward, he sits down, feeling cheerful, as he plans to take advantage of the break to play a bit. While gaming, he notices a message from Old Man Lao Feng. In the message, Lao asks if they could level up together, requesting an invite to the game, mentioning that he's great as a tank. Feng can't believe it, wondering if someone hacked the old man's account. But then another message arrives, This time, an audio where Lao Feng confirms it's really him. The protagonist is delighted to know it's indeed the old man, never imagining he enjoyed games. After playing together and winning the match, Feng tells Lao that he played very well and was skilled. Lao Feng explains via audio that he usually plays with his grandson, though now he doesn't play much since his grandson is busy with university entrance exams, adding that the protagonist and his grandson are the same age. Feng sends an audio message to Lao Feng, suggesting they play as a trio when they get the chance. The old man agrees, saying it's a deal. The protagonist smiles, thinking that Lao Feng is an honorable person with a high position in the authorities, and imagines that a relationship with him could make things much easier in the future. Lao Feng also tells the protagonist that soon, 3 major universities will organize a training camp to select excellent students for participation. In the end, they will be chosen for admission based on performance and receive abundant training resources. He adds that there are still 2 spots available and asks if the protagonist would be interested in one. Feng reflects on the audio, realizing that at first, he thought possessing a forbidden spell would be enough, not caring much about university. However, if he has to face the so-called gods without any combat experience, he might be at a significant disadvantage. Thinking this, he promptly responds to Lao Feng, saying he's interested. Lao Feng says he'll reserve both spots for the protagonist and mentions that if he has a teammate, he can register them as well. The protagonist thanks Lao Feng for his kindness. Lao Feng looks at his grandson's portrait, thinking that they are very similar and might even become good friends. Time passes, and classes resume at Chinyu City's No. 7 high school. In the 3rd year, Class 2, the students mention that this year, neither the common universities nor the top ones raised their standards for the combat course. They also heard that many university students failed the assessments, leading to delayed graduations or transfers to non-combat courses. One of the protagonist's classmates gets angry and asks if, by any chance, 3-star awakened individuals are the same as 1 or 2-star ones. He says this while pointing at the protagonist, who was drooling in his sleep at his desk. Just then, teacher Chi Wei enters the classroom, announcing that they'll have a new classmate and asks everyone to get along with her. All the boys are instantly fascinated and smitten by her. Chang Muqiu, feeling embarrassed, greets everyone and introduces herself. Feng immediately wakes up, remembering that Muqiu was the girl who caused trouble in the secret realm last time. After Muqiu's introduction, everyone becomes excited, asking if she isn't ranked 4th in the national rookie ranking, and if she didn't come from a prestigious school in the big city. She approaches the teacher and asks if she could sit next to the protagonist. Teacher Chi Wei thinks it's a great idea and agrees. Feng watches as Muqiu comes to sit with him, then looks ahead, noticing everyone was furious with him. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Zhang is furious, asking Principal Fang what trick he used to pull Chang Muqiu from his school. Fang tries to calm him, asking Zhang not to get too worked up, claiming he knows nothing about it. Stressed, Zhang points out that not only did Muqiu leave, but she also took the training camp spots, explaining that this could impact his school's approval rate. Fang, slightly embarrassed, considers that this year, the training camp has only 4 slots across the entire province, and 2 have gone to his school. He then muses that, with Chang Muqiu's addition, they might gain another slot. Quickly shifting his expression, he realizes it's no wonder Principal Zhang rushed over to complain he's in serious trouble. However, they hear someone knocking at the door. Director Fang calls for his assistant, who opens the door, announcing that someone wanted to see him, as they couldn't reach him by phone. The principal asks who it is, but clarifies that he's in the middle of an important discussion with Principal Zhang, which is why the person couldn't reach him, as his phone was on silent. Jin Jing informs them that the visitor is from the Adventurer Management Department, Mr. Lao Feng. Both principals are stunned to hear who it is. The old man enters the room, greets Principal Fang, and introduces himself. Both principals are still in disbelief at the visitor's presence, thinking that Lao Feng is a significant figure they'd only seen on TV. Lao Feng turns and introduces his grandson, saying his name is Feng Rui, who steps forward and greets everyone. Fang, sweating profusely, asks if there's anything he can help the old man with. Lao Feng smiles, placing a hand on his grandson's shoulder, and mentions that he'd like to ask a favor, explaining that his grandson plans to transfer to this school. They're immediately shocked by what they've just heard, and Fang starts recalling that Feng Rui is ranked 12th on the national rookie list, with the profession of Blood Knight from the Dark class. Fang also remembers hearing that Feng Rui was concerned about his uncontrolled dark power and, for this reason, hadn't shown his full potential. Otherwise, he could have ranked among the top 5. Director Zhang, frustrated, watches Fang, wondering why the old man's grandson would choose such an unknown school, especially since everyone on the new stars list has guaranteed spots in training camps. He then considers that this might mean Director Fang's school will get an extra spot. The old man continues explaining that their department has 2 spots for the training camps, which they intend to assign to outstanding students. Director Fang is pleased to hear this, but Director Zhang is left open-mouthed, unbelieving what he just heard. In disbelief, he thinks that in a province like theirs, which is falling behind others, there are only 3 or 4 spots in total. Fang turns to Director Zhang and mocks him, apologizing that he won't be able to accommodate him anymore as he's busy, which leaves Director Zhang furious. However, Fang wastes no time and asks his assistant to escort Director Zhang out. The old man and his grandson sit on the couch, and Director Fang cuts to the chase, asking if it's really true that the 2 spots are for Ning Feng from 3rd year class 2, since, if he's not mistaken, the Prota has only recently awakened. He then asks if Ning Feng can really go to the training camp. Lao Feng merely replies that it's up to the department, and the director needn't question anything. Fang is slightly embarrassed and makes it clear they'll cooperate fully. However, he's intrigued, imagining that the Adventurers Management Department is responsible for overseeing adventurers independently of the 7 great guilds, with immense power. And, with Lao Feng's influence, whoever gets his support will have a bright future. Next, he wants to know how the Prota managed to connect with the old man. Meanwhile, in the Prota's classroom, he is confused, as even his friends from the Sovereign Lion Guild have been transferred to his school, and he immediately asks them why on earth they were transferred there. The cleric, as cheerful as ever, mentions they just wanted to be closer to him. She explains that she heard the school tried to contact Zhao Cheng too, but he turned down the spot. She adds that's why the spot was given to her, and that the big boss also gave a spot to her brother. At this point, Wang Yue and Mu Qiu exchange intense glances. The berserker is excited to meet Lao Feng's grandson, and Rui smiles, saying the pleasure is his, and that he hopes to have the support of the Prote and everyone. Mu Qiu, feeling concerned, realizes she's not the only one drawn to the Prota, and thinks she needs to try even harder not to be overlooked by him, recalling she had prepared a gift for him, but needs the right moment to give it. At that moment, the other students observe the Prota's group with indignation, wanting to know what kind of relationship Ning Feng had with these people, because even without the Prota, this group was impressive for any high school in the country, and everyone really wanted to be talking with them. The protagonist feels pleased, thinking things suddenly got a lot more exciting, but he soon grows curious, wondering why Zhao Cheng turned down the spot and why no one seems to care about his disappearance. Meanwhile, at Zhao Cheng's house, his father sits pensively, and one of his guards reports there's still no news of the young master, asking if they really shouldn't contact the police. He takes a deep breath and says he's already contacted an experienced investigator to help with the case, and that they should have news soon, requesting they wait a bit longer. When asked about the situation at the school, the guard explains that he managed to secure an extended leave for the young master, stating he would be attending a special training. The director thought it would be a waste to give up the spot at the training camp, but didn't ask many questions. The young master's father thanks him for the information and says he'll take a look at Xiao Cheng's room, requesting not to be disturbed unless necessary. He then heads to the room, climbing the stairs, and upon arriving, goes to a wall adorned with various images and taps on one of them, which opens a hidden door. With a suspicious expression, he enters the secret room and approaches a dark altar. Meanwhile, at school, Rui Feng takes out an orb and explains to the protagonist that it's a skill book, a drop he obtained some time ago that might be useful for him. Feng is surprised because it's a book for summoning the water element, thinking that summoner is quite a rare profession, so this type of skill book is also hard to find and very valuable. Muqiu approaches and mentions that she also has something for the protagonist. Feng is even more surprised as it turns out to be a blade enchantment book, a skill of the battle mage, another rare profession. Realizing that these skill books are challenging to come by, he then thinks that both skill books are excellent, but he still can't learn them. As before classes started, he went to the secondary secret realm to level up. When he tried to enter, the system barred him, notifying that the realm required a group of at least 5 people. Due to a lack of information at the time, he ended up wasting the trip and couldn't unlock a new skill bar. On the other hand, he considers that both books he just received are more appealing than school, since he also needs to form more alliances as future information sources. Feng smiles and thanks them both for their kindness, mentioning he doesn't have much to give in return. He then takes out some experience vials, explaining that there are 40 advanced experience potions, half for each of them. Muqiu comments that she heard it's an exclusive treasure of the Blue Guild, and that only carefully trained internal members have priority access. Rui Feng imagines that item fetches a high price at auction and is quite hard to find, yet the protagonist is casually handing out 40 vials. Both the old man Lao's grandson and Muqiu are shocked, concluding that such support should be kept close. Yue calls the protagonist and says she also has a gift for him. He turns around and asks her to tell him what it is right away, as he doesn't like delays. She laughs and says that it's actually a new potion, Shu Wei refined, and asks her to deliver to the protagonist. She shows him the shining potion, and Feng is surprised by it. After that, the protagonist arrives at Duan's house, and he quickly asks Ning Feng why he arrived early. Delighted, the protagonist explains that all students attending the training camp can organize their free time, and since there was nothing important at school, he returned early. Duan, intrigued, remembers that the protagonist had said he'd put him through hellish training that week, but hasn't mentioned it again, wondering if his master has forgotten. Feng takes out an item and informs Duan that the potion is for him, explaining that it's a new potion Shu Wei just prepared, called the Nourishing Potion, which can heal internal injuries accumulated over time. He then asks Duan to drink a vial as they are about to begin hellish training. At that moment, Duan is excited, thanking the protagonist and promising to give it his all. He says this and promptly drinks the potion. Feng asks Duan how he feels. He replies that he feels his body warming up and that the areas that used to bother him feel much lighter. The protagonist is pleased, thinking it's truly a great potion, as the last time he was hit by a curse, he was left with some internal injuries, and after drinking a vial, he was almost completely healed. He then informs Duan that it's time for hell training, urging him not to get nervous and just follow his instructions. Duan, excited, shouts that he understands and can't wait to start. Feng asks him to let him know immediately if, at any moment, he feels he can't go on. The protagonist begins observing Duan, making him nervous, and then Feng uses his skill Abominable Vision. He can see all of Duan's weak points, noticing that his lung injury is in recovery, and wonders if it's the effect of the nutrient potion. He also notes that after Duan used the skill Energy Overload, he accumulated internal injuries, resulting in lung damage, a 2% loss in strength and stamina, and an 11% reduction in skill effectiveness. Feng makes it clear to Duan that he will first show him his weak points and then conduct specific training to address them. Duan, listening attentively to the protagonist, thanks him for the guidance. Feng explains that the energy overload skill isn't suitable for him as it causes lung damage. He further explains that the combination of skills was incorrect. Star Capture and Star Charge don't connect well, even though Duan usually relies on this combination. Duan is incredulous, realizing that his master truly has a sharp eye, having identified his issues so quickly. After that, the protagonist shouts, announcing the start of hell training, and Duan quickly prepares himself. Without wasting time, Feng strikes with his skill but changes direction just above Duan, who is startled. He quickly understands the protagonist's intentions, but it's too late. As he takes a direct hit, Duan kneels, hearing Feng ask how he's doing, and he promptly responds that he's fine and can still continue the training. Intrigued, the protagonist recalls that, thanks to those test subjects, he was able to familiarize himself with using his skill without impairing Duan's consciousness, bearing in mind that pain cannot be avoided. Duan stands up, feeling some pain, and thinks that his boss is likely the only person in this world who can make him stronger, and that he certainly won't waste such an opportunity. Then he gets ready and asks the protagonist to continue. After training for a while, Duan finds himself back in the training field. At that moment, a demon is furious with him, and he just stands, waiting for an opening. The demon attacks. He dodges effortlessly, leaping onto the demon, spinning in the air while concentrating energy in his dagger. Then, he drives the dagger into the demon's back, which roars in pain. With this, Duan easily finishes the demon, and brimming with excitement, smiles and asks for the next stage. The old man and Jing are surprised, and she comments that there are no more stages, as all the monster information he had provided was used up. At that moment, Duan takes a deep breath and falls to the ground. Overwhelmed with happiness, he begins to cry, commenting that thanks to his master's training, he was able to finish the monsters in the training field. Lao Feng can't believe it, remarking that in just half a month, he was able to elevate a fourth transformation warrior to such a high level, calling it simply a miracle, and noting that the agency will definitely need to maintain a good relationship with the great, mysterious boss. Saying this, his head starts to feel hot, and Jing, noticing, quickly calls his attention. He starts laughing, asking her not to worry, explaining that reaching his age as a transformer is already a blessing. Jing, intrigued, imagines that Mr. Feng sent his grandson to study in the city of Qinyu with the intent of passing the torch. Still worried about the old man, she asks if perhaps the great boss has a way to ease the price of the dark power. Lao Feng, thoughtful at Jing's question, observes Duan lying on the ground and comments that they'll discuss it later, because first, they need to take Duan to participate in the Realm of Challenge. After this, at the Sharp Blue Guild, Lao Feng and Duan arrive and are soon welcomed by Liu Yingzhen, who introduces himself and mentions he's the leader of the Xianyu Guild. He adds that everyone behind him are presidents of the 7 great guilds, and that it's a pleasure to meet him. Duan imagines that all the presidents present are either fifth transformation warriors or close to it, and that not even his master could gather them all for a reception. He also considers that the divine apparition incident really left everyone disoriented, and that the only person capable of staying calm before the divinity is his master, which is why he's worthy of his title. Shiyu imagines that Ying Zhen has just surpassed the fifth transformation, and wonders why he's making such a fuss to welcome a fourth transformation warrior. Observing the others present, he feels stressed, thinking that all those old foxes are just using this opportunity in the secret realm to benefit themselves and make connections. After that, everyone heads straight to the portal. Upon entering, Shiyu comments to Duan that everyone admires the presence of a strong person there and hopes he can use the opportunity to show his strength in the secret realm. Duan, not paying much attention to Shiyu, replies that he certainly will. At this moment, Duan sets up his phone on a tripod towards the battlefield so the protagonist can watch everything. Everyone stands in front of the phone, wanting to know if it's true that the great mysterious boss would be watching them. Meanwhile, at Duan's house, Feng is quite relaxed until he notices that the battle has begun there and comments on Duan's impressive speed. Saying this, Duan continues delivering several fast attacks. All the guild leaders are impressed. Yingzhen remarks that Duan's abilities are truly incredible and that his speed has multiplied several times. Shiyu asks if Duan is really only in the fourth transformation. Still observing Duan's movements, he shouts that he has already surpassed President Liu. At that moment, Duan stands before a massive demon, but he isn't phased and quickly finishes the demon without much trouble. With that, he receives a notification from the system congratulating him for successfully completing the trial. Everyone is in disbelief that he actually did it. Duan, astonished, looks up and sees a very bright light. The system informs him that he received the blessing of the gods, a reward for the first completion, granting him a forbidden spell from the gods. Immediately, all the leaders are shocked to learn that the blessing of the gods is actually a forbidden spell. Shiyu, frustrated, realizes that the blessing of the gods is a reward for the first completion and wonders if, after someone completes the trial, there's no more chance to obtain it, since as it's his secret realm, the reward should belong to him. Meanwhile, the system scans Duan's body and informs him that his profession level isn't advanced enough to learn the forbidden spell. Duan, upon learning this, is surprised, as is the old man, who wonders what it means. Feng, watching this through his phone, thinks back to the memories of the Demon King, which showed that professions in that world haven't yet reached their ideal form, considering that this might be why he couldn't receive the reward. At that moment, the system informs that the reward has been adjusted to Emblem of Divine Grace. Duan is confused by this notice, wanting to know the reason for the sudden change. After this, the system informs Duan that he has 3 different paths for his profession's progression, and that his profession belongs to the Strength category, blessed by the primordial Holy Spirit of the 12 gods. He wastes no time and selects the sword path symbol, and with that, the system presents 3 options. The first is the professional path, Spiritual Sword Master, where the master controls the sword with life energy, being decisive and deadly, capable of unleashing uncommon force against powerful enemies. Next, there is also the professional path, Supreme Combat Saint, a profession that never uses external items, always pushing the limits of one's own strength, with each punch and kick possessing considerable power. And finally, the professional path, Celestial Warrior, specializing in using various types of weapons to defeat opponents and capable of observing and understanding enemies' skills during battle. Duan, after analyzing all options, considers that, since his weapon is a short sword, a type of dagger, it would be better to choose the Spiritual Swordmaster path. After selecting it, an emblem begins to appear, and the system quickly informs him that he has obtained the Emblem of Divine Grace, a high-quality consumable item, granting him an additional 4 points of permanent strength and 4 points of permanent endurance, as well as permanently increasing his vital energy recovery speed by 80%. The system further explains that the Emblem of Divine Grace is formed by divine power, containing the fundamental rules of the universe, and asks him not to fear and simply focus on absorbing it. Duan immediately concentrates and begins to absorb the emblem. Meanwhile, Yan Chuan, alarmed, asks everyone to look up, as something was appearing in the sky. At that moment, a system message appears in the sky, stating that the God's Trial, Ruins of Laurel City, has been completed with a world-class difficulty level and a Divine Grace emblem drop rate between 0 and 1%. To make matters worse, the message wasn't only shown at the trial site, but to the entire world. People are shocked and quickly grab their phones to record it, eager to understand the meaning of those words that suddenly appeared. Feng goes to the window and notices that the system is notifying him about the God's Trial, asking him to complete the secret realm and use its power to his advantage. Meanwhile, at the trial site, the leaders are in a panic upon learning of the trial's world level, and Leader Arca mentions that people from other places have also seen the message, speculating it might have been a global announcement. Soon after, Duan exits the portal and everyone rushes toward him. Ying Zhen thinks Duan's strength can no longer be measured as a 4th transformation, believing that the entire global evaluation system will be revolutionized because of him. He promptly asks Duan if, by any chance, he'd be interested in joining the Xianyu Guild. Elder Arka comments that the Jiwu Guild offers extremely advantageous condition, guaranteeing total satisfaction. Not wanting to be left behind, Wang Bo asks if Duan would consider hearing the terms of the Xianjue Guild. However, Duan only smiles and apologizes, explaining that, at the moment, he isn't interested in joining any guild. After that, he returns home and, delighted, tells the protagonist that he succeeded and didn't disappoint his expectations. Feng laughs and congratulates him, commenting that Duan's own effort was also very important in completing the trial. After chatting for a while, they sit at a table, and Feng begins to sketch the emblem, mentioning that he couldn't see it clearly on his phone. Once he finishes the drawing, he shows it to Duan, then asks if the emblem of divine grace he mentioned resembles the sketch. Duan replies that it does, except for the design itself, but the shape is the same. Surprised, he immediately asks Feng if he also knows something about the emblems. Feng smiles and replies yes, explaining that he once obtained one after completing a mission and later gave it to his friend Wang Yue. Hearing this, Duan can hardly believe it, imagining that the protagonist can give away divine items as if they were nothing, realizing that his own efforts still seem far from enough. Feng, on the other hand, is intrigued, reflecting on what Duan mentioned about the emblem of divine grace being formed by the power of the gods. He wonders if, since he also possesses divine power, he'll be able to obtain an emblem in a common domain. However, he remembers another pressing concern, the matter of the 12 gods. Wondering if he will have to face them all, Duan further explains to the protagonist that, in order to obtain the divine emblem, the Guild of the Dead had already begun taking action, searching for more secret realms of trials, and that it would take a long time for all the guilds to become involved in this matter. Feng, intrigued, speculates that the system considered Duan's trial results as a mission completed, and then wonders if he could control those who pass the trial, thinking he could use that power for himself. However, he fears a potential issue, as the person who completes the trial might become an enemy. Feng also considers that the divine emblem is not his biggest concern. The real threat is that after passing through the realm of trials, one can learn forbidden magic, and if that magic falls into the hands of an enemy, it would certainly pose a danger to him. Exposing his existence to the gods would only lead to more problems. Feng takes a deep breath, reflecting on the numerous challenges he's faced lately, and wonders if there could be a way to ensure that all who pass the trial are part of his group, even though it seems difficult to achieve. At that moment, Duan catches the protagonist's attention, saying that he has something else to share but is unsure if he did the right thing. Feng, curious, asks what it is. Duan reveals that while he was at the Sharp Blue Guild, something happened. Shi Yu mentioned that it was somewhat embarrassing to say, explaining that according to their contract, the rewards Duan obtained in the Realm of Trials were to be handed over to the Sharp Blue Guild. Following this, Duan handed over the drops to Shu Yi, commenting that he couldn't hand over the divine emblem because it had already been absorbed. Upon hearing this, Shu Yi was furious, shouting for Duan to leave the divine emblem behind. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to leave. However, he quickly calmed down, realizing he only had the courage to say that in his mind. Soon after, all the leaders were astonished by the rarity and high levels of the items. Shu Yi, thrilled with the forgetfulness potion formula in his hands, realizes that it can remove a specific skill, leaving the skill slot empty again. As leveling up is difficult, skill slots are highly valuable, and one's skill choices can determine their future. Shu Yi concludes that with the potion, it's like having several new opportunities for choice. He then considers that, just like the high-level experience potion, this is another potion that could change the world. If they monopolize it, the Sharp Blue Guild will certainly attract more powerful people to join and soon surpass the official guilds. However, he's concerned about ensuring Duan keeps quiet and does not divulge the formula. With this in mind, he firmly tells Duan that, according to their contract, the potion formula must be kept in absolute secrecy and cannot be revealed to anyone. But before Shi Yu can finish speaking, Duan interrupts, and says that he had already seen that formula before, attributed to the great mysterious boss, clarifying that it was the exact same formula, because even if he doesn't reveal it, the boss could also produce it. Everyone is surprised, unable to believe what Dwan has just said. Frustrated, Shiyu insists they conducted an investigation beforehand, confirming that the rewards for the first completion of the Realm of Trials are unique and had never been recorded before. He then asks if Dwan was implying that the great mysterious boss already knew the formula and if, by any chance, he had any proof of it. Dwan lowers his head, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Shiyu feels triumphant, thinking he has caught Dwan in a lie, warning him not to use the great mysterious boss to intimidate him, as nothing that belongs to him can be taken away. Dwan takes a deep breath and replies that he doesn't need to prove anything to the boss. He then adds that, in fact, the high-level experience potion they had in their possession was also known to the boss, who had already produced it long before. Hearing this, Shiyu is left stunned. Desperate, he insists that it's absolutely impossible for the great mysterious boss to know anything about the Realm of Trials. All the guild leaders are perplexed, wondering if Dwan's incredible power comes from using those potions. At this moment, Ying-jun notices the elderly Lao Feng smiling openly and shouts, asking why he was smiling so broadly. Lao Feng casually replies that he remembered something that made him very happy. Ying-jun, curious, immediately asks what brought him such joy, but Lao Feng simply responds that it's none of his business. Frustrated, Ying-jun retorts that Lao Feng is being immature. However, the old man is intrigued, recalling how his grandson had mentioned that Ning Feng could easily get 40 vials of the experience potion from the great mysterious boss, because he didn't care about it. Lao Feng also reflects that his decision to transfer his grandson was indeed a great choice. Dwan approaches and remarks that if there's nothing else for him here, he will take his leave. Lao Feng turns and says he will return with him. With that, they both leave together. Lao Feng looks at Dwan and asks if, by any chance, the great mysterious boss has other potions. He then explains that his body is being corrupted by the dark force, and it's worsening every day. With a somber expression, he admits that he still wishes to live a few more years to spend time with his grandson. Dwan replies that he will ask his boss. Lao Feng thanks him sincerely, expressing deep gratitude. After explaining everything that happened to the protagonist, Dwan quickly apologizes for making decisions on his own. Feng reassures him not to worry, as to his knowledge, Dwan hadn't done anything wrong, so there's no need to apologize. However, the protagonist is intrigued by Lao Feng's condition and considers that, if it's for him, they should help if possible. The only concern is whether the nourishing potion will work on the old man's body. Feng smiles and instructs Dwan to find an opportunity to deliver some bottles of nourishing elixir to Lao Feng for him to try. Dwan agrees, saying he will gladly do it. After that, Dwan heads to Lao Feng's company, and upon arriving, asks Jing if the old man is there. She informs him that there was an important meeting, so he had to go to the main office. Dwan mentions he has some elixirs to deliver to the old man. Jing suggests leaving them with her, assuring that she will hand them over once Lao Feng returns later. Afterward, Jing heads to a room and rings the bell, puzzled as to whether Rui Feng is inside. Given that he had just arrived in Qinyu City and knew nothing and no one, she decides she might as well come back the next day. At that moment, a dark aura begins to seep from under Rui Feng's door. Inside, he is kneeling on the floor, trembling as the ominous aura surrounds him. Sweating profusely, Rui Feng starts hearing a sinister voice asking if he wishes to save his grandfather's life because it can help him, provided that Rui is willing to submit to it. Taking a deep breath, Rui shouts that he is the grandson of the great Lao Feng, demanding to know how the voice dares to betray humans by making demonic deals. The voice grows even louder in his mind, laughing as it declares that humans are weak creatures bound by strange rules, asking how long he will resist. It taunts that it hopes he will still speak this way when his grandfather dies before his eyes. Later, in the training field, Rui Feng sits alone in the stands, lost in thought about what the voice in his head had said. Suddenly, the protagonist appears, wondering why he seems so restless. Ningfeng then takes out his phone and asks Lao Feng's grandson if he would like to play the game Three Kingdoms to cheer up. Embarrassed, Rui Feng apologizes to the protagonist, explaining that his grandfather doesn't allow him to play games at school. Feng smiles, reassuring him that it's fine and that they can play together when his grandfather returns. He also comments on how impressive Lao Feng's skills are. Rui then explains that his grandfather learned to play the game because of him. The protagonist, confused, asks, "What do you mean?" Rui Feng explains that when he was a child, his parents died on a mission, leaving him deeply shaken. He became withdrawn, spending all day locked in his room, becoming somewhat antisocial. Because of this, his grandfather, Lao Feng, didn't know how to console him until he remembered that Rui used to enjoy battle games. Lao Feng secretly learned how to play them. In Rui's darkest moments, it was his grandfather who stayed by his side, helping him emerge from his shadows, which is why Rui is deeply grateful to him. Then, Rui smiles and apologizes to the protagonist for suddenly sharing all of this. Meanwhile, in a meeting room where Lao Feng is gathered with several others, one of them explains that the person on the screen is Peng He, a 4-star professional who is in his third transformation. 8 years ago, he was imprisoned for maliciously injuring someone in the Secret Land and sentenced to 15 years. However, 6 years ago, during his sentence, he mysteriously vanished from prison. He then introduces another individual, Gu Ying, also a 4-star professional in his third transformation. Previously, a variant under his supervision had mysteriously disappeared from his home 5 years ago. After introducing both, they start playing a recording. The Four Eyes individual explains that a few days ago, both of them suddenly reappeared in Peng He's old house in Xingyuan City and brutally murdered two elderly adventurers and their families, leaving no survivors. He hands some documents to Mr. Feng and explains that the two slain adventurers were members of the team that had captured Peng He in the past, suggesting that Peng He's motive might be revenge against Lao Feng's team. Worried, another person exclaims that, according to the records, the two dead adventurers were both fourth transformation experts. How could they have lost to two individuals in the third transformation and been helpless while their families were slaughtered? The Four Eyes reveals that one of the adventurers' homes had surveillance cameras, which captured the battle scene. He then plays the footage, where an adventurer faces one of the assassins and without hesitation, strikes with his sword. However, Ying effortlessly dodges and with a dagger in one hand, stabs the adventurer. Witnessing this leaves everyone there concerned and incredulous. To make matters worse, Ying delivers several additional blows, piercing the adventurer's entire body, giving him no chance to counterattack. Nervously sweating, the person next to the old man comments that it's clear Ying has already surpassed the power of the fifth transformation. Lao Feng, seeing this, is also apprehensive, remarking that in a direct confrontation, he would probably not be a match for Ying. After all, this person had disappeared for years while still in the third transformation, making him wonder what Ying had done and endured to reach such a level of power. Meanwhile, at the Chung household, Mr. Cheng is restless. The door suddenly opens, and Ying and Peng He enter. Cold sweat dripping, Chung comments that they've worked hard and asks if they've found any clues about his son's whereabouts. Peng He replies that they haven't discovered anything about the young master's disappearance, but while searching, they sensed an extremely powerful dark force. Shocked, Mr. Chung asks what that implies. Peng He explains that lower-level favored ones can only use the dark force with the blessing of a demon lord, mentioning the man who previously died in Chinyu City, who was merely a pawn for a certain demon lord. With a sinister smile, Peng He clarifies that true favored ones, like themselves, are personally summoned and trained by the demon lord, meaning they lose contact with the outside world and undergo training in the secret realm for a long period. He then elaborates that the young master's situation bears some resemblance to theirs in the past, so he suspects that the young master may have caught the attention of a demon lord and was given the opportunity to train in the secret realm. In shock, Mr. Chung remarks that he only knows his son is performing some kind of ritual and wants to understand what Peng He is saying about it. Peng He replies that he's not entirely sure, but he inspected the dark room where the young master conducts his rituals and confirmed that the setup was correct. As long as his son continues with the sacrifices, given his potential, he should be able to attract the attention of a demon lord. Hearing this makes Mr. Chung excited, thinking he knew it would be like this, and that soon the Wang group will no longer be able to compete with him. Peng He hands a paper to Mr. Chung and asks if, after dinner, he could arrange a car to take them to a certain location. Chung, after seeing what the paper was about, asks if Peng He is looking for someone at that marked location. Peng He confirms this, and, along with Ying, with a sinister expression, makes it clear that they are going to visit a future disciple. Some time passes, and Rui Feng is thinking back to the time when someone informed his grandfather that his parents sacrificed their lives to seal the uncontrollable entrance to the secret realm, and that, thanks to them, the entire city avoided disaster. On behalf of all the citizens, they expressed their deepest gratitude and heartfelt condolences. After recalling this, Rui goes to the window and gazes at the stars until he hears someone knocking on the door. He approaches and asks who it is. Upon opening it, he sees two sinister-looking men and immediately asks who they are looking for. Peng He, with a wicked smile, asks if he is Feng Rui. The boy confirms, and Peng He asks to come in, saying they have some matters to discuss. Rui Feng turns serious and asks again who they are, thinking that these two seem quite strange and that there is a dangerous aura around them. Peng He, calling the boy Master, explains that they are there to check on him and makes it clear that from now on, he should call them elder brothers. Rui Feng is confused and asks what they mean by master. They mention that Rui Feng had met their master the previous night. Upon hearing this, he is shocked and, looking at them, notices a dark aura. It's the same aura that had spoken to him the night before. Without wasting any time, he equips his armor and prepares to strike them. However, he barely has time to react as his head is forcefully grabbed, and he is thrown against a wall, which shatters easily under Peng He's strength. Furious, the blonde one asks Rui how he dares attack his elder brother. The boy, equally enraged, struggles to remove Peng He's hand from his head, but he is soon struck hard in the stomach. Feeling intense pain and coughing up a lot of blood, Peng He lifts the boy's body and comments that the master had said he was being irrational and asked them to speak with him, explaining that their master holds him in high regard and is willing to grant him great power, which could even save his grandfather's life. Peng He tells him that if Rui agrees, he could become a great expert. Rui makes it clear to Peng He that there's no way he would ever accept that. Peng He shows disdain for the boy, but soon hears Ying reporting that he had searched the house and that Director Feng was not there. The blonde, frustrated, remarks that it's a shame because he wanted to greet the veteran. Trembling with rage, Rui begs them not to harm his grandfather. Peng He then releases the boy's head, causing him to fall face first onto the floor. Peng He says he's heard that sacrificing a loved one can unleash even greater dark power, and that old Lao Feng's life is now in the boy's hands. He gives him 3 days to think about it, stating that if he agrees to become their disciple, they will leave the past behind. With a sinister expression, Peng He explains that if he doesn't agree, in 3 days, it will be the date of his old man's death. Looking at a picture of Rui and his grandfather, he comments that it would be quite fitting for a gravestone. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of the savage tribe, a demon is furious and about to unleash a powerful attack with his axe. The protagonist, brimming with confidence, awaits the demon's attack and then uses his staff to effortlessly obliterate the monster, leaving no trace behind. Feng is frustrated, as he currently can't find a suitable place to level up, so he's left with no choice but to gather practical experience in regular dungeons. Just then, He notices his system prompting him not to worry about the mission, assuring him it's a piece of cake. The system then instructs him to reach the second transformation and complete the repair, giving him 43 days out of a maximum of 60 to do so. The penalty for failure would be the host's death. Feng realizes that at this pace, he'll have to focus on the nearby dungeons to complete the mission. Just as he's pondering this, his phone rings. He answers, asking Duan what he wants. His apprentice informs him that old Lao Feng wanted him to ask the protagonist something. Feng, intrigued, notices Duan's slightly hesitant tone, but quickly tells him to spit it out. Duan reveals that old Lao Feng wants to have the great mysterious master as his own master. Later, at the city's second hospital, the protagonist visits Rui Feng, who thanks him for making the effort to come. Feng gets straight to the point, asking how he's feeling. Rui explains that his body is fine, but he needs to be monitored to check if the dark power is under control, so he'll have to stay in the hospital for a few more days. He mentions that this is the special ward for mutants, and that he's never seen anything like it before. The protagonist laughs and comments that no normal person would ever be admitted there. Meanwhile, at the hospital reception, Lao Feng shows photos of Peng He and Ying, explaining that these two are extremely dangerous and pose a serious threat to public safety. The country has placed great importance on the case, but so far, there's no viable solution. Lao Feng then reveals that he held a glimmer of hope, but didn't expect the mysterious great boss to actually agree to the proposal. Duan explains to the old man that his boss clarified that it wasn't about accepting the old man as a disciple, but rather about finding an opportunity to help him train. After all, his boss prefers a peaceful life and doesn't want to see evildoers getting away scot-free. The old man understands and asks if the boss has any requests. Duan explains that his boss wants an independent training space. It doesn't have to be large, just secret, discreet, and convenient for his use. Additionally, he mentioned that the old man could also undergo special training there. Lao Feng agrees and promises to give the mysterious boss a satisfactory answer as soon as possible. However, just then, they hear a noise, and Lao Feng turns around startled, immediately rushing towards his grandson's room. Meanwhile, Rui is fuming at Peng He and Ying. The blonde, holding a basket of fruit, smiles apologetically, saying it was all his fault for being rude that day and for putting Rui in the hospital, so he felt guilty and came to check on him. At that moment, the old man bursts in and immediately recognizes the two intruders, his fury igniting like Ghost Rider. Peng He, suspicious, asks if the old man is thinking of attacking him. Lao Feng stands there silently, saying nothing. Peng He smirks and tells the old man that if he's not going to make a move, then they should say their goodbyes. He reminds Rui Feng that he only has 2 days left to think over their proposal. With that, they walk past the old man, who remains silent. As they approach Duan, Ying spitefully spits on him. After that, they leave as if nothing happened, while Duan simply watches them go. The old man calms down and apologizes to Duan for the embarrassing incident, but Duan reassures him to stay calm, saying it wasn't his fault and there's no need to apologize. Meanwhile, the protagonist is excited about the basket of fruit Peng He left behind and quickly asks Rui Feng if he'd like some, noting that they look fresh and shouldn't go to waste. After that, on the same day, Peng He, Ying, and Zhao Qing's father are enjoying themselves, drinking with a few women. The blonde man comments that he heard Miss Wang Yue from the wine group is quite interesting. Mr. Chung laughs and says that his son originally planned to use her as a sacrifice, then makes it clear to Peng He that if he wanted her, he was welcome to take her. Peng He starts laughing, but at the same time, the wall behind him suddenly shatters. Amid all the dust, 2 shadows could be seen. It was Ningfeng and Duan. Mr. Chung, furious, immediately asks who was there. Duan orders everyone to leave immediately, except for Peng He and Gu Ying. The blonde man looks at his friend and smiles, commenting that finally they had come for them. Ying wastes no time and leaps toward Duan with his lightning sword, striking immediately. However, Duan also acts quickly, drawing his dagger and effortlessly blocking Ying's attack. leaving him puzzled. Duan realizes that Ying has surpassed the 5th level, and thinks that, without the special training from his master and the blessing of the gods, he would have been defeated instantly by Ying. Peng He's friend is shocked, wondering how Duan managed to block his attack so easily, but he quickly considers that Duan only needed to block for a moment, giving the protagonist behind him the opportunity to strike. However, when he turns, Ying notices Ningfeng calmly sitting, opening a snack and eating it leisurely. This drives him mad with rage as he tries to understand why the other guy was standing there eating something. Duan doesn't waste time and strikes, telling Ying not to get distracted in a fight. Furious, Ying summons his battle outfit and charges at Duan. Their attacks collide, unleashing an intense energy. The people present watch the fierce battle, and the women begin trembling in fear, wanting to leave but too afraid to pass by them. At that moment, Mr. Chung turns and notices Peng He radiating a sinister aura. The blonde man, enraged, releases his power. Meanwhile, the protagonist, completely calm, comments on how delicious the melon seeds tasted. Peng He, indifferent, attacks the protagonist, who quickly rises from his chair and defends against the blow. Peng retreats and, with his powerful sword, unleashes even more power. He then summons his armor, making his presence even more intimidating. Ningfeng also prepares for combat and activates his passive ability, Killer Nature, a dark curse that, when simultaneously wielding magical melee weapons, continuously increases all attributes, potentially reaching a maximum increase of 100%. Peng He, seeing the protagonist's aura, wonders if Ningfeng might be a battle mage, and how such a powerful battle mage could exist. Then, the blonde man notices a crack forming on the ground beneath him and leaps back, dodging the protagonist's blackthorn attack. However, he is startled to realize that Ningfeng is attacking from behind, and that the first attack was merely a distraction. Peng He manages to block the attack at the last second, but quickly thinks the protagonist's techniques aren't that impressive, making him seem like an inexperienced novice. He changes his mind though, suspecting Ningfeng is doing this on purpose, and that there must be some kind of trick, prompting him to stay even more alert. With this in mind, Peng He, furious, delivers another powerful blow toward the protagonist, who merely waits attentively. He defends against the first attack, the second, and the third, and upon noticing an opening, strikes at the blonde man's neck. Startled by the attack, Peng He manages to block it, but is unable to stop the protagonist from relentlessly striking his entire body. Furious, Peng He realizes something is off, suspecting that the protagonist is growing stronger with every passing moment in the fight. While being cornered, Peng He shouts, asking Ningfeng to wait a moment. The protagonist is intrigued by the request, but decides to stop and listen to what the blonde man has to say. Peng He remarks that he doesn't know who the protagonist is, but suggests they sit and talk, as both are powerful and have no need to fight to the death. Feng takes a deep breath and responds that his goal is simple. Peng, he dies and he lives. Hearing this infuriates the blonde man, who yells at the protagonist not to be so arrogant, claiming that in his master's eyes, Feng is nothing more than an insignificant insect. This piques Feng's curiosity, and he asks who Peng He's master is, wondering if it might be the demon king of the secret realm. Peng He confirms this and explains that his master is a force no one in the world can comprehend. He makes it clear that not only human adventurers, but even demon kings from secret realms, countless of them, have fallen to his master's hands. Moreover, he reveals that his master's favorite pastime is using the bones of powerful enemies to craft exquisite ornaments. Fascinated by the blonde man's story, Feng asks again if his master really killed demon kings and collected their remains. Peng He laughs and confirms. Hearing this excites Feng, who eagerly asks where Peng He's master is. Meanwhile, outside the building where the fight is taking place, Lao Feng's group is present. Jing comments that the battle is happening on the top floor, a property of the Zhao Corporation. He adds that witnesses who saw photos identified the residents as likely Peng He and Gu Ying. Lao Feng wastes no time and uses his detection magic, casting it toward the building and reaching the floor where the battle is underway. The old man observes the scene and soon notices the protagonist fighting Peng He. He confirms that it really is Peng He and notes that he doesn't seem to be doing well. He also explains that the other man, wearing a mask, has visible magic and must be using some kind of camouflage magic. The blonde man begins to sweat as the protagonist pressures him. As the battle continues, Ning Feng's attributes increase, reaching 60%. The old man, observing the fight, is impressed, thinking the protagonist's techniques are simple and direct, yet he manages to dominate his opponent with sheer attributes alone. He wonders where such a powerful warrior could have come from. When all of the protagonist's attributes reach 80%, he suddenly faces a massive demonic mouth that swallows him whole. Peng, he has transformed into a terrifyingly colossal monster, and, in his mind, reflects that he never imagined anyone could force him to use this technique. However, he is aware that this technique comes with a certain cost. The old man, witnessing the scene, is astonished, unable to believe the intensity of the battle. Meanwhile, Duan continues fighting furiously against Ying, who asks if he isn't worried about his partner being devoured. Duan calmly replies that Ying doesn't need to concern himself with his master because he isn't qualified to do so. He says this and slashes Ying, who is startled, unable to dodge Duan's quick attack. Duan then makes it clear that Ying, apparently, is also unqualified. Worried about the attack he just received, Ying begins screaming in pain. Peng He hears something and quickly turns, noticing it's Mr. Zhao, shouting that he is amazing and that these small fry weren't even opponents for him. Without mercy, Peng He slices Mr. Zhao's body in half, leaving the women nearby trembling with fear, unable to believe what they just witnessed. Furious, Peng He comments that Mr. Zhao was the one who was useless. Releasing even more power, he declares that since he had transformed, he might as well devour some stronger enemies. He says this while looking at Lao Feng's observation orb, which terrifies the old man upon realizing he's been discovered. Peng, he smiles, but moments later an explosion occurs. A massive power erupts from within Peng He, leaving him utterly confused as to what's happening. Then, the protagonist emerges from within the blonde man, who collapses to his knees, his stomach completely ruptured. Meanwhile, Ning Feng walks calmly, shrouded in his terrifying aura. Feng remarks that he has been using that ability for a long time, but still isn't sufficiently familiar with real combat. Seeing his partner's broken body on the ground, Ying screams in concern, but fails to notice Duan preparing to strike. Duan then delivers a blow that pierces Ying's body, causing blood to gush out from the devastating attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the women flee in desperation. Feng approaches Ying and tells him not to die just yet, as there is something he wants to know. Time passes, and in the secret realm of the Blood Mist Valley, a servant reports to his master that intruders have been sighted at the entrance to the secret realm. The Demon King orders him to inform everyone to stay away from the enemy, as he suspects they have come specifically for him. Confused, the servant asks for clarification. The Demon King extends his hand, revealing a shattered gem, and explains that the soul artifacts of Peng He and Gu Ying have been destroyed, meaning both are dead. However, before Gu Ying died, he activated his soul artifact. Because of this, the Demon King explains that he managed to vaguely hear a few words. He recounts that the words he heard were someone asking Ying where his master was, and that Ying revealed his master was in the secret realm of Mount Yuzu, and that he would take revenge. He says this, and then orders his servant that he himself will handle the enemy, as if the adversary was capable of killing Peng He and Gu Ying. Then his servant would stand no chance. Frustrated, the servant acknowledges the order. The Demon King, observing his servant's worry, reflects that, although his subordinates are loyal, they can only rely on his power, as only special races like humans can level up on their own and gain more power through sacrifice. Then, One of the skulls on his armor begins to react. Picking it up in his hand, he recalls that many years ago, he was just a regular demon king who stumbled upon the legacy of a high-ranking demon king. Through it, he not only gained immense power, but also learned how to control humans. With the help of these teachings, he repeatedly defeated his enemies, turning them into trophies. He says this while raising the skull of the ancient high-ranking demon king. However, he is suddenly struck by a massive electric shock delivered by the protagonist, who wanted to understand what kind of realm he was in, as the heavy mist prevented him from seeing anything. He had used his ability Descent of the Thunder God, which summons a massive thunderstorm that unleashes the power of celestial tribulation. Feng was also bored, as he hadn't encountered any monsters there yet. Suddenly, a system message notifies him that the legacy of the end has been detected. The protagonist becomes excited at the notification, remarking that it seems his system isn't damaged. He says this and begins walking, commenting that judging by the aura's source, the path is that way. After walking a bit, he grows excited, commenting that he has found what he was looking for and that it is in the hand of the black statue. However, he doesn't realize that the black statue is actually the Demon King, now charred from his attack. Wasting no time, Feng begins absorbing the fragments, wondering what had happened to the countless relics since there was only one. After absorbing it, the protagonist becomes thrilled, as all his attributes have increased by 100 points without using any abilities, and now he can crush most adventurers. Moreover, he has leveled up to 40 and can now learn new skills. With that, he picks up the skill book and becomes intrigued by the skill being a summoning curse, wondering if he could summon a great demon king or something similar, and whether this would make him even more of a god of evil. But he quickly decides to learn the skill first and see what happens later. The learned skill is Gate of Darkness, a forbidden spell that allows the protagonist to open a dark gate to summon a constant stream of dark creatures for 12 hours or a high-level demon lord for an unlimited period. Feng initially thought the skill might not be very useful, but upon realizing the potential of summoning a high-level demon lord indefinitely, he is surprised and finds it intriguing, deciding to test it when the time comes. Meanwhile, at Lao Feng's headquarters, Duan comments that those two individuals were very difficult to deal with, and that, for safety reasons, they left no survivors. Lao Feng expresses concern about not being able to gather more information, but thanks Duan and the mysterious Great Master, acknowledging they saved his life and that of his entire family, and he doesn't even know how to repay the favor. Duan smiles and replies that Lao Feng is very kind. Jing reflects that, fortunately, the officials were willing to trust the master's judgment and make every effort to show goodwill to the mysterious great master, while skeptical voices had been suppressed. Otherwise, he doesn't know how much damage Peng He and Gu Ying might have caused. Lao Feng then mentions that the country also places great importance on the matter, and that he heard the mysterious great master was looking for a training space. Because of this, several locations were approved immediately. He says this while handing over 2 envelopes, explaining that they contain all the information. He further explains that the training facilities are all carefully constructed by the country, offering an excellent environment and infrastructure. They also ensure privacy, free from irrelevant personnel. Duan suspects that the training space his master mentioned is just a cover, as the master doesn't want to reveal his true training methods. With that in mind, he retrieves the information and decides to let his master choose for himself. Afterward, Duan and the protagonist visit the training base. Feng is impressed by the size of the facility. As they enter, Duan explains that the location is a newly built adventurer base in the country, codenamed Area 51, which hasn't yet been put into use. He adds that Lao Feng made it clear that if the mysterious Great Master liked it, the base could be assigned directly to him. Feng, in disbelief, asks if all of this is truly his. Duan confirms it. While touring the training area, Duan explains that the building has 10 floors, with internal spaces that include training zones, office areas, leisure zones, and common areas capable of accommodating about 2,000 people. Upon reaching the rest area, Dwan points out that the infrastructure is highly complete, featuring an advanced set of intelligent control systems. Passing through the dining area and reaching the rooftop garden, Dwan assures his master that if he wishes, there's no issue with staying there for 1 or 2 years. Feng becomes excited, imagining that he can finally cultivate his own forces, as the location is perfect. Afterward, they meet with Lao Feng to finalize the arrangements. The old man laughs, commenting that it was expected for the mysterious Great Master to choose Base 51, as he also finds the place excellent. He emphasizes that since the protagonist has saved Chinyu City twice, Longbow City once, and eliminated the two main threats, Peng He and Gu Ying, the country is willing to provide strong support for heroes like him. For this reason, the base will not charge any fees, and he only needs to sign the documents to confirm everything. Feng smiles, thinking he hadn't expected the officials to be so friendly. While signing, Duan mentions that his master doesn't like dealing with mundane matters, so the base management will be entrusted to him and Ning Feng. Lao Feng adds that if the Great Master has any intention of forming a guild, he can also assist with that matter. Then, Duan asks Mr. Feng if there's a way to access all kinds of information readily without having to create a guild. He explains to the old man that his master isn't very skilled with things like the internet. Lao Feng smiles and says that's easy to solve, explaining that for a national-level expert like the Great Master, their office can arrange a dedicated information channel. As long as the information isn't highly confidential, it can be synchronized and shared with the agency. Feng gets excited upon hearing this, realizing they're treating the mysterious Great Master as a national-level expert. Compared to him and Duan painstakingly gathering information, the agency's information channel will indeed be much more efficient. However, he keeps in mind that he won't rely on a single source of information, knowing he'll need to develop multiple channels in the future. Regarding the establishment of a guild, Feng feels there's too much to manage. Instead, he believes it would be better to transform the base into another model, especially with no shortage of high-quality resources. After finishing their preparations, they start walking, and Duan tells Lao Feng that the Great Master has organized his special training for the following week, promising to notify him in advance. The old man is pleased, thanks Duan, and also asks him to express gratitude to the master for his efforts. At that moment, Lao Feng hears his phone ringing. Upon answering, one of his staff members reports that they've uncovered some mysterious disappearances during their investigation, very similar to the cases of Peng He and Gu Ying. Furthermore, they fear that similar individuals might appear again in the future. Hearing this makes Mr. Feng deeply concerned, thinking that even with the Great Master's special training, he cannot fight the enemy alone. Taking a deep breath, he wonders if there's a way to train strong people quickly. That same evening, the old man visits his grandson's house. When Rui Feng sees him, he is delighted. Lao Feng notices a suitcase and immediately asks where his grandson is headed. Rui Feng, excited, explains to his grandfather that since the supernova training camp is about to begin, Ning Feng has organized special training for them. He mentions that he just received a call saying he needs to be at the training base in 2 days, so he's packing to avoid being late. His grandfather, intrigued, asks how many of them there are. Rui Feng replies that, including himself, there are 5. Without realizing it, Lao Feng gets excited and once again transforms into Ghost Rider, startling his grandson, who warns him that his head is on fire again. However, the old man reassures his grandson not to worry, explaining that he took some medicine Duan gave him. He insists he's clearly improving but admits that the power of darkness is still not easy to control. Noticing his grandson hadn't understood his earlier question, he rephrases it, wanting to know what kind of people Ning Feng had invited. Rui Feng explains that it's just a few good friends and that, aside from himself, The others have known Ningfeng for a long time. The old man gets excited upon hearing this, thinking that the great master will look after those close to him. Quickly kneeling down, he offers to help his grandson pack. Then, he advises him to listen carefully to Ningfeng when he arrives at the training camp, as it's a rare opportunity that shouldn't be wasted. He also tells his grandson to control his pace and not forget to call when he's ready to form a team for ranked matches. Rui Feng is left confused by his grandfather's sudden flurry of excitement. After that, at the training base, Wang Yue's group arrives, and she quickly becomes intrigued, commenting that this seems to be the place Ningfeng mentioned, but there is nothing there except forests. Soon, they notice something strange, and are immediately teleported to where the Proto and Lord Laofeng's grandson are. Everyone greets each other, and is amazed by the place, noting that even the main bases of the 7 great guilds are nothing compared to this location. The blonde girl quickly wants to know how the Proto found such a place. He smiles and explains that it belongs to one of his older friends and that he borrowed it. Wang Yue thinks to herself that she has never heard Ningfeng mention them before, and that he has become increasingly mysterious since his awakening. Next, the Proto introduces Duan, saying that he will be the one in charge of them during training. Everyone immediately greets Duan. He turns to the group and announces that he will lead them to the training room. The berserker, suspicious, asks the Proto if he knows Duan well. Feng becomes irritated and makes it clear to them that the celestial phenomenon some time ago was caused by Lord Duan's passage during the trial of the gods, and that he is even stronger than the leader of the Yu Guild. Everyone is astonished and wastes no time heading to the training grounds, where they soon get excited and release their auras. Duan is impressed and wonders why they became so animated so suddenly. While in the training field, the Proto observes them and thinks that by casting a forbidden spell there to simulate the effects of a training room, they won't need to worry about exposure. Feng also considers that he needs to establish a guild, cultivate only the strong without limitations, and select members based solely on strength and determination, thereby creating an alliance. Wang Yue is the first to start and quickly focuses, but she is struck in the arm and screams in pain. She feels a sense of dread and oppression, everything seeming very real, and realizes that if this weren't training, it would definitely break someone's will. She wonders if her friend Ning Feng endured such a cruel trial to become stronger. Jiangshu also feels the power, and reflects that neither he nor the cleric are supernovas, and they never dared hope to surpass others' talent through hard work. However, he knows the Proto has shown them there is hope. Rui Feng thinks that he cannot rely on his grandfather's protection forever, and therefore also wants to protect the people he cares about. Meanwhile, Xu Wei remains silent, saying nothing. Ningfeng smiles and says they are all doing very well. After a while, everyone is exhausted, commenting that it feels as if they have been tortured for centuries and are nearly dead from the training. Duan enters the room and declares that it is enough for the day. He asks everyone to rest and announces that he will lead targeted training the following day. Afterward, they head to a VIP room where they all gather. Wang Yue comments that although the special training is just beginning, the gains they have already achieved far surpass previous years. She emphasizes that it's simply impossible to identify weaknesses by relying solely on one's own understanding. Rui Feng reflects that the power of darkness in his body felt strange that day. Even when he gave his best effort, there were no signs of this power going out of control. At that moment, Xiaoting begins to cry, and the Proto asks what is wrong with her. Wang Yue explains that it's due to the stressful situation she and Jiangshu are experiencing. Since there are more spots for their school to participate in the supernova training camp, skepticism has been spreading online. The Proto is intrigued by this and picks up his phone, saying he will check if it's true because he can't believe something like this exists. The blonde girl shows Ningfeng her phone, and soon, everyone sees various toxic comments about the school, Xiaoting, and Jiangshu. The Proto notices a different comment and remarks that it seems someone is defending them. They then discover that the person protecting them is Chang Muqiu. Ningfeng comments that he can't believe it's really her, as she replied to every comment from people mocking them. The blonde girl is astonished and remarks that she never imagined Mukyu would be willing to defend them. Xiaoting wipes her tears and asks everyone to stop worrying and reading the messages. She explains that she was nervous about securing a spot in the training camp and feared embarrassing Ningfeng. However, thanks to the special training earlier, she didn't feel nervous at all and cried out of joy. Feng laughs, asks everyone to train peacefully, and announces that in a few days, he will give everyone another gift. Wang Yue is intrigued by something he saw on the phone and asks the proto what it is. He simply replies that it's a secret, leaving his friend furious. Night falls. In his room, Ningfeng reflects. He recalls that the memories of the Demon King he absorbed last time brought information about him, the evil god. He discovers that, in fact, there are 7 evil gods born of darkness, who are the common beliefs of monsters in the secret world. However, he, the evil god, does not belong to these 7. On the contrary, he holds the title of one of the 12 lords, the Almighty God of Law. Alongside 11 other gods, he led their families to destroy a legitimate evil god, ensuring that all dark entities dared not invade the world of light again. Unexpectedly, the Almighty God of Dharma, free from the threat of darkness, began to study the power of darkness and became obsessed with it. Fortunately, the other 11 gods noticed this in time and fought against the Almighty God of Dharma, who managed to escape and became an evil god. Feng reflects that this legend circulates in the world of light and is widely believed. However, among the demons of darkness, there is an entirely different version of the story. According to the demon realm's legend, the dependents of the gods, free from the threat of darkness, gradually lost their sense of crisis, and their faith diminished. They stopped relying on the gods, enraging them because gods create their families solely to gain more power from faith. The proto imagines that the gods then began encouraging their dependents to attack each other, using them as instruments of pleasure and sacrificial offerings. Even the demons hidden in darkness began to emerge with the tacit approval of the gods. This would be the origin of the secret realm. In this context, only the Almighty God showed no interest in the amount of faith, refusing to participate in this game. However, Ningfeng knows that unexpectedly, one day, the war reached the Almighty God of Dharma's family, and due to a lack of defense, nearly the entire family was massacred. Furious, the god of Dharma demanded that the other gods stop this senseless farce, but he was insulted and ridiculed by them. Feng explains that the conflict between the two sides escalated until it culminated in a great battle. The Almighty God of Dharma, who had always been indifferent to the rest of the world, became involved in a fierce battle. It took 2 deaths and 6 injuries among the 11 main gods to force the god of Dharma to retreat. After that, no one knows exactly where the Almighty God went. Rumors suggest he entered an unknown dimension, neither of light nor darkness, and disappeared there. Fearing retaliation, the gods did everything they could to tarnish the image of the Almighty God while searching for his whereabouts. Ningfeng reflects that this god is truly on another level, as he fought against 11 gods at once, killed 2 of them, and still managed to escape unscathed. He understands why the system told him not to worry, considering that this confrontation seems small by comparison. The proto speculates that the title of evil god might be entirely fabricated. However, he regrets that his memories end at that point, and that he still doesn't know the final fate of the Almighty God. Even so, he thinks all of this might just be a legend, making it difficult to discern the truth. He concludes that his priority should be leveling up since risking his life isn't his style. He quickly prepares and flies off. Arriving in front of a portal, he imagines that the Adventurers Guild's access to information across the country is very convenient. After all, there, one can find many unknown secret realms. As soon as the proto enters a dungeon to train, several monsters rush at him. He grabs his staff and, with just one strike, easily defeats them all, gaining several experience points. While navigating his system, Ningfeng comments that the experience points from these monsters aren't bad, especially since the boss seems likely to drop something valuable. Before long, the Secret Realm's boss appears. Excited, Ningfeng leaps and strikes the armored bull's forehead with his sword. Due to the monster's tough armor, his sword breaks. Observing the destroyed weapon, he reflects that his real level isn't very high and that the weapons he can use aren't as good as those wielded by 4th or 5th level adventurers. After continuous high-intensity combat, he didn't expect his weapon to fail so quickly. However, the Proto notices something and sees the bull mocking him. He discards the broken sword and unleashes his terrifying power, leaving the armored bull terrified. He then finishes it off. Feng is frustrated to see that he only leveled up from 43 to 47. He comments that the monster didn't provide much experience and, on top of that, cost him a sword. However, he figures that at least he unlocked another ability. He chooses the Wind Blade skill, which, when activated, creates a violent storm imbued with the power of darkness, corrupting all light. Feng knows that the more forbidden spells, the better. Otherwise, he'll always worry about lacking power. Still, he understands that relying solely on forbidden spells isn't enough. Without proper weapons and equipment, he can't defeat even a boss, let alone a god. Turning around, he wonders where to find the next secret realm. He decides to head to the nearest city to buy some new weapons, just in case. Upon arriving, he visits a shop. A saleswoman quickly approaches him and informs him that all the legendary quality long swords in the shop are there. Ningfeng asks if there are only 7, but says it doesn't matter. He orders all of them and asks for their price. The saleswoman is stunned, trying to figure out who he could be. After all, he's so young, yet not only does he possess the shop's supreme black card, but he's also buying 7 legendary quality long swords at once. She also notes that Heaven's Vault, with the highest stats, is among them, but he looks at them as if they were a pile of common, low-level equipment. At that moment, someone knocks on the door, and the saleswoman asks them to come in. Another saleswoman enters, asking for her colleague's help, but she responds that she's attending to an important guest and that everything else can wait. The other saleswoman returns to inform the other client that her manager is busy, leaving him indignant, wanting to know why someone else should take priority. They decide to investigate who it is. It turns out to be Gu Yunzhou, accompanied by his friends. The saleswoman is terrified, realizing it's Gu Yunzhou, and fears that if a conflict arises, her job as manager will be at stake. Gu Yunzhou enters the room, and upon seeing that the Proto is receiving the manager's attention, is surprised. Feng, sipping his tea, asks who he is. Internally, Yunzhou is furious, as the Proto had once stolen all his equipment and doesn't even seem to remember. Yet, he introduces himself politely. Without much interest, the Proto remarks that he remembers him. Yunzhou smiles, calling it a great coincidence. However, he reflects that he once sent someone to investigate Ningfeng's background, but always encountered inexplicable resistance, as if someone were deliberately interfering. The information available online is all confusing. Some say Ningfeng is 18 years old and has just awakened his profession. Others claim he's the reincarnation of a god. Yunzhou thinks every comment is more exaggerated than the last, making it impossible to believe any of them. Feng looks at the swords and asks Yunzhou if there's one he likes. Yunzhou laughs and says he was just joking, then tells the Proto to use whatever he wants. The people around are surprised to see one of the national supernovas being friendly, as he's known for looking down on everyone. Yunzhou then comments that he's leaving and tells the Proto to take his time choosing. He heads to the bathroom, furious, and imagines how humiliating that encounter was, and that he needs to do something to deal with his anger. He takes out his phone and starts posting about the Proto in the community, suggesting that there's something suspicious about Ningfeng and calling for a full investigation. Shortly after, he sees Chang Mukyu defending Ningfeng, stating that she doesn't understand what Yunzhou is insinuating. Yunzhou becomes even angrier, realizing it's his old friend, and remarks that he can't believe even she is defending the trash Ningfeng. He then resolves to find the secret realm of judgment and take revenge on the Proto. After Ningfeng finishes his purchases, the saleswomen thank him. He leaves, takes a deep breath, and heads to a secret realm. There, he easily defeats the boss. From realm to realm, he continues defeating bosses until he reaches level 60. Exhausted, he comments that he's finally reached level 60 and can now transfer his class. He reflects that he didn't expect leveling up without using forbidden spells to take so long. While walking through the dungeon, he finds an altar and reflects on how these monsters once worshipped various evil gods, all of whom were eventually destroyed by the 12 main gods. However, monsters are now constantly invading the human world with the goal of reviving the 7 true evil gods. The Proto knows, though, that some powerful monsters aspire to become evil gods themselves. Despite this, he also recognizes that the so-called main gods haven't protected humanity. Instead, they treated him, a false evil god, as a mortal enemy. Thinking this way, he considers that the monster's legend about the almighty god is likely true. To most gods, both humans and other races are merely toys for their amusement. Feng concludes that neither monsters nor gods are good. At that moment, the Proto's phone buzzes, and he sees it's a message from Shu Wei. He decides to return and complete his class transfer mission while he's at it. Back at the training base, Xiao Ting and Jiang Shu meet Shu Wei. She picks up a vial and remarks that the potion looks delicious. Her brother, alarmed, stops her and warns her not to drink it. He explains that this is called the Forgetfulness Potion, and says the potion will make anyone who drinks it completely forget a skill, just as he did. He warns his sister not to be greedy unless she wants to become an idiot. Both are startled by the explanation. Wang Yue asks the Proto if the potion is the gift he mentioned earlier. Ningfeng replies that it's related to the potion, but that the gift is something else. He then reveals several rare skill books. Everyone is amazed to see that they are legendary quality skills. The Proto explains that the skills are Shadowless Arrow for the Archer, Link Healing for the Priest, Giant Strength for the Berserker, and Heavy Barrier for the Shield Warrior. Each person picks a skill and comments that epic skills can only be bought on the market, and this is the first time they've seen legendary ones. Wang Yue asks the Proto if the skills were dropped in a dungeon. He smiles, confirms, and explains that they came from the highest difficulty dungeons, suggesting that she can challenge them once she levels up. Rui Fang, intrigued, wonders about the difficulty of the dungeons that drop legendary skills. He then comments that the Proto's strength has already surpassed everyone else of the same age. Ningfeng, excited, asks why everyone is still standing around and reminds them that there's only 1 week left until the training camp. He urges them to hurry and get familiar with their new skills. As they walk to the training room, Rui Fang notices his grandfather talking to Duan and curiously asks what he's doing there. The rest of the group is surprised since it's the first time they're seeing the legendary Lao Feng, and they immediately want to confirm if it's really him. Wang Yue reflects that, although she spent a few days with Rui Fang, she can't help but feel thrilled to meet such a grand figure as Lao Feng, something she never even dared to dream of in the past. The old man observes the group before him and wonders if these young people are the Proto's friends. He reflects that, being guided by such a young master, their future is boundless. Ningfeng thinks that this day marks the beginning of a new week, and that Lao Feng is here for special training. He feels relieved that there are multiple training rooms, allowing everyone to rotate efficiently. The old man then asks how his grandson has been doing lately and whether he's caused any trouble. The Proto replies that he hasn't, and adds that Lao Feng has arrived just in time to see the results of his grandson's training. He asks if the old man would like to watch, and Lao Feng happily agrees. In the training room, the monsters are enraged. The blonde girl starts by testing her new skill, firing a powerful arrow. Rui Fang activates his new skill, summoning an impenetrable shield. The berserker is consumed by a powerful fury as he unleashes his ability, and Xiao Ting keeps up, using her blessing to buff all her friends with her new skill. The old man comments that he's quite impressed with the young one's abilities, but asks Duan if they don't seem a bit rusty. Duan laughs and explains that it's because they've just learned these skills and aren't fully familiar with them yet. Hearing about the skill levels, Lao Feng is surprised and asks for more details. Duan explains that all the skills were dropped from high-level war dungeons. When the old man hears this, he becomes excited, almost as if he's transformed into Ghost Rider. He reflects that the officials have been organizing raids on high-level dungeons for a long time, but, unfortunately, without success. While there's been speculation about such loot, this is the first time he's seen a legendary skill. He asks Duan if this information can be shared with others. Duan replies that it's fine since it's not a secret and will eventually become common knowledge. Lao Feng reflects that these kids don't have very high levels yet, but time will take care of that. With the support of their masters, they'll soon surpass all the older generations. One step forward, always forward, he thinks. The future of the forces will rest on these young ones. After this, the Prota heads to the class change hall and greets Jing. He mentions that he's leveled up and is here for another class change. Jing, incredulous, is shocked, unable to believe it. However, he just laughs, as if it's something normal for him. As he walks to the room, Jing reflects that she had expected this. She knows Ningfeng is here for his second class change, something that typically takes others 2 years of hard work to achieve, but he managed it in just 2 months. Upon reaching the room, the system informs the Prota of his mission. He needs to enter the Blooming Ice Plains dungeon and obtain the elemental emblem item. Additionally, he must collect 20 transformation stones and 100 lost soul essences. Feng is surprised, questioning if he really has to gather 20 transformation stones for what is supposed to be a standard class change. He knows that these stones aren't dropped by monsters, but are excavated from crystal veins. Considering this, he decides it's best to ask at the trade house first. Soon, he heads to the Yuan Chung trade house. However, the vendor informs him that there has been a recent increase in people changing classes, and transformation stones are currently out of stock. He asks the Prota for 3 days, assuring him that he can obtain them within that time. Feng considers that 3 days isn't too long and decides to complete the emblem mission first. To save time, he orders the lost soul essences directly from the trade house. He mentions that he still has other matters to attend to and asks the vendor if he can handle this for him. The vendor replies that it's no problem at all. Ningfeng takes a moment to check if he has any additional items with him. He places what he finds on the ground, and the vendor begins to sweat nervously upon realizing that there are over a dozen epic class skills from various professions, along with several legendary grade pieces of equipment. Given the current national leveling frenzy, the vendor knows these high-quality items will sell easily. He imagines that his annual performance report will be the best yet. The vendor reflects that it's no wonder Mayor Dongming repeatedly emphasized treating the Prota well. Thanks to the mayor and the Prota, he believes he's about to strike it rich. Later, in the secret Icefield realm, several adventurers prepare to enter the dungeon. Someone mentions that they'll soon face the boss and will need a reliable DPS. The Prota appears, and one person apologizes to him, explaining that they need to consult their superiors before allowing him to enter. Feng responds that it's fine. The adventurer calls their captain, explaining that a young man wants to enter the secret realm alone. The captain becomes furious, asking if this is some kind of joke. He scolds the subordinate, reminding him that the government recently issued a regulation stating that entry into the secret realm must be conducted in teams led by official guilds, with a minimum of 5 members. Individual entries are strictly prohibited. The soldier replies that he understands, but informs the captain that the Prota possesses a special license issued by the administration, authorizing him to challenge the secret realm alone. The captain, shocked, takes the license to verify its authenticity. He then approaches the Prota, thanks him for his cooperation, and confirms that he is authorized to proceed. Feng begins walking toward the portal entrance, as the captain asks his colleague about the prota's background. The soldier mentions that the license was issued very close to the time the new regulation was published, almost as if it had been prepared specifically for him. The soldier then suggests that perhaps the prota is a special commissioner sent from above to inspect their work. Hearing this, the captain becomes extremely nervous. Shortly after, the soldier apologizes, saying he was just joking. However, the captain shouts, ordering everyone to cooperate with the prota and treat him as if he were indeed a special commissioner. He also demands they check for any issues and resolve them immediately. After crossing the portal, Ningfeng reflects that he was fortunate to have mentioned this to Lord Laofeng beforehand, which secured him the special permission to enter the secret realm alone. After walking a bit inside the dungeon, he stops before a bridge with a warning sign. He observes the sign, leaps off the cliff, and uses his skill to create several black spikes, allowing him to descend safely. Upon reaching the ground, Ningfeng looks up and remarks that the height seems even greater from below than he imagined. However, something soon catches his attention. He sees an ice demon approaching him. Excited, he wonders if this could already be the dungeon's hidden boss. Without hesitation, he unleashes his power and challenges the monster, urging it to begin quickly so he can finish as soon as possible. But the demon recognizes him and asks if he truly is who he appears to be. Ningfeng is confused. The boss explains that, though blind, it can still feel the prota's overwhelming presence. It reveals that even if Ningfeng doesn't recognize it, it is one of his faithful followers. Intrigued, Ningfeng begins to reflect on what the boss is saying, wondering if it has mistaken him for someone else. Being called Lord by a hidden boss makes Ningfeng question whether he's emitting divine evil vibrations. Curious, he asks the boss how he ended up in that state. The creature apologizes, explaining that it cannot say for certain. It reveals that they were attacked by followers of other deities and suffered heavy losses. The boss also shares that it was killed by the enemy during the battle, but doesn't know when only that it suddenly appeared there. Strange whispers constantly echoed in its mind, a cruel mental torment that awakened an uncontrollable murderous intent within. It was only when the prota appeared that it suddenly regained its senses. At that moment, Ningfeng starts recalling that the followers of the Almighty God were attacked. He wonders if this title might be connected to the god. The demon, frightened, asks the prota if he is there to rescue it. Ningfeng, unsure how to respond, observes the boss and notices that it has suddenly become dejected. The prota says he's sorry and explains that he may not be the lord the boss speaks of, as he is merely a student who accepted the mission to kill it. The ice demon listens to this, becomes awestruck, and quickly asks if the prota has come to help it end the suffering it is enduring. Ningfeng smiles awkwardly and comments that he doesn't know. The ice boss addresses the prota as Sir and says he doesn't know what happened to him, as it seems he too has lost some memories. He assures that he won't mistake him for anyone else, even if the prota isn't the Divine Lord. Then, the boss shouts to the prota that he must be someone very close to the esteemed Almighty God. Ningfeng is startled by this and remarks that it means his profession is being a mighty god. The boss laughs and says he knew he couldn't be wrong. He then asks the prota to continue and do what he came to do. Ningfeng explains that he needs to obtain an elemental emblem and wants to know if there's any other way to get it without eliminating him. The ice boss apologizes and says he doesn't know, but makes it clear that if the prota is worried about eliminating him, he shouldn't be. For him, death might be a form of relief. The prota reflects on this but asks the boss if there's anything he would like him to do. The ice boss responds affirmatively, saying it has been a long time since he last saw him. If the prota could talk with him for a bit, he would die without regrets. Ningfeng agrees, and the two sit down. The prota soon asks the boss to share more about what happened before. The boss recounts that, back then, the prota often transformed into a human and visited the mortal realm to play with them. They knew he was the Divine Lord, but everyone pretended not to and endured the pain of withholding the knowledge. Feng comments that it doesn't sound like something a god would do. The ice boss laughs and says the Prota is carefree and straightforward. In fact, they were very happy to be with him, and now there is no pressure. Then, the demon asks the Prota to share about his current situation. Ningfeng says there's nothing special, just that he has to go to school, level up, and play games in his free time. The Prota invites the boss to come closer, saying he will teach him how to play some games. However, the ice demon stands up and comments that it's almost time and that it was a tremendous pleasure talking to him. They look at each other, and the Prota promises that if there's a chance in the future, he will take him to play games. The ice demon agrees and says he'll be waiting for that. Then he disappears. Ningfeng stays silent, not saying a word as he looks at the items the ice demon left behind. Meanwhile, there's a meeting with guild leaders. Zheng Yanchuan comments that the mutant secret realm indeed seems to contain high-level abilities. However, with everyone's current strength, they haven't been able to conquer it. Arca asks if, in this case, it's possible to hire the mysterious expert to lead everyone in conquering the secret realm. Lao Fang clarifies that he already asked, and the expert has no intention of cooperating. Arca is intrigued and questions if, at such a time, the expert shouldn't stand with everyone, pointing out that he seems to act entirely in his own interest, without any restrictions. He then asks Lao Fang if he thinks that's acceptable. The old Fang firmly states that it is, and makes it clear to Arca that he will soon resign, allowing Arca to become the director. As for how to manage the mysterious expert, that will be entirely up to him. Arca feels embarrassed and tells the old Lao Fang that wasn't what he meant. However, Lao Fang becomes furious and says that when Peng He and Gu Ying appeared and threatened his family, everyone claimed there was nothing they could do. He was ready to die, but in the end, it was the mysterious expert and Duan who stepped in and helped him. So now, when it concerns his own interests, some people cannot remain still. Lao Fang makes it clear that the mysterious expert owes nothing to anyone there. Liu Yingzhen thinks that only old Lao Fang could say this, as everyone knows his character, and he would never have selfish motives. Otherwise, the room would be in chaos. Yingzhen asks Lao Fang if he's planning to face a high-level dungeon in a few days. The old man replies affirmatively. Yingzhen quickly gets serious and asks Lao Fang to save him a spot on the team. At the same time, Yu Linghua makes it clear that if they need a healer, she'll be ready. Zheng Yanchuan raises his hand and tells old Fang that if he needs anything or anyone, he's available. Lao Fang recalls that the expert's training is truly grueling and that his old body had to rest for 2 entire days before recovering. However, he knows that the progress is evident and that he's now a completely different person. Yingzhen, seeing how his friend reacted, thinks it's just as he said. The old man has no selfish motives, and even if he had a fleeting thought, it would be reflected in his fiery demeanor. Later, in the class change room, the Prota completes the mission for his second transformation and acquires the passive skill Mystic Barrier, granting immunity to all detection abilities. He ponders that the memories he gained from the remnants of the end were mostly correct. After all, the Almighty God isn't an evil deity at all. He just wants to live life on his own terms, much like the Prota. Ningfeng also remembers being told that his aura is exactly the same as the Almighty God's. He wonders if this could be due to the system, and, if so, what exactly the connection is between the system and the Almighty God. Additionally, why did someone who had already passed away become a hidden boss in the secret realm? He then picks up the pendant he received, seeing that it's a legendary quality accessory. It grants plus 12 spirit, plus 15% casting speed, and 5% spell critical rate. It also has additional effects such as solid ice wall and ice thorn explosion. The Supernova Training Cap exam is divided into high school and university sections, bringing together nearly all the most outstanding young adventurers in the country. Among them, the high school section includes a total of 180 participants. comprising 32 five-star professionals ranked in this year's supernova list and 148 four-star professionals selected from various regions. People comment that not only are the directors of the three top universities present, but also representatives of the 7 major guilds and the Adventurer Management Bureau. It's an event of truly unprecedented scale. They also remark that those who perform well might be directly recruited by high-profile individuals and enjoy resources made available at the signing party. The individual could also join the organization of the influential figure after graduation, starting at least as a captain. Others say they'd like to at least greet these big names to leave an impression. Otherwise, with so many people present, the influential figures won't remember them. Someone notices a person heading over to talk to the big names and points it out to the group. Another person asks if they dare compare themselves to the one going to greet the big names, as that person is Shixiang, ranked first on this year's supernova list. His brother is Shiyu, the leader of the Blue Sharp Claw Guild. The boy laughs and says he was just joking. He mentions that ever since Shixiang awakened, he hasn't leveled up alongside his peers, as everyone accompanying him has been elite members of his family's guild. The girl comments that comparing people can cause envy and notes that everyone there knows the god's judgment secret realm was conquered some time ago. Looking at Shixiang, the boy comments that the one who completed the conquest has the martial artist profession, the same as the blonde boy. He adds that it's said Shixiang received guidance from that strong individual, enabling significant progress. Furthermore, he had access to the high-level experience potion exclusive to the Blue Sharp Claw Guild, and his strength is probably beyond everyone's imagination. At that moment, a bus arrives, and someone shouts that the team representing Chinyu School has arrived. The boy immediately wants to know if they are the ones everyone is speculating about online. Ningfeng descends alongside his director, and finally, his team. The students are impressed with the Chinyu School team, commenting that their auras are very strong and that they look like an experienced group. The director starts sweating nervously, thinking that everyone is staring at them, and the saying, "The taller the tree, the more wind it catches," comes to mind. He also notices that the gazes seem to treat them as imagined rivals. The Prota notices something and sees, through his system, several people trying to detect him, but thanks to his passive skill, Mystic Barrier, they fail. He figures that many people are interested in him. A young man is surprised and comments that the Prota's level is impressive, as he can't detect him, wondering if he might be above the second transformation. A girl remarks that the Prota is a high school student and that she doesn't recall seeing him on the supernova list. Mr. Arca becomes worried, as he's also trying to detect the Prota, but cannot. Yu Linghua is shocked and immediately wants to know if the young man in front of them is really Ningfeng, and if his level might even surpass old Lao Feng's. Shuyi wonders if Duan gave the Prota some item that blocks detection. Shixiang reflects that the moment Ningfeng arrived, he caught everyone's attention, and he questions how strong he might truly be. The blonde boy recalls watching Duan's video about the secret realm conquest and simulating it repeatedly with the strong members of his guild. He remembers that Duan's strength exceeded his imagination, making it impossible to replicate. Shixiang considers that if Ningfeng's strength is also high, they must have a special training method, something he and his brother need. Lao Feng approaches Yingzhen and asks if he'll try to gauge the Prota's level. However, Yingzhen responds that he won't, as it would be too rude. Shortly after, old Lao Feng waves at the Prota's group, and he notices the gesture. The onlookers are surprised, seeing that Mr. Lao Feng is greeting the group. Yingzhen becomes furious and asks old Fang if he's that well known. Lao Feng laughs, saying he was just saying hi. Yingzhen firmly states that everyone is officially organized and that their conditions aren't inferior to theirs. He tells Lao Feng to stop, saying he's getting older by the minute. In the exam organization room, one of the organizers asks team leaders to bring their team members forward to register in order. While the Prota fills out the document, the organizer shouts, instructing team leaders and students to head to the designated location after completing their registration and wait for a unified introduction to the training camp preparations. Later, in the auditorium, someone announces, "As you all know, secret realms have undergone unprecedented changes in recent years. To adapt to these changes as quickly as possible and find new directions for human development, we must cultivate and select more elites." The speaker emphasizes that the training camp has drawn widespread attention from all quarters. Director Zhang asks Director Fang if Ningfeng is the school's secret weapon and why he's being so secretive, not allowing others to verify the prota's level. Director Fang laughs and comments that it's classified. He also reflects that ever since Chang Mukyu transferred from their school to Qinyu, Director Zhang has constantly been asking about updates. However, thanks to his rigorous defense, Zhang hasn't been able to get any information. Fang thinks Zhang doesn't sympathize with him and speaks sarcastically, but decides not to argue since he considers himself magnanimous. Zhang laughs and comments that many directors present today are eager to witness firsthand the quality of education at Qinyu 7 High. After all, it's a prestigious school that attracts supernovas. At that moment, all the directors look at Director Fang, urging him not to disappoint them. Fang, however, recalls that some time ago, Wang Yue and the others underwent special training, but unfortunately, he doesn't know the results of that training. Even so, he imagines that Wang Yue, Rui Fang, and Chang Mukyu don't need to worry they are, after all, the top-ranked students on the supernova list. Looking at Ningfeng, however, he's uncertain whether he and the others can survive such a rigorous test. A woman explains that the training camp adopts a free team formation format with a standard team size of 5 members. In the end, everyone's results will be evaluated based on a combination of individual and team points. The top 10 students in the high school division's point rankings will train in the university division. She also highlights that before the official start of the training camp, all participants will be assessed through a secret realm. The condition for entering this realm is being below the third transformation. Next, a special team demonstration will be conducted for everyone. The audience becomes excited as Shixiang's team appears on the big screen. People quickly remark that it's no surprise, as only they could deliver a demonstration at such a grand event. All of them have led the supernova list over the past 5 years, being considered elites among elites. The temporary peak team then heads to the secret realm entrance. The white-haired young man comments that they should go easy on the others later and avoid putting too much pressure on the juniors. His friend, confused, asks what he means. He clarifies that many important people have come to the training camp and that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everyone there. Though they're only united temporarily, if someone drags them down, they shouldn't blame him for turning his back. He then urges everyone to move forward. As soon as the temporary peak team enters the secret realm, the tension rises. The white-haired young man notices the strong miasma in the area. The blonde girl steps forward, saying she'll handle it. She uses her ability, but everyone quickly notices several spiders descending from above. The arachnids waste no time and charge at the adventurers, who, in turn, react swiftly and begin moving with impressive speed. As participants observe the temporary peak team in action, they're amazed by their quick movements. Looking at Shixiang, they note that he isn't lagging behind the others, making it impossible to claim he's just a high school student. Gu Yunzhou, watching Shixiang, grudgingly admits that he's no longer at their level. Lao Fang comments that he's heard the 5 youths on the temporary peak team have been training together recently and, if nurtured well, could soon begin conquering high-level secret realms. Yingzhen agrees, noting that they seem poised to reach elite status, advancing steadily with little rest. Soon, Yingzhen observes that they've reached the boss quickly. Shixiang smiles as his entire team charges at the boss. It doesn't take long for them to defeat it. The screen displays the information that the temporary peak team completed the conquest in 48 minutes and 18 seconds, setting a new record. Other participants comment that this outcome was expected from the five and lament that they wish they could be on that list too. Someone approaches the Prota and asks if he's really Ningfeng. The person introduces herself as Kei Yuchen and mentions that Mayor Dongming is her uncle. Wang Yue is impressed upon seeing her and remarks that she's one of the top 5 members of the temporary peak team. Yuchen explains that her uncle often mentions the Prota and that she came over to greet him. Others notice the interaction and wonder why someone of Yuchen's stature, a top student at Beijing Qing University, is talking to someone from the high school division. Yuchen then points out that the granddaughter of the Yuancheng Commerce founder is present and expresses her pleasure at meeting everyone. She adds that during the training camp, if anyone needs anything, they can ask her directly, and she'll ensure the trading company sends it immediately. Ningfeng laughs and comments that she's very kind. Xiaoting jokes with Wang Yue, telling her to keep an eye on the Prota because every girl he meets is beautiful, and their family backgrounds and strengths are getting better and better. Yuchen considers that while her uncle mentions Ningfeng often, she still doesn't know much about his strength. She decides to take this opportunity to get to know him better. One of the members of the temporary peak team approaches and asks Yushen to join them in finding a place to rest. However, she replies that she doesn't want to go and prefers to stay and watch the exam unfold. Irritated, he asks what's so interesting about watching the evaluation, given that they are the strongest participants. Shixiang says he also wants to stay and watch, prompting the other members to relent and agree. As other teams carry out their evaluations, someone remarks that whenever 6 teams enter the secret realm simultaneously, everyone receives corresponding evaluation tasks. Final scores are calculated based on task completion. At this point, it's clear that the teams are struggling with the evaluation. Director Fang shouts that the secret realm is too difficult for high school students and fears that, at this rate, there won't be a single team in the high school division able to pass. He adds that since Shixiang, no team has made it onto the leaderboard. They can't even reach the boss and are already struggling with the small fry. How can they even dream of making it to the leaderboard? Fang reflects that student morale is dropping and many are clearly underperforming. This cannot continue. One of the temporary peak team members yawns and comments to his friend that he already said there's nothing interesting to watch because everyone is too weak. The Prota's team approaches. He greets the instructor and says they're up next and are here to receive their evaluation task. After entering the secret realm, Iron Jaw Swamp, they open the system to check their objectives. Ningfeng quickly comments that teams are generally divided into 4 categories based on their functions. Assault teams, the main combat force, responsible for conquering new secret realms or acting as the vanguard against powerful enemies. Research teams conduct studies in secret realms, uncovering knowledge that benefits humanity. Guard teams protect controlled secret realms or provide cover for non-combatants in emergencies. Support teams enhance battlefield strength, applying buffs and offering emergency healing to sustain combat and reduce casualties. Ningfeng mentions that each type of team has 10 specific tasks, plus a main task. Wang Yue asks the Prota which type of task he wants to choose. Ningfeng replies that they'll go with research. She responds that it was expected from the top student in the theoretical class. Ningfeng reflects that his primary reason is that there are still many things he doesn't understand, such as gods, families, and world levels. Choosing research is the best way to combine practical training with gaining knowledge. Xianting becomes excited and says everyone should pick research, adding that it's fine since they have a big shot leading the team. Rui and Jiangshu agree, saying they have no objections. The blonde girl asks everyone to wait and comments that at the end of Research Task 1, there are 2 live captures. If they have to handle the specimens while fighting the boss, it could become very troublesome. The system informs them that Research Tasks 1 through 10 are worth 10 points and require capturing a terrifying crab from the deep swamp alive and meeting research criteria. Ningfeng smiles and says it's fine since they can simply fight the boss first. Meanwhile, the directors, initially disheartened, are suddenly alerted when someone shouts for everyone to look at the screen. They're astonished by the speed of one team's progress. Students comment that it seems to be the group from Chinyu 7th High School and wonder how that's even possible. The members of the temporary peak team are surprised, commenting that the Protoss team's advancement speed is simply absurd and obviously several times faster than theirs. Yukin thinks this must be why her uncle Dongming speaks so highly of Ningfeng. Yingzhen, amazed as he watches the Protoss team in action, asks old Laofeng if the skills they're displaying are legendary level. Laofeng confirms, and Yingzhen, alarmed, asks if legendary skills are truly that powerful. Laofeng explains that it's not just about the skills. The kids themselves are exceptionally strong. Yingzhen remarks that the combination of abilities, timing of movements, and team coordination are all top-notch. Sweating nervously, he observes Ningfeng and notes that he doesn't seem to be using any high-level skills. Yet even with a simple attack, he completely incapacitates his enemies, demonstrating incredible strength. Director Zhang tries to talk to Director Yang, but Yang tells him to be quiet, saying there's no time for chatter since the Protoss team has already reached the elite monsters. They attack swiftly, and as soon as they defeat them, they advance to the next stage. Before long, the team regroups and reaches the final boss. Without hesitation, Wang Yue and Jiang Shu leap forward. The blonde girl prepares her powerful arrow, while the berserker wields his mighty axe. They attack the final boss and easily defeat it. The screen announces that the Protoss team has broken the temporary peak team's record, completing the task in 8 minutes and 14 seconds. The crowd is astonished by the result. Ningfeng asks everyone if they completed their missions. They all smile and shout that they did. The Proto then calls for everyone to leave and report back. Upon exiting, they find everyone else waiting for them and are confused. Chang Mukyu starts clapping, followed by Yunzhou and his friend. Soon, everyone is applauding and cheering for them. Mukyu comments that they're good people and get along well at school. Yunzhou tries to be friendly and tells the crowd that when someone was bad-mouthing Ningfeng online, he argued with every one of them. He adds that he can't stand injustice and hates even more when people resort to dirty tricks behind others' backs. The organizers, seeing this, laugh and remark that the students' morale has skyrocketed. They observe that this is the charm of the strong, reminiscent of Yingzhen and Laofeng in their prime. At that moment, the megaphone announces that the high school division evaluation has concluded. Students start shouting, saying the top 10 rankings are about to be announced, though they know there's little suspense. They figure that Chinyu School has already claimed half the spots, and with Shixiang included, only 4 spots remain. The organizers begin calling names: Shixiang, Yunzhou, Li Qi, and Chang Muqiu. The crowd is confused not to hear Ningfeng's name. Yunzhou asks the teacher if Ningfeng and the others weren't selected. The teacher explains that they don't take up the regular student slots. He reveals that the organizing committee decided to grant them the status of teaching assistants. After this, the Protoss team follows one of the organizers, who asks Ningfeng if they're really the Sovereign Lion team, as he's there to escort them. He explains that the professor responsible for the research group will be absent for a few days, so he'll arrange for them to stay at a specific location. He adds that it's a lodge designated for teachers, offering an excellent environment, meaning they won't need to return to the student dormitory. When they arrive at room 604, everyone enters and starts settling in. At that moment, someone knocks on the door. It's old Laofeng. The blonde boy is shocked and wonders why a big shot like him is there. Then he sees President Yingzhen, followed by the other guild leaders, and starts losing his mind. Wang Bo thanks the blonde boy, who says it's no problem at all, but keeps wondering if he's dreaming, as he's seeing all the country's top figures gathered in one place. Deng Yuanhu grabs everyone's attention and introduces himself as the director of Beijing University. He then asks the Prota if he's interested in studying at his university. Tongxi follows, introducing herself as the director of Western Union University, explaining that her university has the best research team in the country and inviting the Prota to join them. Next, Wu Chen introduces himself as the director of Chongwu University, mentioning that Qinyu, the Prota's city, is closest to his university. Ningfeng is shocked, thinking he's terrible at handling situations like this. Lao Feng notices the tension and quickly asks the three directors to calm down, pointing out that they're putting the kids in a tough spot. He suggests letting them participate in the training camp first and discussing these matters later. Embarrassed, the three directors agree, but silently resolve not to let the others take advantage of the situation. The Prota continues chatting with them, and the next day, he wakes up yawning from lack of sleep. He's startled to see his friends up so early and looking exhausted. Jiang Shu, with dark circles under his eyes, explains that he's been bombarded with calls from his family since early morning, asking which university he plans to attend. He adds that he's heard the three major universities contacted them specifically. Rui, also sleep-deprived, complains that he couldn't sleep because of Jiang Shu's constant phone calls. Ningfeng turns to the girls and asks if they had any issues. Xiaoting, lazily, responds that Wang Yue is still on the phone. She shares that her father is so thrilled he's planning a 3-day banquet. Jiang Shu smiles and says his relatives and friends have been visiting non-stop, and his parents are finally receiving some recognition because of him. Rui comments that his grandfather supports him, so things aren't as chaotic, and he'll simply follow Feng's lead. Hearing about families, Ning Feng feels a pang of sadness, having no family to rely on. Just then, his phone rings. Answering it, he realizes it's Professor Qi Wei. She asks how he's doing in the training camp and whether he's adapting well. Qi Wei mentions that 3 major universities contacted her to inquire about Ningfeng's university plans. He laughs, commenting that she's the one who's been taking the calls. Qi Wei confirms and jokes that she knows he likes staying up late, so she decided to call at that time. Ningfeng is touched by her care and asks for her opinion on the matter. Later, the training camp organizers greet all the university students and the 10 high school students. The students begin murmuring about how monstrous this year's high school division is, with 5 students at the instructor level. What's even more shocking is that 3 of those 5 aren't even on the supernova list. The professor announces that the first stage of special training, Secret Realm Rating, will begin that day. He emphasizes that the secret realm they're entering hasn't been fully explored and may contain all kinds of lurking dangers. He urges everyone to follow orders and act within their capabilities. Before departure, he asks everyone to confirm their group tasks with their respective professors. Additionally, he informs the group that each of the 10 high school students will join a university team. Chang Mukyu approaches the professor, introduces herself, and asks which team she's assigned to. The professor points to the side and tells her she'll be part of that team. She turns to see she's assigned to Ning Feng's team. Later, inside the unknown secret realm, creatures begin advancing toward the Prota's team. Ning Feng is focused, researching the monsters they are encountering, and discovers that they are a new subspecies of lizardmen, over 2.5 meters tall. Rui notices that the Prota is distracted and blocks an attack from one of the lizardmen. However, another monster charges at Ningfeng, but he simply elbows it and easily takes it down. Afterward, Ningfeng sits on one of the defeated creatures and concludes that they weigh between 800 and 1,000 kilograms and that their scales provide high defense. Chang Mukyu reflects that they are already in the depths of the secret realm and have surpassed the fastest assault team. She also thinks that the group has fought exceptionally well so far, with experience points accumulating rapidly, as if Ning Feng is carrying everyone. Watching the group fight, Chang Mukyu notices that, compared to their first encounter, Wang Yue and the others have significantly improved. She wonders if by earning their recognition, she could reach the same level of skill. Ningfeng mentions that Professor Chi Wei said the research team at Western Union University is indeed very strong, but the management there is very strict, which might make it hard for him to adapt. On the other hand, the research team at Beijing University offers more freedom, which could be better suited to him. Wang Yue feels happy for her friend and comments that this level of consideration was to be expected from Professor Chi Wei's student. At that moment, Xiao Ting asks everyone to check the class group chat. They quickly become surprised by the content. It's a message where some students ask where Professor Chi Wei is, and someone replies that she is still in the secret realm and hasn't come out yet. The proto notices an audio message and clicks to listen. A student screams desperately, saying the entrance is also changing and pleading for someone to quickly rescue the people in the secret realm. Meanwhile, chaos breaks out in the city. An adventurer reports through the communicator that the training secret realm has suddenly changed. The monsters' levels have drastically increased, and almost 100 people are still trapped inside. He also mentions that the magical fluctuations at the entrance are highly chaotic, making entry impossible. At that moment, several students appear, running in panic. The adventurer gets startled and tells one of the students not to run there. The boy points toward the realm and screams, saying his teacher is still trapped in the secret realm and pleading with the captain to save her quickly. The adventurer hesitates and shouts back, saying there's no way to save her. He asks the boy if he has seen how the secret realm has become and explains that support has already been requested and all they can do is wait for the rescue teams to arrive. The student insists, yelling at the captain to do something because it was due to him saying there weren't enough support classes that Professor Chi Wei entered the secret realm. Now, the captain is hesitating and leaving the professor behind. Furious, the adventurer clarifies to the boy that it's her responsibility to get out. He asserts that if she cannot escape, it's her fault and no one forced her to participate in the rescue. The students are terrified by the adventurer's decision. At that moment, someone arrives calling for the students. They soon realize it's Ningfeng. The proto wants to know where his professor is. Zhang Luo comments that she is still trapped in the secret realm and that the school organized everyone to train there. But the secret realm suddenly changed. Zhou Nana starts crying and says many people are still trapped inside, adding that Professor Chi Wei barely managed to protect them to escape. She also mentions that the guard team said there weren't enough people and they needed to recruit volunteers to help with the rescue. The adventurer becomes even more furious and shouts, telling the girl not to talk, as if her teacher had been killed because of him. He keeps complaining. Furious, the proto wastes no time and smashes the adventurer's head to the ground. One of the guards sees this and immediately gets ready, asking Ningfeng what he is doing. However, a hand rests on the guard's shoulder, asking him not to move. It's Jiang Shu, who gives the guard a serious look. Ningfeng drags the adventurer's body. Another adventurer sees this and starts sweating nervously, wondering who will stop the proto from acting further. At this moment, Ningfeng notices a man standing in front of him. Two adventurers appear. The proto realizes it's the vice president of the ERA Guild and immediately wonders why he is there and if he came to help with support. If so, that would be great because someone has finally arrived to assist. The adventurer reports to Ningfeng that the students have been accommodated and fled. Then he asks how the situation is. The proto replies that it's still unclear. The adventurer asks if he needs more people, but the proto responds no, saying they can handle the situation themselves. The proto continues carrying the adventurer's unconscious body, and the vice president of the ERA Guild asks what's wrong with the man on the ground. Ningfeng explains that the man lying there came out of the secret realm and that they need him to show the way. As they reach the portal to the realm's entrance, the guards shout, saying they cannot enter because the secret realm is closed. Lu Ping immediately takes out his identification, introduces himself as the vice president of the ERA Guild, and declares that he has the authority to handle emergencies, asking them to cooperate. The guards are impressed and think Lu Ping is a powerful man from the 7 great guilds. The vice president quickly requests entry, and Ning Feng thinks that Lu Ping seems to be a highly respected person. So they head straight into the secret realm. Upon entering, they immediately receive notifications that their attributes have been reduced. The mage, alarmed, comments to her captain that they are under the domain effect. This is a positive or negative state that continuously takes effect within a fixed range and usually cannot be dispelled. Lu Ping mentions that he knows this secret realm and that it didn't have the domain effect before. Therefore, it must have appeared after the change. Looking at the Proto, Lu Ping notices that he doesn't seem to be affected. However, Ningfeng concludes that his base attributes are high enough that, even under the domain effect, it won't be too serious. Nevertheless, he knows the others probably won't last long and hopes Professor Chiwei is safe. The Proto throws the man he was carrying onto the ground, and Lu Ping asks his partner to wake him so he can show them the way. The mage quickly uses her skill on the adventurer, who wakes up in a panic, screaming that the place where the others separated from him is far from the entrance, and that the path is filled with fierce monsters, making it impossible to cross. Ningfeng firmly tells the adventurer that his bad luck was running into him. He then orders him to lead the way to his professor, warning that otherwise he won't let him leave. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the secret realm, someone is inside a cave, looking at several paths and wondering which to take. Along one of these paths, several monsters begin to appear. One of the adventurers notices this and becomes frightened. Alongside him are several others, injured and exhausted. Professor Chi Wei is trying to heal some of them with her skill. One severely injured adventurer pleads with her to rest a bit, as she's been using her abilities for too long. She responds that she's fine and will rest later, as his wound cannot wait. A girl begins to cry, thanking the professor from the bottom of her heart. Another adventurer overhears and wonders what the point is of saving these people anyway, since they're all rank 3 or lower adventurers who, even united, wouldn't stand a chance against the monsters. After healing the adventurer, he attempts to stand and comments that he's feeling better. Another adventurer, worried, remarks that a lot of time has passed and wonders if someone will come to rescue them. A third tries to reassure him, saying they will definitely come. At that moment, a wall breaks apart and a monster bursts through, terrifying everyone. The monster wastes no time and charges at them. The girl is frozen in fear, but her father jumps in front of the monster, grabbing it and blocking its attack. She screams for him, while he urges everyone to leave immediately, saying he will hold the monster off for as long as he can. At that moment, more monsters appear and start pursuing them. One of the monsters leaps toward the girl, who remains paralyzed in fear. Suddenly, a magical shield forms, protecting her and the professor. Chi Wei is astonished, as is the man the Proto dragged into the secret realm. This was the work of Ning Feng, who arrived just in time with his team, Lu Ping, and his partner. The mage and Xiao Ting quickly use their skills to heal the injured. The Proto and the professor remain silent, watching the little girl sob over her father's body. The mage informs Lu Ping that, including the dead, there are only about 20 people here, and that the others haven't been found. At that moment, everyone feels an intense tremor. Soon, a massive creature emerges from the depths of the dark cave. Jiang Shu wastes no time and strikes the creature, but something strange happens. The monster's skin regenerates rapidly. The berserker is stunned to see the creature's tentacle heal in seconds. They realize the creature is blocking the exit. One of the monster's tentacles quickly advances toward the professor and the girl, but Ningfeng effortlessly slices it apart. He then shouts, ordering everyone to follow him. Ningfeng continues striking the monster, blow after blow, without tiring. Lu Ping notices that the tentacle cut by the Proto has completely lost its ability to regenerate. At that moment, the adventurers see a light and shout, saying they're close to exiting the cave. They run desperately, but soon freeze in fear as the demonic octopus leaps in front of them. Lu Ping is shocked and shouts that the monster is enormous. Wang Yue is also stunned, but the Proto charges forward, telling her not to move. As he advances, he considers that the monster might be the source of the anomaly in the secret realm, and that defeating it will make things easier. However, he quickly spots a tentacle rushing toward him, forcing him to block it with his sword, which breaks as a result. Lu Ping remarks that the monster's attack damaged the Proto's sword. Ning Feng grabs another blade, focusing intensely and unleashing a massive power through it. He resumes cutting the creature's tentacles, further enraging it. Then, he uses his ice explosion ability, creating multiple icy spikes that pierce the giant octopus. Without pausing, he continues attacking ferociously until delivering a powerful strike with his sword, causing a massive explosion and defeating the creature. Shortly after, various drops begin to fall around the Proto. Outside the secret realm, several troops are already mobilized, waiting for them. Support teams comfort the adventurers emerging from the dungeon, reassuring them that the worst is over. Others weep as they see their fallen comrades. Lu Ping comments to the Proto that, thanks to him, the secret realm is back under control. Otherwise, the disaster would have been much worse. At that moment, Ningfeng notices something and sees his professor looking somber. He picks up one of the drops and offers it to her, asking her to accept it. It's a healing emblem, a legendary consumable item that permanently increases physical and mental attributes by 5 each, and boosts healing effects by 50%. Both she and Lu Ping are astounded by the item. The vice president of the ERA Guild shouts, asking if it's the legendary divine mark. Ning Feng explains that the monster dropped it. Lu Ping reflects that this is the first time he's seen anyone obtain the divine mark since the test realm was breached. He wonders if Ning Feng might truly be blessed. Chi Wei, overwhelmed, tells the Proto that she can't accept such a precious item because she's only a 3-star professional and it would be a complete waste for her to use it. Ning Feng laughs and asks what she means, urging her to accept it. The professor then absorbs the item. The Proto thinks to himself that he'll need to arrange a special training session for the professor soon so she can develop more self-defense skills. However, he also knows that the training field strictly prohibits licenses and that it'll take over 2 months to complete the program. He then asks Professor Lu Ping if he can take an afternoon off during the weekend. The professor quickly agrees, adding that if the Proto wants to rest, he can take a few extra days off as well. Ningfeng chuckles, saying that won't be necessary, but notes that despite everyone calling Professor Lu Ping a smiling tiger and irrational, he's not so hard to talk to. The professor turns and says there are just a few more details to wrap up before they can leave. At that moment, a crowd approaches, eager to know which one of them defeated the giant monster. Lu Ping smiles and points to the Proto, saying it was him. Ningfeng is startled as numerous microphones are thrust in his face, with reporters demanding a statement about the dungeon. They ask if he's a student, given how young he is, and if he can share everything that happened inside the secret realm. The Proto panics and freezes. Rui Fang, noticing his friend's state, remarks that he seems quite nervous. Wang Yue smiles and explains that Ningfeng is not good at speaking in formal situations, especially during interviews. She adds that, as a child, the Proto always avoided school interviews whenever he could. Watching him now, all embarrassed, she feels confident he will get used to such situations in time. Later, in the teacher's apartment as Horin at the training camp, the Proto lies down, still flustered by the unexpected interview earlier. Suddenly, he remembers something important. He retrieves his skill book, which he recently acquired, and discovers the skill Soul Guardian, allowing the user to block a fatal attack. However, the skill has a very long cooldown. Ningfeng is thrilled with the skill, knowing it could save lives, but he wonders what kind of forbidden spell it could evolve into. He then absorbs another skill, this time a passive one called Immortal Catastrophe, which grants him 1 resurrection opportunity for every 1 million faith power points accumulated. Currently, He has 4,243 faith power points out of a maximum of 2 million. For each world level he advances, the maximum faith power he can store increases by an additional million points. He finds this intriguing and speculates that it might be something inherited by gods from their vassals. However, he knows the ability to resurrect will be crucial for him. He also knows how to improve his world level, but still needs to figure out how to gather faith power. Finally, Ningfeng smiles, thinking that perhaps Duan can help him with this. Meanwhile, in the city, many people are being attacked by a strange substance, and the perpetrator is sitting atop the victims. Two adventurers arrive, but quickly show fear. The old man Lao Fang also arrives and asks about the situation. The adventurers explain that the man ahead is named Tian Yu, who mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago and recently resurfaced. They report that he suddenly attacked someone during a conflict, affecting more than 10 pedestrians and 8 security guards. Based on a preliminary assessment, they say his strength clearly exceeds that of someone in the 5th transformation. Lao Fang steps forward and comments that Tian Yu resembles Peng He and Gu Ying. The old man approaches Tian Yu, who immediately becomes excited upon realizing he's facing the infamous Lao Fang. He declares that Lao Fang has been his idol since school days, and that it's an immense honor to meet him in person. Just then, Lao Fang's phone rings, and he calmly answers it. Tian Yu grows furious, accusing the old man of not taking the situation seriously by answering a call at such a crucial moment. While continuing the phone conversation, Lao Fang asks the person on the other end if they are looking for him. He then says he'll come as soon as he finishes something first. Tian Yu, now enraged, prepares to attack and questions how Lao Fang dares to ignore him so blatantly. He launches his attack, creating a clawed hand laced with venom that rushes toward Lao Fang. Lao Fang ends the call calmly and unleashes his ability Flaming Serpent Frenzy, obliterating Tian Yu's attack with ease. Tian Yu is shocked to see his attack dispelled so effortlessly. Lao Fang reflects that the young man before him is as strong as Gu Ying, but reminds himself that after his special training, he is no longer the same. Besides, he can't keep Duan waiting and needs to finish the fight quickly. Tian Yu, furious, equips his magical set and unleashes his power, as does Lao Fang. The adventurers watching from afar see their auras clashing and comment that both are incredibly powerful, clearly exceeding the 5th transformation. Tian Yu is struck by a counterattack and is stunned, believing that, as a disciple of the Demon King, he shouldn't lose to someone like Lao Fang. However, he suddenly notices something. A massive fireball, resembling a flaming spirit bomb, is heading straight for him. Lao Fang calmly watches as his attack hits Tian Yu head-on. Afterward, Lao Fang turns to the two adventurers, comments that he has something else to attend to first, and bids them farewell. Later, at the base, he meets with Duan, and they begin to talk. After Duan shares his intentions about the potions, Lao Fang is surprised and asks if Duan is truly willing to make the formulas for all high-level potions public. Duan confirms this, explaining that his master's words were clear. He wants to make the formulas for all high-level potions public and, if possible, leave the matter under the responsibility of the Adventurers Guild. Lao Fang reflects that the world is in a critical state, with dungeon danger levels constantly rising, while adventurers' strength lags behind. At the same time, to improve their skills, adventurers need to conquer even more dangerous dungeons, creating a seemingly unsolvable deadlock. The old man thinks that high-level potions are so important that they could completely change the existing energy system, becoming a crucial strategic resource. He also considers that the mysterious Grand Master must have conducted a rigorous assessment before entrusting them with this matter. With this in mind, Lao Fang thanks Duan for his trust and remarks that what he just said carries significant weight for the Adventurers Guild. He then asks Duan if there are any other requirements related to this matter. Duan replies that his master only mentioned what he had said and, as far as he knows, there are no other conditions. Lao Fang becomes enthusiastic and emphasizes that focusing solely on contributions rather than benefits, this demonstrates the mindset of a truly great person. To him, in the eyes of the mysterious Grand Master, empowering more people is more important than anything else. Duan reflects on his master and tells the old man that this is precisely what his master believes. That's why he deeply admires him, because even when something seems insignificant, it always ends up becoming a heroic act that saves many lives. Lao Fang notes that while the master is noble and selfless, one cannot take advantage of his kindness. He adds that he will report what they discuss to their partners later and develop an appropriate plan to avoid placing the entire burden on the master. Later, at the Blue Blade Guild, an adventurer reports to Shiyu that high-level experience potions and memory-erasing potions have been found for sale on the black market. Although the packaging is different from those produced by their guild, the effects are identical. Shiyu's advisor clarifies that all high-level potions in the Blue Blade Guild are personally produced by him and supervised by the guild master. He points out that the use of these potions is also strictly limited within the guild, making leaks nearly impossible. Shiyu grows serious and comments that, worldwide, besides himself, the only person who knows how to refine high-level potions is the so-called mysterious Grand Chief. He wonders whether the potions were leaked by him to the black market. He then instructs the adventurer to send someone immediately to investigate. The adventurer, intrigued, asks if they will actually investigate the Grand Chief. Shiyu becomes irritated and yells no, clarifying that they are only to investigate the black market. Meanwhile, in the teacher's dormitory, Ningfeng and Wang Yue are walking. She teases the Proto, asking if he wants to watch the video of the interview he gave. Embarrassed, he replies that he doesn't need to. The blonde shows him the comments and remarks that the interview wasn't so bad after all, as many viewers praised him. Ningfeng sees that several people were asking if he needs a spokesperson, and that, to them, someone who can fight and save lives is a true hero. However, the Proto notices that his faith power has recently been growing rapidly and suspects it might be related to the interview videos, as people feel grateful toward him. He considers that he will need to adapt to future interviews. As they step outside, people immediately recognize the Proto and greet him warmly. Wang Yue reflects that ever since Ningfeng demonstrated his strength, people have begun respecting him more, and no one dares to speak ill of him anymore. Currently, even the senior students call him Instructor Ning. As he walks, several students shout, addressing him as instructor, and wherever he goes, people follow. Everyone looks at him and comments that they wish they could be like him, an impressive person, and that they would love to have even half of his strength. Meanwhile, in Chinyu City, Captain Zhou is surprised to see that the city has also gained fame thanks to Ningfeng. Mayor Zhang takes a deep breath, visibly sweating. Captain Zhou notices and asks why he is still sighing like that. Jing excuses herself briefly to take an important call. The mayor, deeply worried, explains that while he knows Ningfeng is heading to college, he fears that the mysterious Grand Chief might leave as well. He shares that Duan contacted him a few days ago and mentioned wanting to return the mansion arranged for him, since the mysterious Grand Chief rarely stays in Chinyu City nowadays. Zhang also fears that without the protection of such a strong individual, Chinyu City might return to its previous state, plagued by two secret realm anomalies and a realm invasion. Just thinking about it, he says, makes it hard to sleep. At that moment, Captain Zhou notices Jing looking apprehensive after her call and immediately asks what happened. She explains that she was on the phone with her master, who told her that the mysterious Grand Master is willing to train her in a special program. The mayor, thrilled, shouts to Jing, saying they will be counting on her from now on. Zhou jokes that dinner will be on her tonight and asks her to take care of him in the future. Embarrassed, Jing asks what on earth they're talking about. In a meeting, the old man Lao Fang shares what the mysterious Grand Master has revealed. Everyone is astonished and asks if the old man is serious. He confirms, explaining that the mysterious Grand Chief is willing to make the formulas for high-level potions available to the entire country. Lao Feng then clarifies that he plans to propose to the higher-ups the establishment of an alchemy workshop in the country's name to collaborate with the mysterious master. Shuyi reflects that, since only the Blue Blade Guild currently holds the formulas, this puts enormous pressure on them. He concludes that if the country can produce high-level potions, both the price and quantity could be regulated, which would be great news for everyone. Shuyi hopes it turns out that way. He then points out that, while he unconditionally supports the production of these potions, he wants to know if there's a possibility that the master's motives might not be as noble as they seem. Yingzhen, confused, asks Shuyi to clarify. Shuyi explains that the high-level potions found on the black market have effects identical to those of the Blue Blade Guild, differing only in their packaging. He emphasizes that he has meticulously checked, and no potions are missing from the guild. Regarding potions consigned to the auction house, the quantity is small, and all were released with tracking spells, with no cases of resale identified on the black market. He then shouts, demanding to know where these potions are coming from. Shuyi also reminds everyone that, on the day they completed the trial realm, young Duan mentioned that the mysterious Grand Master already knew the formulas for high-level potions. At that point, Mr. Arca remarks that a vast underground trade network, like the black market, always operates outside the law, and many shady deals take place there. He fears that these high-level potions may have already fallen into dangerous hands without their knowledge. Whether or not this was the mysterious Grand Master's intention, he says, it is effectively aiding the enemy. Lao Feng acknowledges that such a possibility exists and states that he will send someone to investigate immediately. However, he notes that Jing needs to complete her special training first and will only be sent afterward. Additionally, it will be necessary to inform the mysterious Grand Master. Arca, intrigued by the situation, remarks that he has previously stated that it is absurd for a powerful individual to act entirely according to their own interests without any restrictions. He makes it clear that, regardless of how Director Lao Feng handles this, the Endless Guild will also send people to cooperate with the Blue Blade Guild in the investigation. He emphasizes that if it is discovered that these high-level potions are indeed connected to the mysterious Grand Chief, he expects Director Lao Feng to handle the matter impartially and refrain from saying things like, "I'll do whatever I want." Lao Feng assures Arca not to worry and declares that if it is confirmed that the case is related to the mysterious Grand Chief, he will take full responsibility. Meanwhile, within a certain secret realm, the Prota's team is gathered. Xiaotian comments that his brother is extremely strict about potion management and that all received and dispatched potions are meticulously recorded. He asserts that no anomalies or leaks have been detected. Rui Fang adds that the potions from his family are managed by him and his grandfather, and they frequently review everything together to prevent mistakes. Ning Feng, concerned, reflects that he never gave much importance to potions and didn't expect everyone else to value them so highly. However, he acknowledges that thanks to such diligence, it's possible to confirm the whereabouts of the potions. Ning Feng then remarks to the group that since the potions neither belong to them nor to the Blue Blade Guild, he wants to understand how they ended up on the black market. He wonders aloud whether there might be other people who know the formulas for these potions. Meanwhile, in the black market, people are conversing and conducting business while someone lurks nearby. A hooded man comments that he never expected the 7 great guilds to send investigators over a single potion vial. He tells them not to worry, as he knows that the people from that lower world have no awareness of their existence, having tested it in front of them himself. Then, surprised, he remarks that apparently another guest has arrived to buy a potion. The mage comments that this place is truly cursed and extremely difficult to find. The bald warrior tells his master that the mage and the swordsman are there to buy some high-level experience potions. However, The mage makes it clear that they are not there to purchase potions, but rather to investigate a certain someone. She then explains that about a week ago, a young assassin dressed in white came there to buy potions from the hooded man and never returned. She then asks the mysterious person if he knows where this assassin ended up. One of the henchmen tells his master that it seems these people have come to cause trouble. At that moment, the hooded man reveals himself and without hesitation launches his tentacles, capturing both the swordsman and the mage by the mouth. He then pulls them closer and pierces them with a paralyzing substance, rendering them unconscious instantly. The bald man, frightened, immediately apologizes to his master and says that those people deceived him, as he truly believed they were there only to buy potions. The evil being tells the warrior not to worry and explains that he specifically chose that place to deal with such situations since disappearances in the black market rarely attract attention. Then, the demon throws the adventurers to the ground and orders his henchmen to take them downstairs. In the underground level, several adventurers' bodies can be seen being stored in a certain retention substance. The bald man throws the adventurers' bodies on the ground, while the demon lord comments that the current number of individuals is sufficient. He then tells everyone to rest for a while, as when the next batch of warriors awakens, they will initiate a new plan. He continues by saying that, back then, they became the new masters of the world. The demon lord releases his power and warns his subordinates that he cannot stay outside for long, so he must return at that moment. Saying this, he flies away at full speed and soon reaches a mansion where he possesses one of the elders of the Blue Sharp Guild, who immediately displays a sinister smile. A few days later, the Prota is talking to Dwan over the phone and asks him about any leads he has found. While lurking in the black market, Dwan reports that several individuals received high-level potions from that market, but the sellers have since disappeared. He suspects they may have been informed about something and thus went into hiding. The Prota says it's fine and asks his friend to just keep him updated with any new information. Dwan thinks that he can't even handle such a small task and feels ashamed to continue following his master. At that moment, he notices that Jing is calling. Answering the call, he asks if she has discovered anything on her end. As she walks through the crowd, Jing comments that she has not yet managed to uncover anything. Meanwhile, in a certain hideout, the bodies left behind by the demon lord begin to manifest. Soon, they raise their arms and stand up, forming a group of possessed adventurers. The next day, at school, the Prota's class is gathered, eating during the break. One of the students, very surprised, thinks that Assistant Ning Feng has a very powerful presence and a personality free of arrogance. He realizes that after spending a few days together, everyone has become more familiar with one another. The Prota, while observing the people around him, keeps in mind that the place is filled with the country's finest young talents. Since his goal is to achieve world-class status and harness the power of faith, he knows he must secure their full support. At that moment, a girl asks the Prota if he has ever considered joining a guild, and whether someone as exceptional as him has already received many invitations. Feng smiles and makes it clear that, for now, he has no plans to join any guild. Taking advantage of the girl's question, an adventurer quickly asks the Prota if he is planning to create his own guild or if the Sovereign Lion Guild is already part of his. The Prota explains that the Sovereign Lion Guild belongs only to a friend, and that, for now, he is merely using it. One of the students hears this and thinks that, apparently, the Sovereign Lion Guild is just a small local guild with no national recognition. However, he knows that with such a group of elite talents, the Prota's future prospects are limitless. He then calls Assistant Wang Yue and mentions that he would like to apply to join the Sovereign Lion Guild, wanting to know if there are any specific requirements. She immediately becomes embarrassed. Soon after, other students comment that they are about to graduate from university that year and would also like to join the Sovereign Lion Guild. After finishing their meal, the Prota's group starts walking, and the cleric laughs. commenting that after analyzing everyone's impressive resumes, she realizes that each one is more incredible than the last. She wonders if they might be becoming famous, just like the seven great guilds. Yue, still embarrassed, comments that what was supposed to be a simple, ordinary lunch somehow turned into a recruitment event. Ningfeng and Ruifeng laugh about it. The Prota then thinks that he had planned to scout for promising talents at the training camp, but the results have far exceeded his expectations. With Zhao Cheng out of the picture, Wang Yue now has full control of the guild, which could easily become his reserve guild. He also reflects that Zhao Cheng's disappearance is just his bad luck. Moreover, he recalls that first, Zhao Cheng's father was involved with Peng He and Gu Ying, and during the investigation, the authorities found an evil ritual altar in the homes of Zhao Cheng and his followers. The authorities have already issued search warrants for Zhao Cheng and his accomplice, and Yue has already removed them from the guild, which saved him a lot of trouble. At that moment, Ningfeng hears his phone ringing and sees that Duan is sending messages about several strange things. His subordinate comments that Jing found the location from the photo in a building in the black market. There, they discovered equipment for potion making, along with some high-level experience potions. The packaging is identical to the ones found by the Blue Sharp Guild, leading them to suspect that the potions leaked from that place. The Prota is surprised by this and thinks that it couldn't be anything else. At the location where Duan sent the photos from, Jing comments that they detected traces of dark power and wonders if this could be the work of some unusual mutant. Duan arrives and says that's not the case. He explains that such a phenomenon has never been found before because it involves parasitic demons. Duan recalls what his master once said, that monsters usually cannot survive for long outside their secret realms. Then, he explains that the parasitic demon is special. He further clarifies that they need to parasitize other life forms to reproduce and completely take over the host's mind and body. Without specific methods, it is almost impossible to distinguish between a normal life form and one that has been parasitized. Duan also mentions that, at the stage they are observing, the parasitic demons are still very weak and need to remain hidden. Moreover, the holes in the ground are parasitic nests where the demons hatched. Jing, frightened, asks if that means they have already hatched. Duan replies that yes, the parasitic demons there have likely already hatched and are far away. Jing begins to sweat coldly and comments that this means an unknown number of parasitic demons have already infiltrated the human world. Duan, also deeply concerned, makes it clear that this isn't even the main issue. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Blue Sharp Guild, Shiyu, disappointed, comments that many days have passed and they still haven't discovered anything. At that moment, Elder Huang, possessed by the parasitic demon, arrives, and Shiyu immediately questions him about whether something has happened. Huang smiles and then releases his tentacles, which rapidly lunge at Shiyu and Elder Arca. After being restrained, Shiyu is terrified and questions what the hell Huang really is. Without wasting time, the parasitic demon, controlling Huang's body, injects its toxin, which quickly takes effect, causing both of them to kneel. Huang then lets out a terrifying, diabolical laugh. The healer comments that he thought Shiyu was there alone and never expected the old man Arca to be present as well, which turned out to be a very pleasant surprise, as 2 fifth transformation powers are more than enough to greatly enhance his strength. Huang then leaves, saying that being able to help him propagate his race will be the greatest honor that these inferior creatures could ever have. Meanwhile, at the parasitic demon's hideout, Duan is explaining to Jing that the Prota mentioned that a small number of parasitic demons is not particularly powerful, but they have a unique ability called Swarm. As their numbers increase, they receive an overall boost, and each one's strength rises significantly. At the same time, the king responsible for feeding the parasitic demons gains an even greater boost than the common individuals. Jing asks if these parasitic demons were hiding in the black market, silently accumulating power. Duan confirms and adds that, After all, human potions have no effect on them, so it's likely that the potions were merely bait to attract hosts. Jing becomes even more alarmed and asks what they will do about it. Duan explains that the Proto mentioned that once the power of the parasitic demons reaches a certain level, instruments or spells for detecting dark power will reveal anomalies. Additionally, if they want to eliminate the parasitic demons, they will need divine artifacts. Jing, confused, asks Duan to explain divine artifacts. He explains that they are objects granted by the gods or blessed by divine beings. She acknowledges the information and says she will report to her superior immediately, as well as find a way to obtain a divine artifact as soon as possible. However, in her mind, she has no idea where to find a divine artifact, but she is sure her master will have a lead that will allow her to locate one. After Duan explains the situation, the Proto is perplexed about where to find a divine artifact. He quickly recalls that in the memory of the previous Demon King, there were indeed some details about parasitic demons, which is why he knows a little about them. After all, parasitic demons coexist with their hosts, and when they suffer serious damage, they transfer those injuries to their hosts, allowing them to share the burden. This is their survival advantage. He knows that only divine artifacts can suppress this characteristic of the parasitic demons and achieve a precise separation. However, after thinking it through, the Proto concludes that, apparently, nothing in that world seems to meet these conditions. He also realizes that parasitic demons operate in secrecy and, if left unchecked, will cause massive destruction. He wonders how he will be able to eliminate them. At that moment, the Proto's phone rings. Ning Feng immediately asks Duan what the problem is. Duan reports that there has been a massive surge in dark power at the Blue Sharp Guild, just as he had mentioned. Duan also states that everyone in the guild has lost contact, including President Shiyu, and, furthermore, some adventurers with strange behavior are gathering at the Blue Sharp Guild. Ningfeng quickly grabs his coat and tells Duan not to let anyone get close to avoid danger, saying that he will check out the situation himself. Later, at the Blue Sharp Guild headquarters, Huang comments that, finally, they no longer need to remain hidden. He says this as he observes all the parasitized adventurers standing before him. Arca and Shuyi, now possessed, scream to their leader that all the clan members have gathered. At that moment, Huang senses a strange presence and turns to see what it is. Everyone watches as someone approaches. It's the Proto, standing before all the parasitic demons. Ningfeng becomes serious, while Huang is shocked as he recognizes him from the video he saw earlier. He immediately wants to know what the Proto is doing there. The Proto notes that there are too many controlled people in that place, and using a destructive curse would only turn them into shields for the parasitic demons. He wonders whether the weapon he wields could be considered a divine artifact. Wang wastes no time and shouts, demanding to know why the Proto is there and why the others sent him. Feng remains serious and asks the healer if he is the king among them all. Huang smirks and asks if the Proto is there to join them. However, he then bursts into sinister laughter, making it clear that he will not allow humans from the lower world to follow him. He says he knows the Proto is very powerful and that, with his body, they could create even stronger warriors. Saying this, he immediately launches his tentacles at Feng. Without difficulty, Feng slices through all the tentacles. Wang is completely shocked, as he never expected this. The parasitic demon screams, admitting that Ningfeng is indeed strong, but insists that even with such strength, it won't be enough to defeat him. He claims that the gap between him and the Proto is as vast as that between mortals and gods. Holding his sword, the Proto thinks to himself that he already expected normal weapon attacks to have no effect. Huang believes that he has already confirmed that in this world, there are no divine artifacts, and that the Proto is merely wielding an ordinary weapon. Ningfeng begins to concentrate, and soon, a rift begins to open behind Huang, making him scream in alarm. The Proto has activated his ability, Gate of Darkness, which, when opened, can summon creatures from the infinite abyss of darkness for 12 hours. Alternatively, it can summon a high-ranking demon lord with no time limit. Huang lets out a sinister laugh and comments that it's no wonder the Proto possesses such extraordinary strength. Yet even so, he remains just a lackey of some demon lord. As he observes the Gate of Darkness opening, Huang taunts that the Proto feels he cannot win and is therefore summoning his master to save his skin. With a terrifying expression, he makes it clear that when a superior being forcibly enters a lower world, its power is significantly reduced, and that unless the evil god descends personally, he is invincible in that lower world. Ningfeng considers that a so-called high-ranking demon lord is essentially a trusted subordinate of the evil god, and that they often carry treasures granted by that deity, which are particularly effective against parasitic demons. He is curious to see what kind of creature will emerge, hoping that it won't be something too extreme. At that moment, terrifying red eyes begin to emerge from the fissure of the Gate of Darkness. Ning Feng is shocked as he sees a demonic capybara stepping out of the rift, leaving even Huang bewildered. The Proto, disappointed, wonders if this creature is truly a high-ranking demon lord. The capybara begins to walk forward, slowly approaching all the parasitized adventurers. Then, it leans forward and collapses to the ground. Huang bursts into laughter and asks what the hell that creature is, saying he can't even sense the slightest amount of dark power from it. However, he suddenly feels his body being pulled down, crashing face first into the ground. Following that, the demonic capybara, emanating a terrible aura, causes all the possessed individuals to collapse as well. Furious, Huang demands to know what is happening, as he is unable to move and feels as if an immense pressure has been placed upon him. The demonic capybara approaches, bites, and begins devouring one of the parasitic demons. The Proto thinks that this creature just swallowed the parasitic demon hiding in the shadows, and from the looks of it, this seems even more practical than a gift from the gods. Huang starts screaming, saying that this is impossible, that he thought at most it would be a demon lord. He then demands to know what kind of terrible creature the Proto has summoned. The Proto mocks Huang, asking if he wasn't just saying that he was invincible in the lower world. Huang, bleeding and terrified, quickly backtracks, saying that wasn't true, that he was just boasting, and begs the Proto not to take him seriously. Ningfeng steps forward and asks Huang to help him record a research video. The Proto starts recording and asks the parasitic demon to explain how it infiltrated their world. The parasitic demon reveals that, previously, Huang and his team had intruded into its secret realm. It took advantage of the opportunity while Huang was distracted to parasitize him and then entered his world. Ningfeng then asks what the parasitic demon was in its own world, wondering if it was a hidden boss. The parasitic demon confirms that it is exactly as the Proto described. It explains that at first, it was very weak and could only hide in the black market, where disappearances wouldn't attract the attention of any important figures. However, as its power grew, it was able to skip the incubation stage and directly control humans through larvae, which is why it dared to target the Blue Sharp Guild. Later, the Proto sends the video to the guild leaders' assembly, where they watch the full recording. Yingzhen quickly comments that, since they don't have the necessary security measures, they cannot confine or preserve the parasitic demon. He fears they will have to rely on Ningfeng to handle the matter. And though it is difficult to admit, as a lower world, they are completely powerless against such monsters that continue to emerge. Yanchuan remarks that if Ningfeng hadn't intervened, the Blue Sharp Guild would have been completely destroyed. Wang Bo, visibly shaken, adds that not only that, but even the 7 great guilds, or possibly the entire world, would have been doomed, and there would have been nothing they could do to stop it. At that moment, Elder Lao Fang asks everyone not to be so discouraged, reminding them that, in the end, the mysterious Grand Master and Ning Feng have always been on their side. Now that the issue of the high-level potion has been resolved, and it turns out to have no connection to the mysterious Grand Leader, they can rest easy. Immediately, everyone raises their hands, stating that they have no objections and fully agree with Elder Lao Feng. Later, at the training center, Lao Feng informs the Proto that the government will establish a company dedicated to the production and sale of various high-level potions, with 80% of all profits allocated as shares for the mysterious Grand Leader. Feng is surprised by such a generous split and realizes he has nothing to worry about, as it is a very sincere offer. Lao Feng adds that, in addition, the nation will publicly commend the Proto for his recent heroic acts, with the ceremony set to take place during the closing of the training camp. Moreover, many reporters have requested interviews with the Proto. Ningfeng is excited, thinking that this opportunity is perfect for accumulating the power of faith and that he absolutely cannot miss it. The Proto then signs the document, agreeing with Elder Lao Feng. Later, Ningfeng mentions that he still needs to return to the training camp and will leave the demonic capybara in Duan's care, since the creature seems to only eat monsters. Duan replies that it's fine and that he will take it to a secret realm to find some food. Duan reflects that the Proto's demonic capybara was able to easily defeat a parasitic demon and that its strength might even surpass his own. This realization motivates him to train harder and become even stronger. The Proto places his hand on the demonic capybara's head and contemplates its ability, which seems to be some sort of demonic effect that completely crushes the fighting spirit of enemies. Under normal circumstances, it has no effect, so he sees no need to deliberately hide it. At that moment, the creature notices something on the Proto and begins sniffing the pendant he is wearing. Ningfeng notices this and thinks that the small creature seems to always be sniffing the pendant left by Hanin. He wonders if there could be some connection between them. While petting it, Ningfeng comments that since the creature is always so slow and lazy, he will call it Momo, meaning slow. Later, at the training camp, in the teacher's dormitory, the Proto is with his friends. Suddenly, he hears someone asking where the great hero is. Turning around, he sees a child approaching him. The girl immediately questions whether he is truly the great hero Ning Feng. He feels a bit confused about being called a hero. Rui Fang laughs and greets the girl, calling her Professor Ji. She looks surprised and says it's been a while since she last saw the grandson of old Lao Feng. Ning Feng and Jiang Shu are surprised to hear Rui Fang call the girl a professor. Rui Fang explains that Xie Yan is a distinguished guest professor at Peking University and an honorary advisor to the 7 great guilds. She was also a colleague of his father in the past. Many of today's theories and technologies regarding secret realms are based on her research. The Proto is quite impressed and comments that this is truly remarkable. Jie Yan clarifies that if they are talking about something impressive, Ning Feng is the one who truly deserves that title for having saved so many people. She also explains that she was conducting research in a secret realm, couldn't return in time, and only just arrived at the training camp the previous night. Having already heard about the Proto's heroic deeds, she rushed over to see what the great hero is really like. Ning Feng, feeling embarrassed, comments that she flatters him too much. At the same time, he recalls having seen her name in the camp's presentation. He remembers that Xie Yan is the head of his research group and had assumed she would be an elderly professor. However, he never expected her to have such an enthusiastic personality. Xie Yan takes the Proto's hand and asks if he has already had breakfast, immediately inviting him to join them. She then presents the food and explains that all the dishes are delicious delicacies she personally prepared using monster materials. After trying the food, everyone comments that it is truly delicious and that they didn't expect it to taste so good. Zhang Shu is surprised, noting that Professor Li didn't wake them up that day. Rui Fang is also curious, as the professor usually wakes up much earlier. Meanwhile, Professor Li looks exhausted, thinking that as soon as Professor Jie Yan returned, she put them to work all night. However, he knows that she deliberately didn't summon the Proto and his friends, claiming that Ningfeng deserves proper rest since he is a hero. Thinking about the Proto, Professor Li concludes that the treatment between them is absolutely unfair. Xie Yan, laughing, comments that she watched the evaluation exam video and praises the Prota's performance, saying it was perfect for someone his age. Yue tells the professor that she might not know this, but Ningfeng is the best student in their class and has always been number one in theoretical performance. Jie Yan approaches the Prota and comments that it has been a long time since she has seen someone with such a solid theoretical foundation who also knows how to fight. Coincidentally, she brought some special items from the secret realm and tells him he can take a look. The Prota is surprised and asks what she means by special items. Later, they arrive at the research lab, where Professor Li is working. Shi Yan asks the Prota if it's his first time in a research laboratory, and then apologizes for the mess, explaining that it is just a temporary facility. The professors there are immediately surprised to see Jie Yan, but she asks them to continue their work and explains that she is just showing the place to the Prota and his friends. Lee is shocked and thinks that the Prota's group clearly consists of just a few teaching assistants, yet they are receiving attention from the higher-ups. As Professor Lee handles some crystals, everyone gathers around him, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Then, the Prota's pendant begins to glow, and he quickly notices a faint energy fluctuation coming from Hanan's pendant, questioning what could have influenced it. Jie Yan turns around and asks the Prota to take a close look at the crystals, asking what he thinks they are. Ningfeng, surprised, examines them and says that, judging by the repaired sections on the side, they appear to be fragments of something made by humans, possibly pieces of a wall or sculpture. Yi Yan confirms and explains that, based on previous discoveries, secret realms normally contain only their own ecosystems or monster civilizations. However, she emphasizes that this particular secret realm appears to hold traces of a lost civilization. Feng, even more intrigued, asks the professor to explain further. She reveals that the pieces he is looking at were found in the valley of the secret realm, but because the monsters there are extremely powerful, they have been unable to venture too far and could only bring back those fragments. However, she suspects that an entire buried city may lie within the valley. Ningfeng begins to wonder if Professor Jie Yan has discovered the world where Hanan once lived and what the chances of that could be. The Prota points to the items and asks the professor if he can take a closer look. She grants him permission. As he picks up one of the items and analyzes it, the Prota senses energy fluctuations coming from the crystal in his hand, and Hanan's pendant seems to be absorbing its essence. He immediately wonders if there is truly a connection between them. Si Yan then asks the Prota what he thinks. He replies that it is still difficult to say, but suggests that they will need to explore the secret realm themselves to uncover more information. She agrees and says she will make the necessary arrangements immediately. Sometime later, inside the secret realm, Jie Yan introduces her research team, stating that they will fully cooperate with the Prota and his friends while they are there. The researchers quickly become excited and express that it is a great honor to meet Ningfeng, making it clear that if he needs anything, all he has to do is ask. Rui Fang observes that Professor Xi's team consists of top-tier academics, the kind of people who would be professors at any university. Seeing them show such respect for someone is rare, making her wonder how the Prota managed to gain their recognition so effortlessly. Chang Mukyu, feeling a bit uncertain, questions whether he is truly qualified to participate in such an important project. Wang Yue reassures her friend that they are all part of the same team, so it is only natural that they will work together. Suddenly, Ziyan shouts for everyone to move forward. As they enter deeper into the secret realm and begin analyzing the environment, something starts moving toward them at incredible speed. Out of nowhere, a giant assassin worm bursts from the ground. Si Yan is startled, but the berserker swiftly slices the creature in half with ease. The Prota calmly tells the professor not to worry and urges everyone to keep moving forward. Jie Yan's team is shocked to see that the terrifying assassin worm was defeated with a single blow. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu, standing near the hole where the worm emerged, calls out to Professor Ji and comments that he has found something. Inside the hole, they can see constructed structures. Quickly, everyone descends to investigate. Ziyan observes the ruins and comments that they appear to be traces left behind by a lost civilization. She then questions whether the original inhabitants may have been exterminated by the monsters that now occupy the area. Ningfeng considers Jie Yan's hypothesis plausible, recalling that the Judgment Secret Realm, once managed by the Blue Sharp Guild, was originally a world with its own civilization. At that moment, the Prota's pendant begins reacting again. Turning around, he notices another crystal nearby. Ningfeng realizes that it is another fragment similar to the previous one, and that it generates magical fluctuations whenever it is near Hanan's pendant. Once again, he wonders if more fragments like these could be hidden deep within the ruins. Suddenly, someone informs Professor Jie Yan that they have detected a strong fluctuation of dark power ahead. Upon arriving at the source of the fluctuation, everyone is met with the sight of enormous crystals reacting with incredible intensity. Xi Yan shouts, stating that the dark power is emanating from the top of the platform they are seeing. Ningfeng notes that the sensation he is feeling is very similar to that of the magic circle used to summon the evil god, yet even more oppressive than anything he has ever encountered before. Suddenly, a being with a monstrous aura appears, accompanied by several terrifying creatures. The demon lets out a roar, and immediately the goblin soldiers charge forward with full force. Zhang Shu tells Lao Fang's grandson that there are many monsters and that they are extremely fast, so they must be careful. Rui Fang responds that he understands and says they don't need to worry because they have the Prota covering the rear, so they can treat this as a test. The Berserker and Lao Fang's grandson begin effortlessly destroying all the goblin soldiers, preventing them from advancing. The demon chief notices this and becomes furious. Meanwhile, near the battlefield, the teacher and her subordinates are walking through the terrain, and she comments that the monsters seem endless. Xi Yan imagines that his subordinates must be under immense pressure, and that this might be too much for them. Wang Yue tells the Prota that she wants to try killing the demon chief, who is watching the battle from the peak. Ningfeng replies that there's no problem and asks her to advance with the others, leaving the rest to him. Then, he unleashes his power and easily eliminates the creatures charging at him. The teacher's group, seeing this, is impressed and questions if what they are witnessing is real, as Assistant Ningfeng is managing to hold off the endless wave of monsters all by himself. While unleashing his power, the Prota thinks that letting Yue personally command the battle is simply perfect, because Chang Muqiu, Professor Qi, and Lan's sister have all undergone his special training, and their strength should not be underestimated. He also knows that even without his presence, the team will not suddenly fall into disorder. Meanwhile, the monsters around the Prota begin trembling with fear and hesitate to advance. Teacher Ji's team sees this and comments that even the monsters seem afraid to face the Prota. Yue and her team charge toward the demon chief, shouting that he is right ahead and telling everyone to pay attention to healing and fortification. However, the boss immediately uses his skill, obscuring Sandstorm, and starts creating a sand vortex. But then he notices something, an arrow coming at full speed in his direction. He fails to dodge and is brutally struck. A few minutes earlier, at the entrance to the secret realm, someone arrives and sees the dead assassin worm on the ground. They immediately comment that, apparently, there are more people inside the realm besides them, and that these people may have found the entrance. Then, someone shouts, ordering everyone to advance quickly and find these people before they discover the heart of the world. At that moment, a voice announces that a life signal has been detected at the exit ahead, possibly belonging to enemies, and instructs everyone to prepare for battle. The voice tries calling for the Prota, and something begins to happen in the secret realm. The mysterious voice comments that this is bad because the secret realm is being violated, and it is starting to reject them. Several magical circles begin appearing throughout the secret realm. Wang Yue is surprised and asks the Proto if he heard something, as it seemed like someone was speaking. Ning Feng replies that he didn't hear anything, but thinks that just moments ago, Hanyan's pendant was absorbing energy from the crystal, and he was completely focused on it. Xie Yan tells Wang Yue that he also thinks he heard a voice, and that it seemed to be coming from the direction they just entered. However, he mentions that there are guards outside the secret realm and that no one should have been allowed to enter. Rui Fang asks the Proto if they should take a look at the situation. The Proto becomes serious and says they will all check together. After everyone gathers, the teacher crouches down and uses her ability, revealing several footprints on the ground. Si Yan explains that the footprints they are seeing do not belong to their group, and that, apparently, someone has indeed invaded the realm. However, he wants to know why the footprints disappear near the exit. Upon reaching a new area, Ziyan comments that the footprints first appeared in the region where they are now, and that the intruder may have entered through the hole created by the assassin worm or used some form of teleportation. Moreover, judging by the slain corpses there, it is highly likely that this was the work of the intruders. Later, after reporting to the leaders of the great guilds, they head to the secret realm. Yingzhen, analyzing the corpses, quickly concludes that the intruders' attacks were swift and clean, with no signs of prolonged battle, indicating that the invaders are exceptionally powerful. Additionally, even the items dropped by the monsters were left behind. Lao Fang becomes serious and comments that the intruders are extremely fast. He then explains that speedrun is a method for quickly clearing secret realms, involving the use of the most efficient combat techniques to eliminate monsters while collecting only the most important treasures, leaving everything else behind. He adds that this requires exceptional skill and coordination within the team. Wang Bu remarks that for a secret realm as difficult as the one they are in, he cannot imagine anyone other than Ning Feng's team accomplishing such a feat. Xie Yan asks Wang Bu if the adventurers could be from another world. He looks confused and asks her to clarify. The teacher explains that, although this is just speculation, it might not be impossible, as relics from other worlds have already been discovered within the secret realm they are in. So there could be more worlds like theirs, or even higher-level worlds capable of traveling between each other. Ning Feng is intrigued by this hypothesis and thinks that Zi's words might be true, as he has at least seen a different world in the memories of the Demon Lord, and simply never considered that worlds could cross into each other. The Proto also comments that if the other party arrives with friendly intentions, or if it is just a brief encounter, that would be great. Xie Yan comments that if they have malicious intentions, then they will have to face new enemies in addition to the monsters that already exist. Furthermore, the teacher points out that the sudden disappearance of the intruders was suspicious, and that she has no idea what their goal was or whether they will return. Wang Bu becomes nervous and comments that, unfortunately, one problem is appearing after another. Yingzhen and Lao Fang exchange glances, and then approach Wang Yue, saying they would like to ask her opinion on something. Yingzhen asks if the Sovereign Lion Guild would be interested in replacing the Blue Sharp Guild as one of the 7 major guilds. Wang Yue is quite surprised by the request from the president of the Power Guild. He takes a deep breath and states that he is not ashamed to admit it, but he knows that due to the recent incident with the parasitic demons, both the Blue Sharp Guild and the New Era Guild have faced serious problems. The president of the New Era Guild is voluntarily resigning, so they have not yet officially appointed a new president. As for the Blue Sharp Guild, a large number of members are leaving, and they are already requesting the guild's demotion. Wang Yue feels awkward and says that she is just a high school student and that the Sovereign Lion Guild is only a small guild. Yingzhen comments that there is nothing for her to worry about, as they have already discussed the matter, and all the presidents of the great guilds are happy to welcome her. Yue then turns and sees the Proto giving her a smile. Then, Ningfeng tells her to make whatever decision feels right for her and makes it clear that no matter what happens, he will always support her. The leaders understand that the Prota's promise alone is enough to solidify Miss Wang's position among the 7 great guilds, and that, given their relationship, issues such as being a high school student or having a small guild will simply not be a problem. Overjoyed, Wang Yue comments that she is willing to try and asks that if she does anything wrong, they guide her. The leaders laugh and tell her not to worry about that. Jiang Shu quietly comments to the cleric that he is confused as he went on a mission in the secret realm and suddenly ended up becoming part of one of the 7 great guilds. Ningfeng smiles and thinks that his friend's entry into the 7 great guilds has also greatly advanced his power-building plan, and that, thinking about it, he feels a sense of accomplishment. At that moment, the Proto hears someone calling him Master. He is startled and confused about what it could be. He then turns to his friend and the others present and notices that no one else seems to react to the voice he heard. He wonders if he is the only one who can hear it echoing in his head. Looking at his necklace, he considers that it might be Hanyan's voice. After settling the pending matters, the leaders of the great guilds ask everyone on the teacher's team to speed up their work process and warn that no one should act alone, as they do not know if the intruders will reappear. They instruct everyone to remain on high alert and to report anything unusual immediately to Z or Assistant Professor Ningfeng. One of the team members asks if this Assistant Ningfeng is the hero who was recently interviewed. Another member confirms and comments that having such a strong figure in command provides a sense of security. Meanwhile, inside a tent, the Proto is with teacher Jie Yan. He notes that the necklace has stopped absorbing energy from the crystal, but does not know why. However, he is relieved that the crystal has not changed in appearance. Otherwise, it would certainly attract attention. As for the voice he heard, he wonders if he was just imagining things. At that moment, the voice calls out to him again. In his thoughts, Ningfeng asks the voice if it is Hanyan. The voice responds affirmatively, calls the Proto Master, and says that it is truly Hanyan, adding that he is very happy to be able to speak with him again. The Proto asks the demon to calm down and explain what is happening. Hanyan says that he is not sure either, but it seems that he suddenly regained his consciousness. Ningfeng asks if this has anything to do with the necklace he left behind, which has been absorbing the energy of the crystal. Hanyan explains that the heart of the world is the core of a world, formed through the fusion of the universe's laws. Even if a world faces a calamity, as long as the heart of the world remains untouched, it will slowly restore itself. However, if the heart of the world is destroyed, the world will face complete obliteration. He continues explaining that the power within the heart of the world is actually the source of the gods' power. In the past, the gods used the heart of the world to revive their trusted followers. However, Hanyan then apologizes to the Proto, saying that his memory still seems incomplete and that, no matter how hard he tries, he simply cannot remember. The Proto smiles and tells Hanyan that it is fine, asking him to take all the time he needs to recover. However, he soon grows serious, worried that Hanyan's inability to recall everything is concerning. He wonders if this resurrection method might have serious side effects. At that moment, the research team arrives and reports to teacher Xie Yan that they have nearly completed the excavation and that the abandoned buildings contain nothing of value. Meanwhile, the leaders are conversing with Wang Yue. Yingzhen comments that, considering the possibility of unknown intruders being drawn to the realm, he proposes sealing it completely. Wang Bu agrees, stating that they should evacuate everyone as soon as possible and then permanently close the secret realm. Lao Fang smiles, calls Wang Yue president, and asks for her thoughts. She is startled by the question and is unable to respond. The old man Feng makes it clear to Yue that she is now part of the 7 great guilds, and that decisions like sealing secret realms require the approval of at least 3 presidents. She agrees with sealing it, and says that she shares the same opinion as Lord Yingzhen. After the decision from the presidents of their respective guilds, they proceed to seal the secret realm they are in. Sometime later, at the training grounds and in the teacher's dormitory, the Proto is taking a bath and singing a song. Suddenly, Hanyan tells Ningfeng that he is starting to remember the rest. This startles the Proto. As he leaves the bathroom and dries himself, Ningfeng asks the demon what he remembered. Hanyan explains that long ago, the gods used the heart of the world to revive their loyal followers. However, since the heart of the world contains dark power, the gods, through their connections with their resurrected followers, suffered a terrible backlash, potentially turning into evil gods. In the end, the gods had no choice but to personally execute their resurrected followers. Hanyan then becomes distressed and comments that he is not afraid of dying, but he cannot allow himself to become a burden to the Proto. Ningfeng imagines himself telling Hanyan that he is already an evil god, but he reflects that if he were to say that, Hanyan would be even more devastated. Hanyan asks the Proto if he is feeling any discomfort or anything unusual. The Proto replies that apparently he is not. Then, a system message arrives, informing him of his new passive ability, Origin of Darkness, which makes him immune to the backlash of dark power and exempts him from all costs when casting forbidden spells. After learning this, the Proto asks Hanyan if his resurrection has any effect on him or if it has impacted the Proto in any way. Hanyan responds that he is not entirely sure. Ningfeng smiles and says that now that Hanyan has been revived, he should simply continue living, and that if any problems arise, they will deal with them together when the time comes. The ice demon comments that the way the Proto speaks is exactly how he used to speak before, but insists that he does not want to be a burden. Ningfeng calls Hanyan's name and says that there is something he has been thinking about, something he feels he should share. The ice demon immediately asks the Proto if he is an evil god. The Proto explains that the legend is somewhat like that and says that the gods call him an evil god. Moreover, every spell he casts automatically transforms into a forbidden black curse. Hanyan responds that the Proto is not an evil god and asserts that the true culprits are the gods. He states that, because of their selfish desires, their subordinates and clan members died in senseless wars. Then, he becomes serious and says that no one cares about their lives and that the Proto only fought for justice on their behalf. He adds that, regardless of whether the gods support the Proto or not, he will stand firmly by his side, even if it costs him his life. Ningfeng gets excited upon hearing this and quickly thanks Hanyan for the trust, emphasizing that he will do everything in his power to protect everyone from further harm. The ice demon starts crying with happiness and tells his master that he is very happy to be by his side. The Proto feels embarrassed and asks his friend not to cry. After lying down on his bed, Ningfeng still feels intrigued and thinks that he is quite confused about everything. He wonders what exactly the concept of world level is. In simple terms, world level refers to how much the gods recognize a world. There are many worlds in the universe, but not all receive the favor of the gods. That is why, only when intelligent life is born in a world does it attract divine attention. However, the Proto knows that this is merely attention, as if someone accidentally discovered a slightly beautiful insect. Only by passing the gods' tests can a world gain their favor and receive greater civilization and power. In summary, the more tests that are overcome, the greater the gods' favor and the higher the world level. Hanyan comments that, based on what his master said, the strongest in the world they live in are only around level 150, even with the best equipment and legendary level skills. He adds that this really shows that the world level is quite low, practically without any divine favor. Ningfeng asks his friend if it is really that bad. Hanyan tries to cheer up his master and says that with him there, their future can only improve. Regarding his master's equipment, Hanyan also mentions that he has a suggestion about it. He explains that the equipment in their world is quite outdated and does not meet the needs. Therefore, the Proto needs to quickly upgrade to divine grade equipment. Ningfeng, surprised to learn about the divine grade, asks his friend to be more specific. Hanyan explains that divine grade equipment is usually created or refined by the followers of the gods, and then strengthened by their respective masters. Furthermore, these items can be continuously upgraded. After this explanation, the Proto remembers that Hanyan's necklace has a note indicating that it is upgradable. The Ice Demon confirms this and says that the necklace is the raw form of an ancient divine grade item. He explains that after the Proto reactivates the divine power within the necklace, the item will officially be upgraded to the divine grade. Ningfeng, surprised, wants to know how to do this. Hanyan asks him to place his hand on the necklace and, through his will, draw the rune that represents divine power. The Proto immediately picks up the necklace and draws the rune that represents divine power. Soon, a reaction begins to occur. Ningfeng is surprised and comments that it seems to actually work. Hanyan responds that it is obvious and says that the Proto is a Lord God. He explains that runes derived from the essence of the world can only be activated and used by true gods, and that, outside of this parameter, not even the gods' chosen agents can accomplish such a feat. Hanyan thinks that his master always seems uncertain about his identity, but now he may feel more at ease about it. At that moment, the system notifies the Proto about the item he just upgraded, granting him an additional 1,200 points in the mental attribute, as well as a 100% increase in casting speed, 100% in mana regeneration, 50% in magic resistance, and 20% in spell critical hit rate. At the moment, the item ignores durability loss, and the user gains the water element in their normal attacks, with a 20% chance of inflicting the freezing effect. Additionally, they receive extra spells such as Ice Wall, Ice Spear Explosion, Ice Arrow, and Cold Tide. Ningfeng is very surprised and thinks that 1,200 mental points represent almost the total sum of his attributes so far. And that's not all. The necklace adds several powerful features. Hanyan, however, comments that it is truly a pity that the item is only of legendary quality, because once he finds suitable materials, he will be able to help him improve it even further. As for the remaining components of the set, the Proto will need to find the rest of the followers to complete it. As the night passes, the Proto comments to his friend that he always makes him realize how much he still knows nothing. Hanyan responds that it is an honor for him to be consulted about his master's doubts. It doesn't take long for dawn to arrive. Hanyan quickly greets his master with a good morning, who, in turn, notices his friend and comments that he seems to be in good shape. Hanyan laughs and says that as long as he is by his side, he will always be full of hope. While brushing his teeth, the Proto reflects on the fact that, the day before, without realizing it, he talked with Hanyan for a long time. However, he knows that, unfortunately, his old world is different from the one he lives in now. So much of his experience is not applicable. Still, he is certain that Hanyan, as his assistant, remains reliable. Later, in some unknown secret realm, a terrifying monster is being slain by a freezing ability. Then, the creature falls to the ground, leaving some adventurers surprised. Ningfeng, pleased, imagines that the 1,200 mental point boost is truly incredible. Lu Ping calls out to the Proto and comments that what he is doing is frightening, as he is finishing off bosses with just one hit. Xi Yan crosses his arms and agrees with Professor Lu Ping. Ningfeng, a little embarrassed, asks the professor if there are other secret realms that same day. He replies that there are not, and explains that they are already ahead of other ongoing groups, and that, at that moment, they were faster. Furthermore, he mentions that the committee is practically pulling their hair out because of this. The Proto is intrigued and asks the professor to explain further. Lu Ping states that the Proto knows that all the training camp participants are the best among the best. Since they finished early, the members voluntarily went to the camp's secret realms in search of more information and training. At the moment, their group's levels and strength are higher than those of the other groups. Because of this, students from the other groups signed a petition requesting the start of group rotations for the next month. Jie Yan comments that other professors wouldn't care about this. Lu Ping explains that if it weren't for the committee holding them back, the other professors would have already joined their group. Some professors even put their names on the students' petitions but got caught. Yan starts laughing and says that it's okay, guaranteeing that no one will steal Assistant Professor Ning Feng. At that moment, Hanyan calls his master and talks about his magic. The Proto is startled and quickly asks if something is wrong with it. Hanyan, a bit embarrassed, replies that there is no problem at all. He just thinks that his master's spellcasting techniques seem to use various ideal conditions to control the spell's effect within a necessary range. The Proto laughs and says that with a few more nighttime conversations with him, he will be able to improve them even further. The next day, the Proto is in the classroom. The professor explains that, according to the problem's description, the total damage caused by Ability 1 can be divided into two parts: fixed damage and continuous damage. The fixed damage is expressed as MA. Meanwhile, the continuous damage component needs to consider the successive triggering situation. The total damage of the first continuous trigger is MIBT. With each subsequent trigger, the continuous damage after the second activation increases by C points per second. Hanyan calls his master, saying he doesn't understand anything. Ningfeng smiles and says that this is his favorite subject, called Tactical Actuarial Science, and that it involves more than just combat scenarios. It also covers mathematics, physics, biology, and topography. The Proto further comments to his friend that, perhaps because the world level is still very low, people do not have many better options. That's why they are forced to make the most of any available resource, such as using limited mana to cause maximum damage, developing more uses for restricted abilities, and even turning a fleeting opportunity into a victory in an almost hopeless battle. Ningfeng knows that not everyone needs to fully understand such theories, but he recognizes that the training system they have is built on these foundations and has indeed cultivated many exceptional adventurers. Hanyan, very surprised, comments that if his master approves of such a thing, it must be extraordinary knowledge, and because of that, he will study hard as well. At that moment, the bell rings, and the professor says, "That's enough for the day," and dismisses the class. While walking with Wang Yue, they run into Shixiang, who is surprised to see the Proto. Ningfeng asks his friend if he is one of their classmates, but wonders if Shixiang is there to see him. After all, during their time in the training camp, Shixiang barely spoke to him and never paid much attention to him either. So, the Proto wonders why the blonde guy seems so nervous. However, Shixiang bows and says he is there to thank the Proto, as if not for his intervention, his brother and the Azure Sharp Guild would not have survived. Ningfeng, feeling awkward, responds that it was just a mere coincidence and that he didn't need to come from so far just to thank him. Shixiang recalls that, because of his brother, he always kept his distance from the Proto and looked down on students who were close to him. Now, looking back, he realizes that the fool was himself, because if he had approached the Proto earlier, the Azure Sharp Guild wouldn't be in that situation. Ningfeng, intrigued, wonders if Shixiang has something more to say, as he knows they have no real connection and therefore doesn't know what they could talk about. The blonde guy takes out an item and says that to show his gratitude, he has prepared a small gift. He emphasizes that it's not much, but hopes the Proto will accept it willingly. The item begins to glow intensely, leaving the Proto and Hanyan surprised, as it turns out to be another fragment of the heart of the world. Ningfeng then recalls when his friend explained that, in general, when a world is destroyed, fragments of the heart of the world may end up scattered everywhere, and that if the Proto gathered such fragments, he could reopen the entrance to a new world. Ningfeng comments that Professor Jie Yan must have used such a method to unlock the secret realm, although, at the time, she didn't fully understand the principle. He also concludes that perhaps the intruders of that secret realm were after these fragments. Hanyan confirms and explains that the heart of the world is a critical resource in higher worlds, which is why the intruders were specifically searching for these fragments. However, since the Proto was the first to conquer the secret realm, the intruders were rejected by the laws of the universe and sent back to their original worlds. Shixiang mentions that the fragment is a prize his brother obtained from the secret realm and that he never used it recklessly. Additionally, Professor Xi mentioned that the Proto recently cleared a similar secret realm. For this reason, he believes the item will be in better hands with him. Ningfeng firmly holds the fragment, thanks the blonde-haired boy, and says he really liked the gift. Later, near a secret realm, the Proto comments that this is the place indicated by the fragment he received. Si Yan is surprised and exclaims, saying that Ningfeng figured out how to use the fragment so quickly. She also states that if she finds something similar in the future, she will contact him immediately. Ningfeng smiles, thinking that this is exactly what he wants to hear. At that moment, Hanyan makes it clear to his master that his condition is still unstable and that he needs to absorb more energy from the heart of the world. However, as long as his master is not affected by the power of darkness, there is nothing to worry about. As they pass through the portal, the Proto keeps in mind that the sooner he helps Hanyan regain his full strength, the more support he will have in the future. As soon as they enter the secret realm, everyone is amazed by the breathtaking landscape. They soon begin to wonder if this place is truly a secret realm, as the scenery is magnificent. Hanyan is intrigued and asks his master what is happening, as it seems that the place has not been destroyed at all. Ningfeng immediately asks his friend if this is the first time he has seen something like this. Hanyan replies that yes, exactly. As they walk through the realm, they arrive at a massive wall, stop before it, and soon everyone wonders if this place is truly a city inhabited by humans. A cleric soon questions her friend whether they could be just ordinary humans. Yue responds that they might have been teleported there. Hanyan comments to her master that this cannot be possible since a fragment of the world's heart should only lead to its corresponding world unless everything they are seeing is merely an illusion. After the protagonist approaches the gate, a guard immediately asks him to stop and questions where he is coming from. Ningfeng feels embarrassed and says nothing. The guard becomes serious and asks if they are, by any chance, adventurers from another world. The protagonist is intrigued by the guard's question and promptly asks how he knew that. The guard replies that, judging by their clothing and hesitant answers, it was an easy guess. Si Yan steps forward and questions the guard whether more adventurers from other worlds often come there. He responds that, from time to time, yes, but notes that there are not many brats like her. The teacher becomes furious at being called a brat and immediately yells, saying she is not a child. Then, the guard steps aside and tells them they are free to explore the city, but makes it clear that it is best not to cause any trouble, because otherwise, he cannot guarantee that everyone will return alive. The guard also asks the protagonist to keep an eye on the child with him and not let her wander around alone. Si Yan becomes even more furious at this. As they walk, the protagonist looks around and comments that this world has its own adventurers, which explains why they are not surprised by the appearance of other adventurers. Soon, they reach a huge statue and decide to read what is inscribed on it. On the statue's plaque, it is written that this is a sculpture of Arlita the Brave, daughter of the heavens and guardian of the empire. The protagonist is intrigued and comments to Hanyan that something is strange because he has clearly never seen such writings on the plaque before. However, he can read them normally. The ice demon explains that this is a connection established by the world's heart, which also proves that they were not transported to another place. Xie Yan, still reading the plaque, highlights that it also details the deeds of the hero represented in the statue. The context states that in the year 1537 of the stellar calendar, the demonic tide emerged, advancing mercilessly. The world was engulfed in darkness and fear, but at the end of days, with impending despair, Only Arlita the Brave traversed the dark times. Unstoppable, demons fell beneath her blade, and light returned to the land. Songs of joy filled the air. Arlita's heroic deeds were carved in stone so that future generations would remember. Her glory shines through the ages, never fading with time. Yue comments that the world they are in was indeed attacked by monsters, but thanks to the person represented in the statue who fought alone, the invaders were defeated and peace was restored. The teacher remarks that it seems so since that is what is written on the plaque. The cleric, impressed by the heroine who defeated an entire army of monsters alone, comments that it is something incredible and worthy of a true hero. Meanwhile, the berserker wonders if the adventurers of that world are really that powerful. At that moment, Ruifang looks at a tree and asks everyone to wait a minute. Quickly, Jiangshu rushes to his friend and asks what happened. Lao Fang's grandson says that while everyone was looking intently at the statue, a word appeared on the tree, telling everyone to run, and then it disappeared. The protagonist also approaches and asks Ruifang if he really saw the word run appear on the tree before simply vanishing. He replies that he did and insists he is not seeing things. Suddenly, the protagonist realizes something. Observing the people of that world, he senses that something is not right. At that moment, something starts happening to the statue, and then several monsters appear. The protagonist immediately makes it clear to everyone that everything they had been seeing was merely an illusion, but wonders how they managed to do such a thing since he did not sense the presence of any undead. The creatures waste no time and charge at him. He grabs his sword and without much difficulty slices them in half. Jiangshu blocks one of the undead's attacks, but is soon shocked to see his axe shatter. He realizes that this monster is no ordinary enemy and fears he might not be able to handle it. The undead takes advantage of the opening and charges at the berserker. However, the attack is blocked, and Jiangshu sees the undead completely frozen. This was the work of Hanyan, who, moments earlier, had commented to the protagonist that the undead adventurers present there seemed to be from a higher level world and feared that the protagonist's companions would stand no chance against them. Ningfeng quickly questions his friend about what they should do at that moment. Hanyan says he can use the remaining energy to temporarily manifest and help them defeat the enemies. The protagonist is pleased and says he will leave everything to him. His friends are startled upon seeing the ice demon. However, the protagonist quickly asks them not to be afraid and explains that Hanyan is an ally of his, summoned from another world. Hanyan waves and says it is a pleasure to meet everyone and that they will be working together for a while. He then moves to the front line of the undead adventurers, raises his staff, and uses his ability, creating several ice stakes that immediately start striking the undead. Yue is impressed and comments that the ice demon's magic is simply incredible and that his power is far beyond legendary level abilities. However, someone with a dark energy appears and easily shatters the ice stakes. Arlita the Brave emerges. Ziyan quickly shouts and warns everyone that the person who just arrived is none other than the woman from the statue. Arlita comments to the ice demon that he seems like a strange mage to be the strongest among them, but makes it clear that, against the edge of her blade, his strength means absolutely nothing. Hanyan tells her not to talk nonsense and says he is not the strongest there, but that to deal with her, he alone is more than enough. Arlita becomes furious and, while unleashing her terrifying power, questions the mage whether he really wants to fight a warrior alone and which god granted him such courage. Hanyan mocks her, saying it is exactly as she said. The warrior grows even more enraged and remarks that Hanyan is just another fool who blindly believes in gods. She then asks him if he truly thinks these so-called gods care about him. The ice demon looks at the protagonist and sees that he is smiling. However, Arlita wastes no time and lunges at him, shouting that he is a fool for daring to look away in the middle of a fight. Hanyan begins to use his power, and an icy aura spreads through the area. As she advances, Arlita notices that her speed has slowed and wonders if it is some kind of water magic-based deceleration effect. However, she does not allow herself the luxury of pondering and quickly channels her power into her weapon, breaking Hanyan's ability. While questioning whether the weapon on the warrior's arm is the source of her power, the ice demon channels his freezing magic. He then unleashes his ability Endless Ice Ray, combining it with Glacial Explosion and Frost Fusion, launching everything at Arlita. She, in turn, thinks it is impossible since she wields the divine weapon Godfall. However, upon feeling a mark on her chest, she finds it strange. Hanyan snaps his fingers and an explosion begins to erupt from within the warrior outward, causing her to scream in pain. Her divine equipment then falls to the ground. Both Wang Yue and Xie Yan are left speechless, utterly shocked, thinking that the protagonist's friend's attack was simply terrifying. Hanyan approaches the weapon left behind by the warrior and thinks that such equipment is indeed very powerful, but he realizes that it was clear she was still not fully capable of controlling it. The moment he touches Godfall, an energy begins to emanate from it, and Hanyan immediately becomes alarmed, wanting to know what is happening with the weapon. Then, Hanyan disappears. Inside the divine weapon, Arlita laughs and calls the mage an idiot, saying that he has no idea how terrible Divine Doom is, as it will absorb his power and help her be reborn. Arlita believes that as long as Divine Doom exists, she will be immortal. Ningfeng, realizing that his friend has disappeared, becomes serious and calls out for Hanyan. However, Hanyan asks his master to remain calm, says that he is fine, and explains that the warrior's weapon suddenly absorbed his energy, which is why he could no longer maintain his physical form. The protagonist says he understands and decides to take a closer look at this so-called divine weapon. After picking it up, he observes it carefully. As the protagonist holds the weapon, Arlita is pleased, thinking that everyone there seems to be fools, as they are simply offering their energies to the divine weapon, meaning she no longer needs to absorb energy from the undead. Ningfeng begins communicating with the warrior through telepathy and immediately questions her happiness. Arlita is both surprised and confused, quickly asking the protagonist if he can actually see her. She also notices that her divine weapon is no longer absorbing any energy and is constantly trembling, as if it is extremely afraid of the protagonist. Ningfeng recalls that the moment he touched the divine weapon, a system screen appeared before him, asking if he wanted to initiate absorption. The protagonist smiles, thinking that he did not expect such a weapon to actually be one of the remnants of the end. However, he knows that things are not yet clear, so he should not rush into absorbing it. He then asks Arlita to explain what is really going on. Meanwhile, Jie Yan asks Yue what might be happening in the battle where Ningfeng is. Yue notices that all the undead around them have stopped moving and finds this very strange. Back on the battlefield where the protagonist is, Arlita explains that, as he can see, the country was once beautiful, and although monsters invaded, they had always protected the nation from harm. After eliminating the monsters, she told her team that they had all done a great job. However, she then noticed one of her friends acting strangely and decided to ask what was wrong. Kalan turned to her and asked if she could not see it. There was a box right in front of him that read, "A god is watching you." The other members shouted that they could not see anything. Arlita, shocked, shouted back, asking if he had really been recognized by a god. Kalan remained surprised by the system screen that had appeared before him. As Kalen continued fighting, new messages appeared, stating that God was pleased with his performance and that he had received divine recognition. He was then given the option to choose a god's blessing. Soon, everyone was astonished to see Kalen start floating and emitting an overwhelmingly strong aura. The blonde warrior reassured his friend that he would always take care of them from alongside the gods. One of the warriors in Arlita's team tried to console her, telling her not to be sad and explaining that Kalon had ascended to the gods, who might now watch over the country more closely. Moreover, if they kept working hard, they too might earn the gods' attention. Arlita smiled and agreed with her friend. However, sometime later, the country had fallen into complete chaos, with countless demonic creatures spread across the entire kingdom. Arlita's team struggled desperately to resist these monsters and continue protecting the realm. As she cried in frustration, she questioned why the monster attacks seemed to be growing stronger and why the gods did nothing. Why had Kalon not returned? Had they been forgotten? A frightened mage asked his friend if they were going to die there, trapped in that endless hell. Arlita became serious and responded no, saying that they still had one last hope. After saying this, she went to a certain place and stood before the divine weapon. After hearing her story, the protagonist immediately asks if she used the cursed weapon to repel the invading monsters, and whether the weapon also cursed the entire country. She replies yes, and explains that after defeating the monsters, she used the power of darkness to restore the country to its former state. However, she did not expect that, little by little, the darkness would consume her consciousness, transforming the country into a secret, terrifying kingdom. Arlita also reveals that, since then, adventurers from other worlds occasionally come there to explore, only to be turned into undead by her. While holding the divine weapon, the protagonist reflects that the power of darkness comes with an extremely high price in the end. He then notices something and turns to see what it is. Right in front of him, someone steps through a portal. That someone is none other than Kalon, Arlita's former friend, who immediately greets the protagonist and states that the gauntlet Ning Feng is holding belongs to him, asking if he could return it. Arlita, realizing it is her old friend, is surprised and wonders if it could really be him. Ning Feng smiles and makes it clear to Kalon that the gauntlet he is now holding belongs to him. The blonde warrior laughs and says that it seems there has been a misunderstanding. He emphasizes that the weapon was left there intentionally by him for a refinement ritual. Both Ningfeng and Arlita are intrigued, wondering what in the world this refinement ritual that Kalen mentioned could be. The blonde remains silent for a brief moment. Then, radiating a terrifying aura, he asks the protagonist if he is deaf, stating that he has already made it clear that the gauntlet belongs to him. He then asks if the protagonist is planning to become material for his refinement process. At this moment, Hanyan senses Kalen's aura and comments that the power he is feeling is, without a doubt, the true essence of the Holy Spirit. Arlita kneels and pleads with the protagonist to allow her to uncover the truth behind all of this and asks if he can help her. Ningfeng smiles and asks why Arlita does not do it herself. The warrior is confused by the protagonist's question. Meanwhile, Kalan simply observes the protagonist, intrigued to see him smiling. Ningfeng then makes it clear to Arlita that he possesses an ability that can grant her a temporary physical form, but warns her that, in the end, she will completely dissipate, leaving nothing behind. Arlita shouts that she is not afraid and begs the protagonist to grant her a body, stating that she is willing to endure any consequence. Ningfeng then asks her to lift her head and uses his ability Dark Ritual, Soul Seizure, which employs spiritual power to control the target's mind, transforming them into a temporary but powerful clone. As the effect of the ability manifests, Arlita gains a physical body, leaving even Kalon startled. Arlita begins examining her own body and comments that the power of darkness is truly impressive. Ningfeng explains to the warrior that he will not control her mind and that she will have full control over her own body. She turns and thanks the protagonist. Kalon, still shocked, demands to know how his old friends suddenly reappeared. Arlita immediately begins channeling power through her divine weapon and tells her friend that she did not fully understand what he said before, so she asks him to explain it properly this time. Kalan asks Arlita if she is being controlled by some evil god and what the protagonist has done to manipulate her. However, Arlita wastes no time and charges at him with full force. Kalan tries to defend himself, but due to his friend's overwhelming attack, he coughs up blood and is sent crashing into the ground. Arlita points her weapon at Kalan and demands that he explain why he did not appear when the monsters invaded the kingdom. why he decided to show up only now, and what he means by refinement ritual. Still on the ground, Kalan yells that he did not abandon her and begs her to trust him. He then explains that, at that time, he was in the middle of another trial, something crucial for him. When he realized what was happening in her kingdom, it was already too late. The blonde emphasizes that Arlita would not understand the hardships he has faced since leaving the world he once lived in. Even though he is currently one of the most powerful beings in the world, before a god, he is nothing more than a mere failure. He tells Arlita that she must understand this pressure and helplessness. Arlita, now serious, demands that he stop dodging the question, ordering him to answer immediately. Is he truly after her divine weapon? Kalan stands up and shouts, saying that he simply left a magical mark on Godfall. When the divine weapon disappeared, he was able to sense it. He then pleads with his friend not to blame him, as he only seeks to grow stronger with Godfall. Otherwise, one day, the god will surely abandon him. He then reveals that when he placed his mark on the divine weapon, Arlita was already dead, along with all of their friends. However, in his thoughts, Kalan calls his friend an idiot, thinking that if not for God's power, dealing with them would have been far too easy. But he knows he is being threatened by a great evil, so he begs his god, asking that, for the sake of his loyalty, he not be abandoned and instead receive divine punishment to annihilate everyone there. Before he can react, his friend attacks him savagely, making him cough up a great amount of blood, leaving Wang Yue and Xia Yan utterly shocked by the sudden turn of events. Arlita then approaches the protagonist, kneels, and thanks him for giving her this opportunity, saying that she and her people can finally escape their endless nightmare. Ningfeng picks up the divine weapon and declares that he wants to know the location of the heart of the world in this kingdom. He then asks Arlita to help his companions while she still has time, as they have many questions to ask. The warrior tells the protagonist that she used to believe it was a great honor for Kalan to have been chosen by the gods, but in the end, they were forgotten. It was only then that she realized the gods do not pay equal attention to all worlds. Later, before departing, Arlita states that no matter what Kalan has become, he is still a person from her kingdom. So she asked to be allowed to free him once and for all, so that he may go in peace with her. At that moment, the protagonist turns and sees his friend looking troubled. He immediately asks if something is wrong. Wang Yue comments that she was just thinking that, even with the god's blessing, Arlita's world could not escape destruction, so she wonders if they will one day face the same fate. Ningfeng smiles and tells her that this will not happen, asking her not to worry. He also reminds her that he is still waiting for her to take him somewhere to eat good food. Yue smiles and assures him that it will definitely happen. She then asks Professor Jie Yan if they can finish their meal before returning. The professor agrees and mentions that she is also feeling a bit hungry. Yui then decides to explore the area to see if she can find some local specialties. Meanwhile, still within the kingdom, a rift suddenly begins to form in the sky, and someone emerges from it. It is Kalon, radiating immense power. He comments that he has arrived a little too late, but at the very least, he can still remember the vague appearance of the other person within that body. He then recalls the protagonist and wonders if that person could truly be the legendary omnipotent mage. Regardless, Kalan knows that the protagonist is still within this kingdom and that there is no escape for him. Sometime later, a meeting is being held with the leaders of the major guilds. Wang Yue and Lu Ping are feeling quite apprehensive, as this is their first major meeting as representatives of their guilds. Linghua comments that, according to Professor Shi's report, it is possible that the gods select certain chosen ones across different worlds, granting them power and even allowing them to ascend to a higher realm. However, this power exists solely to make more people believe in the gods. In the eyes of such gods, the chosen ones are nothing more than mere tools and pawns. Yuning makes it clear that even if someone is a favorite of the gods, there is still the very real danger of being destroyed. She concludes that, In the end, everyone must rely only on themselves. Linghua then adds that, in their recent expedition, the enemy's strength greatly exceeded their expectations. However, they only managed to overcome the challenge thanks to Ningfeng. Even so, she knows that in the upcoming battles, they will likely face even stronger, seemingly invincible enemies. And although the protagonist is on their side, if they continue to rely solely on him as their only hope, placing everything on the shoulders of a single young man, she cannot help but feel guilty. At that moment, most of the guild leaders lower their heads, realizing that they are demanding too much from Ningfeng. However, Yui raises her hand and politely asks for permission to speak. She then states that everyone present is aware that the protagonist recently summoned a powerful being from another world. This being studied tactical actuarial science, compared their strength to that of the monsters, and finally reached a conclusion. Yue becomes serious and reveals that, by normal standards, their world should have perished 30 years ago. All the leaders immediately become alarmed by Wang Yue's shocking revelation. Outraged, Linghua demands to know what exactly Wang Yue is trying to say. The blonde explains that more than 80 years ago, secret realms merged with reality, and humanity suffered an unprecedented blow. It was during that time that adventurers began to emerge among humans. However, Wang Yue makes it clear that even then, humans were at a huge disadvantage against the monsters, and that it was only thanks to countless sacrifices and the efforts of their predecessor, including everyone presents, that humanity has survived until now. She further explains that this person from another world stated that the monsters they faced long ago have already surpassed what the world could withstand. The fact that they have not yet perished and are still fighting is already a miracle. Wang Yue declares that she still believes that as long as there is a chance, they can keep this miracle alive. She adds that their world has been protected by generations of heroes for 80 years, and that now it is their turn to protect it. After finishing, she sits down, feeling embarrassed, and quickly asks if she said something wrong. All the leaders begin applauding her, declaring that Wang Yue has the spirit of a true heroine. Yuaning smiles and comments to leader Yingzhen that choosing Miss Wang was indeed a wise decision, saying that she feels as if she has regained the fighting spirit of her youth. Wang Bu then asks Yan Chuan if, in other words, these monsters have become difficult to defeat because they have already exceeded the limits of everyone present. Yan Chuan laughs and says that he is not entirely sure, but after hearing Madame Wang Yue's words, his spirit is once again burning with fury. Yingzhen states that he believes everyone agrees with President Wang Yue's opinion. He then announces that the next topic to be addressed is how they should confront the gods in the future. After all, this incident has taught them a great lesson. The gods are not necessarily the hope they once believed in. Meanwhile, Kalan is now in the protagonist's world, wondering how an omnipotent mage could possibly live in such a place, a lowly world that rarely attracts attention. Soon after, Kalon realizes that he can sense the presence of the secret realm of judgment within this world. He then decides that he needs a place to stay, and that this location will be perfect for establishing his sanctuary. Meanwhile, at the Blue Sharp Guild, Shixiang is thinking that the guild his brother carefully built collapsed overnight. Because of this, he must work hard to become stronger and help the Blue Sharp Guild regain its glory. However, at that moment, he is surprised to see a portal appearing before him. Kalan steps out of the portal and comments that there really is someone there. Shixiang becomes nervous and immediately wants to know who the blonde guy is and what he is doing there. The blonde guy asks Shixiang not to be afraid and says that he is the master of that secret realm and also the one everyone calls God. The adventurer is intrigued by this and remembers that in that secret realm, it was not allowed for two people to enter at the same time. Looking at Kalon, he sees a sinister aura in the form of a god. He then comments that he has seen such a god in a video and that he can even control the power within that realm. Knowing this, he kneels and asks Kalon if he is there because he heard his prayers. Kalon laughs and says that prayers are for the weak, and that Shixiang must prove that his strength and faith are worthy of his blessing. Shixiang pleads for him to feel free to give any order, and he will do his utmost to fulfill it. Kalon keeps in mind that the omnipotent mage is an intelligent being, and that, until he understands his true nature, he should not act recklessly. Since the power of an incarnation is much weaker than his true form, he knows he can use some helpers. Then, Kalon tells Shixiang that his first task is to find Ningfeng. He is shocked to hear that name, but quickly remains silent. Kalon says he never expected him to know the omnipotent mage, and, because of that, spares him a lot of trouble. Shixiang apologizes and says he does not know him well enough to provide much information. Kalon responds that it does not matter, and that, from that moment on, Shixiang is responsible for monitoring him and must immediately report any unusual activity. He then becomes serious and makes it clear to Shixiang to remember not to alert the mage, as that person's true identity could be that of an evil god who has destroyed countless worlds. The adventurer is surprised by such information and becomes thoughtful. However, Kalen knows that when he sensed an intrusion into the secret realm of judgment, he initiated a search in the divine realm, but was obstructed by a strange force. He believes it was the omnipotent mage hiding his trackers. He then asks Shixiang who completed the test in that world. He replies that it was a friend of this so-called evil god. Kalan says it is a pity because such an honor should have belonged to Shixiang, but was stolen by the evil god's claws. However, he tells him not to worry and emphasizes that he can help him reclaim that honor. For that, he only needs to swear loyalty. Shixiang wastes no time and shouts, swearing loyalty to God. Later, Shixiang and the Proto meet, and the blonde guy immediately tells Ningfeng that such a person claims to be the avatar of the true primal spirit, and specifically sent him to secretly gather information about him. The Proto thinks that he believed incarnations could only exist for a brief time. Hanyan explains that gods usually rely on their followers as incarnations because their shared minds prevent rejection, allowing them to exist longer. Ningfeng is shocked and tells his friend that he thought gods were like him, capable of using anyone as incarnations. The Proto then questions Shixiang if he is not afraid of being discovered by such a god. He replies that he tested him a few times and that he does not seem omniscient unless he is pretending. Still, he tells the Proto that he must remain vigilant. Hanyan tells the Proto that new followers like Shixiang, who have weak faith, will begin to appear and that their connection is not reliable but also not easily exposed. Ningfeng grabs Shixiang, smiles, and thanks him for informing him about such an important matter. The blonde guy feels embarrassed and makes it clear to the Proto that he is the benefactor of the world, so there is no problem in doing this for him. However, he thinks that even when facing a god, the Proto did not show any panic, which makes his identity truly remarkable. To be honest with himself, he knows that his brother investigated a lot about the Proto before, and finds it hard to believe that such a person could be the evil god. The Proto thinks that, since he has confirmed his identity, he actually feels a bit at peace, and he knows that since these gods have come looking for him, he must see this through to the end. After returning home, Ningfeng talks to the ice demon and says that Shixiang can stay close to the true essence of the Holy Spirit for now, but he knows that the longer he does so, the more dangerous it will become. Hanyan tells the Proto that, in reality, they have a great advantage over the other deities of that world. Ningfeng is intrigued and asks him to clarify. Then, the ice demon explains that when higher beings enter a lower realm, their power is limited by the laws of the universe, and not even the deities can defy that. To increase their influence in the world, they must expand their worshippers. However, the Proto is different from them because he exists in the world he is in and can exert his full power. And as long as the god's followers do not grow stronger, they will not be a threat to the Proto. He emphasizes that the secret realm of judgment is under divine protection, and that the attack the Proto experienced there actually crossed time and space. directly colliding with the divine realm of the true essence of the Holy Spirit. If the true essence remains hidden within them, there will be nothing they can do, so it is better to find a way to lure it out of the secret realm of judgment. Ningfeng tells Hanyan that he understands and that they will make a plan based on the approach he just discovered, sharing all the information he has with him. He then thinks that, according to his friend, the world he lives in is more like his home. He knows that he has mastered dozens of forbidden spells, so dealing with this level of battle should not be a problem, but there is one ability the enemy possesses that concerns him. That ability is the pressure of the strong, which releases a powerful mental pressure, temporarily disabling any target weaker than the user. The greater the level difference, the longer the target remains incapacitated. Ningfeng knows that, according to the description, it is a control ability that relies on level suppression to be effective. However, his actual level is low, and if the enemy finds a weak point, he may not have time to cast a forbidden spell. So he thinks, to be safe, I need to learn a spell that can resist mental attacks. But he knows that such spells are extremely rare and difficult to find. Then, he stands up and tells Hanyan that he wants to return to the base for a while and asks if he is sure the base will not be exposed. The ice demon walks over to the capybara, pets it, and tells Duan that such a creature is a demon from the dark world, known as the chaotic terror beast. He explains that this creature can create a powerful chaotic field around itself, blocking all forms of detection. Duan is surprised by the information and then says that it is quite terrifying. Hanyan responds that yes, affirming that the creature is a high-level demon lord with power surpassing most realm bosses and capable of easily destroying that world. Duan becomes even more frightened upon hearing this. However, Hanyan takes an item and asks Duan not to worry, because since the creature was subdued by the Proto, it has remained very stable, to the point that its aura of dark power has disappeared. He then throws the item over the beast's head and says that his tribe used to have many hot springs, so the creature enjoys it when he helps it bathe. In this way, they have become very close, and perhaps Duan could try the same later. The adventurer, still frightened, thinks about how he could also achieve such a thing. He had the feeling that he was strong, but upon learning such things, he completely changes his line of thinking and realizes that Hanyan clearly possesses a formidable presence as well. At that moment, the Proto arrives and tells Duan that the item he is holding is a reward he received from the test realm, so he asks him to use it. It is a skill book containing the technique Shadowblade Storm, which allows the user to instantly enter a rapid state, spinning 2 daggers like a storm and delivering multiple high-damage strikes to surrounding enemies. During the skill's duration, all of the user's resistances increase by 100%. Along with the book, there is also the Indomitable Battle Spirit Bandana, a legendary quality item that grants plus 35 strength, plus 50% attack speed, and plus 10% critical hit rate. Additionally, when someone attacks the user, there is a chance to activate a special effect, summoning a clone of the battle spirit to assist in combat for a short period. Duan becomes excited and shouts, thanking the Proto for his kindness. He then makes it clear that he will strive to become stronger and turn into an unstoppable weapon for his master, and that, if such a deity dares to oppose him, he is willing to lay down his life to protect the Proto. Ningfeng thinks that, thanks to the precedent set by Arlita's secret realm of judgment, everyone's attitude toward the deities has changed. For example, when Duan heard about the arrival of the true Holy Spirit of Essence, he did not show any hesitation. Thus, Ningfeng knows that, in this way, it will not be so easy for the gods to confront him. The Proto picks up another orange and places it on the beast, thinking that the dedicated line of the base has the best security measures, and he will check if he can find any spells to resist mental attacks or related information. Meanwhile, in the secret test realm, Kalan is observing a city through a portal and thinks that this world looks familiar. He knows that the humans there are extremely weak, almost powerless during the previous monster invasion, and because of this, the gods became disappointed and stopped paying attention to that place. After observing for a while, he is certain that no deity has provided any assistance to the humans, including the omnipotent mage. And he knows that this means humanity in that world has some unique characteristic that gives it the ability to resist the monsters. He then smiles and says that this is quite interesting. He wonders if the omnipotent mage has also seen potential there and plans to develop this world as his own domain. But Kalon knows he will not allow him to get what he wants. At that moment, Shixiang arrives trembling, completely wounded, and struggling to speak. Kalon immediately questions him about how his mission is going. Shixiang apologizes and says he is still stuck on the 15th floor. No matter what he does, he cannot get out of there. Kalon becomes serious and asks if he really died 100 times on the same floor. Shixiang responds that he has and apologizes. He then feels fear due to Kalon's aura, who in turn turns away and tells Shixiang not to be afraid, saying that he is not blaming him. He explains that, in reality, this is a test for him. Shixiang is impressed with the ability of the immortal spirit that he acquired, continuously dying 100 times on the same floor in the test realm. Now, when the user's health falls below 15%, he ignores all negative effects from injuries for 10 seconds, and his attack power increases by 30%, along with his defense also increasing by 30%. Kalan laughs and explains that those noticed by the gods can take on test missions given by them, and if the mission is completed, it grants a permanent achievement that can enhance oneself. Some unique achievements can even lead to a complete transformation. He then lets out a sinister laugh and tells Shixiang that this is just the beginning and that he can grant him things that far exceed his imagination. Hearing this leaves the adventurer very surprised, and he thinks that he must inform the Proto as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of the labyrinth of the spirit's thought, the Proto thinks that according to the information he found, there are 2 or 3 secret realms in China that have abandoned spells capable of resisting mental attacks, and the realm he is in is one of them. Several creatures are desperate at this moment, screaming and warning their lord that the battle mage is acting alone and attacking again. The creature becomes furious and thinks that if it does nothing, this person will really believe they can intimidate him. Ningfeng grips his sword tightly, and as he walks, releases his terrifying aura. The enraged monster screams, calling the Proto to face him. However, as he jumps, he falls to his knees and immediately begs Ningfeng to let him go. The Proto is disappointed by such an action and wonders if this could be a new type of mental attack. The desperate creature responds that it is not, pleading not to be attacked and just to be allowed to speak. Then, it begins to cry and explains that the Proto's mental attribute is so high that, as a mere low-level demon king, its attacks have no effect. Moreover, when others attack it, they still form a team and need at least 2 hours. Ningfeng apologizes and says he only wants to obtain a skill book. The creature responds that it cannot control what it will drop and then asks the Proto what will happen if it gets depressed, and this affects the drop rate. Ningfeng feels awkward and wonders if he mentally collapsed a mind attack boss. After returning, he thinks that this is like searching for a needle in a haystack and that it will not work. He then remembers that, in the end, there is only one skill book for mages, and when activated, teammates using magic flow within a certain range are blessed with a magical aura. Additionally, after each skill release, there is a 35% chance of restoring a certain proportion of mana. Keeping this in mind, the Proto thinks that it is time to level up as quickly as possible and that he will learn the skill. When activated, the Divine Scroll Apocalypse ability allows designated believers to receive the blessings of the gods, breaking their limits and greatly increasing their strength. While observing the system screen with his new ability, the Proto comments that not only can he see all his believers, but he can also choose how to bless them and visualize the effects of the blessing. Then, Hanyin begins to be enveloped by a dark aura, which quickly transforms him into a sinister creature. The Prota is quite surprised and thinks that his friend definitely does not want to transform into this ghostly appearance. So he starts clicking frantically on the options, saying that Shadow Protection, Grace Alliance, and Sacred Artifact Awakening are not useful for now, until he is surprised to see the Judgment Conquest option. Hanyin explains that Test Conquest is a power possessed by all deities, used to activate the hidden potential within the target's body. He also mentions that the Prota had once said that conquest itself is part of the cosmic rules, and that the role of deities is more like that of a guide. Therefore, deities generally grant achievements to the people they favor, even if they are not their believers. So he wants to know if the Prota's conquests would not directly infuse his divine power into them. The Prota replies that they would and asks what Hanyin's plans are, as when he visualized the test conquest at that moment, he saw something in Chang Muqiu's information bar, Lucky Magic, a skill that accumulates 100 luck points for teammates, granting an additional 5 points in the luck attribute. Additionally, after using a luck-based skill, the target receives an additional state in which enemies have a 30% increased chance of dropping rare items upon death. Hanyin is surprised and asks his master if he can really see achievements from other professions. Ningfeng is also surprised and asks if there is something wrong with that. Hanyin explains that, generally, deities can only see achievements related to their own careers. The Prota wants to know if by any chance this happens because of his system. The Ice Demon responds that it is possible. After all, he still does not know the true nature of the system. Ningfeng smiles and says that it is fine since they can study it slowly. He knows that the main priority is to help Chang Muqiu obtain this achievement, which might be useful. After some time, in the secret realm of the Red Moon Demon Cave, Muqiu levels up and is impressed. The Prota smiles and says he will explain it later, and that, for now, they need to prepare for a quick boss run. The creatures inform their master that the adventurers from before are acting like madmen and attacking again. The boss starts crying and begs them to just hurry up and try to stop them. Faced with several drops, the Prota gets excited and thinks that the skill book he was looking for has finally appeared. After some time, in the classroom, Xie Yan shows on the big screen that this is the secret realm they explored last week, and that it was also their first encounter with the legend of the gods. She then thinks that the 7 great guilds have decided not to make any public statements about the gods, and will only inform everyone about the harvest from that secret realm. With Arlita's experience, she believes that people will now have more thoughts about the gods, and, afterward, they need everyone to understand that humanity has already overcome incredibly powerful enemies on its own. Hanyin comments to his master that allowing believers not to rely solely on the gods, but to have faith in their own strength, is something that only he, his master, could do with such magnanimity. Shixiang observes the Prota and becomes concerned. At that moment, the teacher informs everyone that they can take a 15-minute break. Shixiang immediately calls the Prota and says that there is something he would like to ask in private. After moving to a less crowded place, Shixiang asks the Prota if he knows about judgment achievements. He responds that he does. Shixiang is surprised and thinks that this was already expected from Assistant Professor Ningfeng, and that perhaps the people around him have already received such achievements. At that moment, the adventurer is startled by a strange sound. The Prota explains that it is not a unique achievement, and that, although everyone has a chance to obtain it, its epic rarity is still very good. Shixiang realizes that the Prota's tone is very relaxed, and that he does not seem to care about the true essence of the Holy Spirit, even granting such an achievement. Perhaps, in his eyes, this does not even count as a blessing worth considering. He then wonders about the people who follow the Prota and how many benefits they have already received, feeling a slight sense of envy. While observing his achievement, Shixiang admits that he is actually a bit concerned that this might be some kind of method to control him, which is why he wanted to confirm it. Ningfeng reassures him and explains that it has no negative effects, recommending that he simply continue using it. Hanyan comments to his master that it seems like Shixiang is a bit shaken and that, originally, he wanted to test his master, but in the end, he was subdued. Ningfeng explains that this is human nature and that he is not surprised since he never trusted him. Anything he might discover is something he does not mind being known. Moreover, if he is still willing to help him, that will impress him even more. Later, at the Blue Sharp Guild, Kalan is observing some events related to the Prota and comments that this is truly strange. He knows that, through these two encounters, he can sense that the omnipotent god of law is much weaker than before. After all, he was severely injured in that battle back then, and if Kalon were not specifically tracking him, it would be difficult to capture his unique magical aura. However, Kalon knows that the omnipotent god, by suddenly attacking his secret realm of judgment and revealing his own actions, makes him feel very confused. Additionally, every move the Prota makes is becoming increasingly difficult to understand. Then, he recalls when Shixiang mentioned that Ningfeng's strength is truly powerful, yet he has not used any ability that goes beyond common knowledge. In many cases, he simply uses normal attacks, and even the benefits he brings to the people around him are considered low-level methods in Kalan's eyes. Then, Kalan says that, with all due respect, after experiencing divine power, it is hard to imagine how Ningfeng can even be mentioned. However, what intrigues him even more is the fact that if Ningfeng wanted to hide his identity, why would he participate in the training camp and do so many things that attract attention? He then wonders if Ningfeng is not afraid of being discovered by him. At that moment, Kalan opens his eyes and thinks that perhaps Ningfeng has only obtained one or two artifacts from the omnipotent god of law, which would explain everything. He knows that since the artifact can greatly enhance basic attributes, that alone is more than enough in this low-level world. Furthermore, since eliminating the parasitic demons requires the use of objects given by God, he does not want others to know what this artifact is. Shixiang questions Kalan about why the Prota would still participate in the training camp. He replies that it is because, without the artifact, Ningfeng is not that strong, and therefore must rely on the training camp to gain more benefits. Kalan becomes excited and comments to his god that Shixiang mentioned that Ningfeng has a mysterious supporter. Even if that supporter is not the omnipotent god of law, they must be related to him. Moreover, this person is hidden in the shadows, pushing the Prota forward as a decoy. Meanwhile, at the Prota's house, Hanyan wants to know if he thinks the true divine essence will take the bait. Ningfeng replies that a lucky person who obtained an artifact should be a very reasonable disguise, although he knows that many of the things he did were unintentional. With a little guidance, people can be led to believe they have uncovered his secret. And given the unclear situation, the true divine essence of the Holy Spirit may not act rashly. However, when it reaches a reasonable conclusion through its own analysis, it may break the stalemate. That is why he concludes that it is worth trying to lure it out. At that moment, someone calls the Prota and tells him that dinner is ready. He turns and responds that he is on his way. After grabbing his food, the Prota walks through the cafeteria and passes by Shixiang, who says that the fish has taken the bait. The adventurer tells him that Kalan asked whether the Prota sometimes acts alone. Ningfeng then questions Shixiang whether Kalan intends to make a move while he is alone. The adventurer then thinks that this will be a confrontation between two gods. After some time, in a secret realm, the Prota prepares himself and says that, to make things easier, he specifically chose a remote secret realm and hopes that guy will be able to find the place. Hanyan comments that perhaps he is hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right opportunity. The Prota responds that he made as many arrangements as possible and that nothing can go wrong. Kalan thinks that, although he has made deductions based on the information he gathered, he still cannot completely rule out the possibility that Ningfeng is the omnipotent spellcaster, and that it is still somewhat risky to rely on the avatar he is using. He knows that if he still wants to act, he will need to make more arrangements. But Kalan also knows that the Prota's weakness is his friends, so he goes to where they are gathered in a realm and thinks that he does not intend to go directly to meet Ningfeng for a fight without a guaranteed victory. However, he knows that while the Prota is busy, he has still been tracking his friends. He also keeps in mind that the Prota values his friends too much, to the point of making enemies because of them. Then, Kalan becomes excited and thinks that the people he is watching are the Prota's closest friends, and that he will capture them first as bargaining chips. Even if Ningfeng is the omnipotent mage, there is still a chance for a fight, and when Ningfeng reacts, it will be too late. With this in mind, Kalon leaps forward at full speed toward the Prota's friends. Just as he is about to grab Lao Fang's grandson's head, a black rift appears between them, incapacitating Kalon's movements. The Prota's friends break into a cold sweat as they watch the shadowy rift. The blonde guy, intrigued, comments that the power he is sensing comes from the dark world and immediately begins to question what the hell is going on. At that moment, the Prota appears with his active ability, Void Tread, which allows him to travel quickly to the marked location. He immediately tells Kalan that, despite being a god, he only targets innocent people. With a sinister look, Ningfeng makes it clear that, fortunately, he is aware of his despicable actions, and because of that, he made preparations in advance, exactly as he expected. Kalan screams, demanding to know if he is the omnipotent mage. The Prota begins to unleash his dark power and quickly asks Hanyan if he thinks it is possible for his ability to affect those around him. The ice demon responds by asking if he is referring to exactly what happened to him that one time. Then, Hanyan admits that he does not know, as he only did it once. The Prota begins to recall when he had to choose some abilities for his friend and opted for Apocalypse of the Divine Scriptures, in which the designated follower receives the blessings of the gods, breaks their own limits, and significantly increases their power. He keeps in mind that this ability has a blessing called Shadow Protection, which allows followers to receive warnings and advanced protection when they are in danger. Moreover, since he is the one granting the protection, he can also sense danger in advance. Because of this, he plans to fly with Yue and the others to test the effects of this blessing. If it works, he will not have to worry about them being in danger. As they stare at each other, Kalan thinks that now is not the time for hesitation. Even if he loses the avatar he is using, he needs to test the Prota's strength. Ningfeng takes a deep breath and, releasing his terrifying power, makes it clear to Kalon that he does not deserve to be called a god. However, by the time the blonde guy realizes something, it is already too late. He is struck by the Prota's dreadful ability, Eye of the Storm. As he watches Kalan being consumed by his ability, the Prota wonders if he will truly be defeated, knowing that this was his first time fighting in the world of darkness. Since he was worried about unexpected situations, he did not hold back at all. Hanyan, surprised by his master's attack, says that even a god would not be able to withstand such a direct hit. The ice demon still recalls witnessing something similar once in the secret realm of judgment, where he was caught off guard and directly struck by a forbidden curse from the true Holy Spirit. Incredibly, he merely drank a healing potion and fully recovered. At this moment, the Prota seems to have become an incomparably powerful god. The Prota comments that he never expected the true essence of the Holy Spirit to borrow Kalan's body and directly invade his world. Therefore, he hopes that this time he can suppress it and buy some time to continue growing stronger. Meanwhile, at the glorious monument in the divine realm, controlled by the true essence, the soul of the Holy Spirit returns to its original body, which immediately lets out a scream and falls to its knees. The guards rush to his side, asking if he is well and if something has happened. Furious, he yells and orders everyone to leave immediately. The being of true essence believes that what just happened is impossible and wonders whether the omnipotent mage can truly control the power of darkness, as he had never sensed any trace of such power in him before. He then reflects that not even the seven evil gods had used the power of darkness on such a scale. The true essence of the Holy Spirit grows worried and considers whether the omnipotent mage has mastered what they have been relentlessly pursuing. If that is the case, he knows he must contact the other gods immediately. However, he is also aware that he cannot let them see him in his current state, as some may take advantage of the situation. Aware of this, he grows even more furious and begins to destroy everything around him. Later, at the Blue Sharp Guild, Aglium steps out of the carriage. It is Shiyu who looks around and comments that, after being isolated in the hospital for so many days, he can finally return. Then, he turns and asks Shixiang if anyone provoked him while he was away. He replies that they did not, and mentions that, although many people have indeed left the guild, most remain subdued. As they walk inside the guild, Shiyu makes it clear to his younger brother to ignore those who left, as, in any case, the secret realm of judgment still exists. Therefore, he asks Shixiang to work hard, as they will grow again in the future. The blonde boy begins to sweat coldly and wonders if he should tell his brother about the appearance of the true essence of the Holy Spirit, knowing that he would likely love the idea of earning a god's favor and becoming his most trusted warrior. Shiyu is surprised to see what happened to the secret realm of judgment and immediately wants to know what the hell occurred. Later, Shixiang calls the Proto and tells him what happened. He, in turn, asks if the secret realm of judgment has truly been sealed. The blonde boy, upset, says that his brother has just returned and suffered a major blow, as he was counting on that realm to rebuild the guild. Hanyan tells the Proto that the realm of judgment is an extension of the divine realm, the main base where gods spread their faith across different worlds, and that abandoning the realm of judgment voluntarily likely has only one reason. After the true essence of the Holy Spirit fought against the Proto, it completely severed its connection with this world. In other words, it admitted defeat. Shixiang is surprised by the explanation and says that, in that case, the Proto is the true essence. Ningfeng responds that, for now, it seems so, and he believes he has won. The blonde boy begins to sweat coldly and feels a certain relief, knowing that, thank God, he did nothing to betray Assistant Professor Ningfeng. Thus, he believes that the professor will think well of him. Then, the Proto tells Shixiang that he has helped him a lot, and that if he ever needs anything in the future, he just has to let him know. The blonde boy starts jumping with joy and says everything is fine, while his brother lies on the ground, lamenting. Later, at the training ground base, the whole class is gathered, and Ningfeng comments that although they have temporarily defeated the true essence of the Holy Spirit, some planning is still necessary. After all, he knows that, in the end, besides this god, there must be others who will inevitably take notice of this place sooner or later. He then smiles and thanks everyone for trusting him. Someone behind Chang Mukyu thinks of their brother and imagines that he probably can't even believe what is happening. It is Shixiang, who is very happy and surprised that the Proto invited him to be part of his group. It doesn't take long before everyone heads to a meeting room. Wang Yue is deep in thought after discovering that all those previous inexplicable incidents, caused by the so-called mysterious Grand Chief, were actually the work of Ningfeng, her childhood friend. The old man, Lao Fang, knows that the Proto has never harmed an innocent person. On the contrary, many lives have been saved thanks to his help. Compared to those unpredictable and reckless gods, Ningfeng is much more worthy of respect and trust. The Proto smiles, realizing that he has seemingly reached a consensus with everyone. Moreover, the reactions of some people exceeded his expectations. Then, he looks at Shixiang and sees that he is in awe. He knows he has had that expression from the beginning, with such fanatical excitement in his eyes that it is almost overflowing. However, Ningfeng states that he believes no one there wants to see the world turn into a slaughterhouse for the gods to trample at will, and that the top priority is to grow stronger quickly and protect Earth themselves. He then makes it clear that since their world is relatively low level and lagging in many areas, everyone must find ways to improve in comparison to other worlds. He knows that although he has already found some potion recipes in other worlds, it is still far from enough. Wang Yue wants to know if, besides potions, emblems, achievements, and high-level skills, there is any other method. Ningfeng recalls that a few days ago, he absorbed Arlita's magic weapon, God's Doom, and gained new memories. In them, he found something useful once again. Rui Fang wonders if, by any chance, it could be enhancement and enchantment. The Proto confirms and explains that these two options are ways to improve equipment. Enhancements can increase the base attributes of equipment, while enchantments can grant equipment special attributes and effects. Mr. Fang thinks that until now, everyone has always chosen equipment randomly, without flexibility in selection. For certain special professions, it is incredibly difficult to find equipment that fits perfectly. He knows that if they could modify their equipment and combine it with tactical actuarial science, many powerful combat techniques could be developed. However, the Proto comments that the problem is that both enhancement and enchantment require special materials such as mountain copper, mithril, and adamantite. Rui Fang looks at the berserker, and both comment that they have never heard of these materials before. Ningfeng makes it clear that this is precisely the issue because, to them, these materials are completely unknown and can only be found in secret realms. At that moment, someone calls Lao Fang, and he apologizes, saying that he needs to take the call. Yue is intrigued and asks if the materials mentioned by the Proto are metallic minerals and what their appearances are. Meanwhile, the old man, concerned about the call he received, responds that he will leave immediately. He then informs everyone that there is a disturbance caused by a mutant in the city of Shijiang and that he needs to take care of it. The Proto responds that it's fine and urges him to go quickly. In the city, the scene is chaotic, with several explosions across buildings and streets. A mutant warrior laughs and declares that no one there can stop him. After the old man arrives at the scene, he is informed that the person causing such an uproar had mysteriously disappeared a few years ago and only recently reappeared. To make matters worse, attacks have no effect on him. Lao Fang walks up to the mutant warrior and makes it clear to his assistant that he is going to run a test. He then summons his chaotic flames and hurls them at the mutant warrior. As the dust settles, he remains unscathed. The old man is shocked, unable to believe that his attack had no effect. The warrior begins to laugh and says that it seems the old man's magic doesn't work against him. Lao Fang wastes no time and uses his infernal dragon flames ability, attacking the warrior, who easily dissipates the attack completely. He then laughs again and says that he already warned that the old man's power has no effect on him. With a sinister expression, he reveals that his armor has been enhanced with mithril, a special metal with excellent magic resistance. The old man is surprised to hear that the mutant warrior's armor is made of mithril. Lao Fang turns around and starts running away, while the mutant warrior yells, wanting to know why he is suddenly fleeing. The old man grabs his phone and informs the Proto that he believes he has found a clue about mithril. The adventurers, speaking through the communicator, want to know what is happening inside the building, as they heard that the mutant is really strong and that even Director Fang couldn't handle him, requesting reinforcements. However, at the scene, the mutant warrior has already been beaten up and now wants to know who attacked him and why they took his armor and clothes. The Protoss group is on site, and he, analyzing the mutant warrior's armor, wants to confirm whether there is truly mithril in it. The warrior, his face bruised all over, says that even if the Proto steals his equipment, it will be useless since all enhanced equipment is bound to the user's soul, preventing others from simply using it. Ningfeng becomes serious and, with a sinister look, demands that the mutant warrior reveal where he obtained the mithril. Terrified, He confesses that he was chosen by a demon lord and sent to cultivate in the secret realm that this lord controlled for several years. He also states that there are several mines in this secret domain that produce special minerals capable of enhancing equipment. The entire Protoss group becomes serious and demands that the mutant warrior immediately provide the location of the place. After arriving at the location provided by the warrior, the system informs them that the realm they are about to enter requires a team challenge and that the minimum number of participants is 30. Ningfeng comments that he did not expect it to be a large-scale secret domain for 30 people. Lao Fang explains that this type of secret realm is very difficult, as the number and strength of enemies should not be underestimated. He advises everyone to act together. The Proto explains that, according to the information provided by the mutant warrior, the monsters in the secret realm are mainly orcs, organized into a total of 5 tribes. Their leader resides in the largest tribe, and only by defeating him can they occupy the entire secret realm. He says this and immediately starts entering the portal, calling everyone to follow. Meanwhile, a police vehicle speeds along, carrying the mutant warrior, who continues laughing. The guards immediately question him about why he is laughing. He replies that it's nothing, he just thought of something funny. However, in his mind, he wonders what their expressions will be like once they enter the secret realm. Inside the realm, a sacrificial ritual is taking place, with multiple sacrifices being made. The orcs are ecstatic. As the Proto enters, he wonders if this place is some kind of arena. Suddenly, the system informs them about the bloody arena, explaining that only one will remain standing and that they must eliminate the beasts inside the cage. The cleric becomes worried and asks if they will have to fight each other. Wang Yue wastes no time, equipping her bow, just as Lao Fang quickly conjures his flames. Both attack the barrier, but soon realize that it cannot be broken. The orcs begin laughing and shouting, saying that the little insects are trying to escape. At that moment, some orcs observe them with a sinister gaze. Their leader stands up and takes a deep breath. The old man is startled and shouts, saying that the 5 orcs present are the leaders of their respective tribes. The system then informs them that inside the arena, there are no friends, only mortal enemies, and that the countdown to battle will begin soon. The Proto smiles, grabs his sword, and attacks the barrier, shattering it effortlessly. One of the orc leaders is shocked and extremely surprised to see the blood-stained light barrier destroyed with a single strike. With his terrifying aura, the Proto orders everyone who can to leave. Later, in the Beastman tribe, the orc leader shows the Proto the place where they enhance their equipment. He reveals that the mountain copper, mithril, and adamantite mentioned by the Proto are stored in the warehouse next door. While preparing a weapon, the blacksmith is startled when the leader calls him an idiot, ordering him not to let his hands tremble while working and not to embarrass him in front of the Proto. Ningfeng becomes thoughtful and asks if this is how equipment enhancement works. The orc replies that it is, and that this is their ancestral technique. Then, the leader looks somewhat embarrassed and asks if the Proto is satisfied. Meanwhile, the blacksmith, intrigued, wonders why the tribe's leader, the strongest warrior chief, is being so humble to mere humans. The orc leader recalls the mortal fear he felt when the human mage attacked him. He had the distinct impression that, had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have been destroyed. Fortunately, he surrendered quickly and saved his life. Ningfeng, still very intrigued, thinks that the world he lives in does not possess this type of technique. Due to differences in levels and race, they will also not be able to learn it. He then wonders if it wouldn't be better to discuss cooperation with the orcs instead. Suddenly, the orc leader smiles and says it would be a great honor for their tribe to provide equipment enhancement services. He then asks the Proto to leave that matter in their hands from that moment on. Everyone is surprised by the orc's decision, and the Proto thinks that they agreed too easily, without even negotiating a price. However, he makes it clear that usually, when they occupy a secret realm, they eliminate the chief and place some seals. But since their chief was so cooperative, he cannot simply eliminate them. Nonetheless, he emphasizes that monsters are still monsters and that they cannot trust them completely. The leader pounds his chest and asks the Proto not to worry about that, suggesting they sign a blood oath contract. With that, the Proto raises his hand, and so does the Orc leader. They then touch their hands together and create the blood contract. However, the leader feels something strange and immediately wants to know what is happening. The Proto looks at his system, trying to understand why the Apocalypse ability activated on its own. The leader examines the contract and realizes that it states he pledged loyalty to the Proto and obtained the contract for free, in addition to the Proto requiring enhanced equipment as an offering. The Orc is utterly shocked to discover who the Proto truly is and immediately kneels, thinking that, since he received the contract for free, the Proto must be one of the 7 demon gods. He then tells Ningfeng that he does not know which demon god he is, but he begs for his forgiveness for any disrespect. The Proto feels awkward and wonders how he suddenly became a demon god just by casually signing a contract. However, he knows that being called that is exactly how monsters refer to one of the 7 evil gods. The Orc leader recalls that they have always offered life, chaos, and destruction to the gods according to tradition, but never received a response. Who would have thought that the offering required by the current demon god would be nothing more than a simple task of providing enhanced equipment? He then realizes that if they wish to become stronger, they must use the correct offerings to worship the demon god, to continuously obtain the power of darkness. Finally, he reflects that he had never imagined he would receive the blessing of a god, and that he, Hargun, must have been secretly blessed to become the leader of the beasts. With this in mind, he begins to revere the Proto. Ningfeng is surprised and wonders why the Orc leader continues to worship him. However, he knows that fortunately, the dimension they are in is different, and people outside cannot see what is happening. The Proto asks Hargun not to tell anyone about him once they leave. The Orc agrees, saying that he will do everything his master commands. Then, the Proto approaches the leader and begins to undo his ability. After they return, the leader smiles and says that the equipment enhancement process will take some time. Therefore, since it is everyone's first time there, he asks if they would like to stay for a welcome banquet. The other orcs, seeing how their leader is acting, start to wonder if something happened. Night falls, and soon a bonfire is lit. The cleric is quite pleased, eagerly waiting for the food to be ready. Meanwhile, the old man, Lao Fang, is excited, drinking alongside another orc. However, he soon reflects that he never imagined humans could coexist peacefully with monsters. Meanwhile, the Proto observes Shixiang and notices that his expressions are always exactly the same. The orc leader thinks that, at first, he wondered how such weaklings were qualified to stand beside such a powerful figure, but he eventually understood that the gods must have a much deeper plan. Because of this, he decided that he must become the Proto's most loyal servant, no matter the cost. Later, the blacksmith informs them that the first batch of enhanced equipment is ready. The system immediately asks whether those who wish to wield the weapons want to perform the soul binding process, as once bound, the item will become exclusive to the user and cannot be altered. Wang Yue picks up the bow, feeling impressed, and comments that the enhanced equipment stats are 10 times higher than before. She adds that such a level of improvement is something most people cannot achieve in a lifetime of cultivation. At that moment, the orc leader senses a sinister aura of dark power and suddenly shouts, saying that he can feel the power he has always longed for. However, the energy begins to surround Ningfeng, and he soon hears a voice asking who awakened him. The Proto becomes serious and wonders why someone is speaking inside his mind. The voice continues echoing in his head, and this time commands him to submit. However, Ningfeng tells the voice to shut up and channels his power within his mind, wondering who the hell is screaming inside his head. A strange creature takes form, and inside the Proto's shadowy dimension, it begins to question what happened and where it is. the Proto appears in the dimension, and the furious creature demands to know who he is. Ningfeng, disappointed with what he sees, replies that he is the one who should be asking that question. The creature grows even more serious and questions how the Proto dares to defile the divine. It then introduces itself as Jin, one of the 7 demon gods, claiming that its power is beyond the comprehension of a mere human. The Proto recalls that he has heard Hanyin mention this name before. Jin asks the Proto if this is the first time he is seeing a god, but tells him not to be afraid, as people from lower worlds like the Proto lack knowledge. He declares that if the Proto worships him, he will grant him divine protection. At that moment, Ningfeng remembers something and tells the creature that he eliminated it during the Great War between the 12 major gods and the 7 demon gods. Jin is stunned and demands that the Proto explain himself and reveal who he truly is. Ningfeng, feeling awkward, comments that the creature is too noisy and wonders how to silence it. Just then, a system screen begins to appear. The Proto sees this and tries to understand what is happening. Jin, furious, demands that the Proto look at him and answer his questions. Ningfeng unleashes his power and orders the creature to be silent. The system informs the Proto that his 3rd transformation cocoon break task is now ready and that he has 20 days to complete it. If he fails, the penalty will be the erasure of the host. Ningfeng is intrigued by this information. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods, at Mingyao Stella, a guard arrives calling for his lord. Irritated, the lord says that he had ordered not to be disturbed. However, the guard informs him that the matter is important. He reports that the dwellings of Lost Souls Moro and Eternal Morningstar, 2 gods, have come to visit him, and that they have apparently found a way to achieve fusion of division. After entering, the god of Lost Souls' dwelling questions Sheng Ling about why he looks so unwell. Meanwhile, the goddess of Eternal Morningstar's dwelling remains silent. Sheng says that everything is fine, that a few issues have simply arisen that need to be resolved. He then asks if they have discovered anything in their research. The goddess raises her hand and begins to release a power. Sheng shouts upon realizing that he is witnessing the aura of a demon god. She explains that such power comes from the division of one of the 7 demon gods, and that, although her divinity fusion is less than 10%, she feels that her understanding of the laws of the universe has improved and that she can now even use some dark power. Requiem of Souls makes it clear that, through his observations, this fusion is currently stable enough, but it will take a long time to fully absorb another divinity. Still, he knows that this at least proves that the direction they are following is correct. The god of the essence of the Holy Spirit is surprised and concludes that the omnipotent mage must have realized the same thing. He assumes that the mage probably took the divinity of the demon god Jin and used some unknown method to fuse it. Moreover, he admits that apparently they are falling behind once again, while the Proto, even unknowingly, continues to stay ahead. Unfortunately, since he cannot be an ally of the major gods, they will have no choice but to destroy him. After some time, someone is serving tea. An adventurer politely offers the Proto a cup of tea. The Proto reflects that he has just reached level 90 and that he has been preparing for a day to complete the 3rd transformation advancement mission. However, unexpectedly, he encountered an unforeseen situation. The mission is for the all-element mage class and has several requirements, such as entering the Whispering Jungle Secret Realm, obtaining the Insignia of Nature, collecting 50 transmutation stones, and 150 spiritual wood sprouts. The time limit for the mission is 15 days, and its difficulty is ranked S. However, a few days ago, at the secret entrance to the Whispering Jungle Secret Realm, the portal began to behave strangely. The adventurers stationed there told the Proto that they understood his concerns, but unfortunately, something was wrong with the secret realm. Just a few days ago, the secret realm's entrance suddenly disappeared. Shocked, Ningfeng was determined to find out what was happening. Hanyin informs the Proto that this seems to be a precursor to the demonic tide. He explains that after accumulating enough energy, some secret realms may enter a brief dormant state to strengthen themselves. Once this strengthening is complete, the secret realm's entrance will reappear, often several times larger, releasing a large number of monsters to invade. This phenomenon is called the demonic tide. He then emphasizes that, in general, the longer a secret realm remains dormant, the fiercer the monster invasion will be when it reappears. If not handled properly, it can cause serious damage. Concerned about his third transformation mission deadline, Ningfeng asks Hanyin if he thinks it will take long for the secret realm's entrances to return. Hanyin apologizes to the Proto and says that he doesn't know. The Proto then reflects that not even the Ice Demon knows much about divinity. However, his system has issued a mission of such high importance and will not abandon him. Ningfeng considers informing the other adventurers about the demonic tide so they can start preparing as soon as possible. The Proto takes a deep breath and sips his tea. The adventurer thinks that the young man before her is simply incredible, as her captain reported the information he provided, and the higher-ups took it very seriously. Not only did they ask him to assume the position of Supreme Commander, but they also sent people to assist him. Who would have imagined that, in the midst of all this, he would be there, calmly drinking tea? Moreover, the three leaders of the great guilds actually volunteered to go out and take measures for various counteractions. The adventurer informs Lady Linghua that if they wish to evacuate everyone, it will take a lot of time and require significant manpower. However, she replies that they will have to do it regardless because, as the Proto specifically instructed, if not handled properly, this could cause severe damage. The adventurer is surprised and says he will arrange everything immediately. At that moment, a loud noise draws the leader's attention. A massive portal appears in the sky, and countless monsters begin emerging from it. Meanwhile, inside the whispering jungle secret realm, a creature asks its priest if he is certain that opening the portal before the scheduled time is the right decision. The priest questions why his minion is worried, as he had already said that he can feel the call of Lord Jin. He then shouts, declaring that Lord Ji is not far from them and that, to earn his favor, they must offer sacrifices immediately. Meanwhile, in the human world, the adventurers are in a state of panic, shouting for an emergency evacuation and instructing everyone to head to the shelter. The creatures continue pouring out of the portal in increasing numbers. Some of those that can fly begin to laugh, saying that the sacrifices are terrified and trying to escape. Others suggest making a bet to see who can eliminate more sacrifices before launching themselves at their victims. However, a freezing explosion suddenly erupts, striking several invaders. Some monsters are startled and begin questioning what the hell just happened. The Proto arrives and states that the creatures invading the human world aren't all that powerful. Hanyin explains that, in reality, the demonic tide isn't necessarily a bad thing, as if they manage to defend successfully, they can gain experience and abundant rewards. As the entire Proto's group prepares for battle, he feels excited at the thought of earning a massive amount of experience and rewards. One of the adventurers assisting in the patrol observes the Proto's group and thinks he knows they all come from the 7 great guilds. Although they are considered the frontline fighters among human adventurers, against such monsters, they are still like weak lambs. He knows they risk their lives facing powerful enemies, but seeing his comrades fall one by one, he wonders if this cruel war will be their endless fate, until he is surprised to see them all resolute and ready to fight whenever they can. Zhang Yanchuan, advancing without hesitation, shouts that he hasn't had such a good fight in a long time and feels like a completely different person. Ningfeng is pleased to learn that the first batch of high-grade potions and reinforced equipment has limited production, so they were prioritized for the elite forces of the 7 great guilds. Apparently, it was the right decision. He also considers that the large-scale battlefield there is perfect for testing something. At that moment, A monster charges forward but is easily struck in the head. The adventurers around Wang Yue are impressed as she fired her arrow from the enemy's blind spot. She comments that the enemy shouldn't think she simply can't see them. The item she is using, while active, grants an additional 8 in agility, 20 in vision, 20 in accuracy, and a 30% experience boost. The Prota believes that such a battlefield is perfect for his friends. He then shouts for them to show their improvements. Zhang Shu and Rui Fang activate their monster cleaner items, which, for a certain period, increase the primary attribute by 5 and grant a 30% bonus against a specific type of enemy. The cleric also activates her item, which provides buffs to teammates, allowing them to kill 10 enemies consecutively within a certain time frame. The item's effect grants an additional 8 in the spirit attribute and a 15% buff to skill casting speed. One of the generals is shocked and shouts that this is impossible. As the high priest had said, they were all warriors blessed by Lord Jin, but seeing his allies being defeated one by one, he wonders why the hell their offensive is actually being stopped by the enemy. At that moment, the general hears the high priest asking what is blocking the path. He realizes this is the high priest's voice transmission spell. The adventurers hear the voice as well and immediately want to know what is being said, but they cannot understand anything since it is in the monster's language. The Prota, however, finds this strange, as he can clearly understand it. The priest makes it clear to all his warriors that Lord Jin eagerly awaits the sacrifices and commands them to advance and make the enemy taste the fear of death. The Prota is intrigued by this and telepathically asks Jin in his mind if all those monsters are his people. The evil god responds that they are not and asks the Prota not to use them. He then shouts at the high priest that the idiots on the battlefield are trying to kill him faster and that he wants everyone to stop immediately. The priest hears this, is terribly shocked, and comments that he has received a response from the evil god. He then transmits to all warriors that they must heed the god's revelation. The creatures comment that they are listening, that it is a bit confusing, but it is becoming increasingly clear, until they hear Jin shouting that they must not continue advancing, or else they will be eliminated. The army freezes upon hearing this statement. One of the creatures asks the high priest if they have truly been abandoned by Lord Jin. The priest does not know how to respond and also wonders what they will do. The orc warrior is terrified and wants to know why the high priest is asking this, as he is the one who should be guiding them in battle. The priest considers whether they should close the secret realm first. The warrior becomes furious and says it is entirely his fault for opening the secret realm too early, and now the energy is severely depleted, making it impossible to close. Ningfeng sees a message from his system stating that they have successfully defended against the demon tide and that the reward calculation is in progress. The adventurers are impressed and comment that they gained so much experience that they leveled up 4 times and even received a high attribute gem. The Prota is surprised as he receives a hidden reward, the sacred reinforced key, an unknown item. Hanyan immediately asks the Prota what key he is holding. The Prota asks the ice demon if he has also never seen such an item. The demon apologizes to his master, saying he has never seen such a key, and judging only by its name, it may be an item that only the gods can use. The Prota considers that if this is the case, it is better to ignore it for now, as he knows his priority is completing his 3rd transformation task first. Sometime later, the Prota heads to the secret realm of the Whispering Jungle and enters the portal. Inside the realm, the high priest comments that it seems there is only one enemy and that they might still have a chance. He adds that later, while the enemy is not paying attention, he will use magic to interfere with him. He then makes it clear to the warrior that he must seize the right moment and try to eliminate him with an arrow. The priest is completely confused, still trying to understand why Lord Jin abandoned them on the battlefield and whether they did something wrong. He knows that by touching the altar, he can still hear the whispers of the gods and wants to listen again. If they could still receive guidance from Lord Jin, even if it were the worst thing, it would still be good enough. At that moment, the evil god appears and speaks to them. However, Jin tells the Proto that there are two creatures behind the altar preparing to ambush him. Ningfeng appears behind them, leaving them terrified. The priest cannot contain his fear and starts screaming like crazy. The Proto then eliminates them and obtains the Emblem of Nature, a legendary quality item that permanently grants an additional 5 to agility and spirit attributes. Ningfeng is impressed with the item's quality, but soon notices a sinister aura emanating from the altar. Jin says it is the power of darkness, and that the Proto can approach the altar to absorb it and increase his strength. However, the evil god also considers that if the Proto absorbs the altar's dark power, he himself might benefit as well. Without hesitation, the Proto uses his power and completely destroys the evil god's demonic altar. The god is surprised, as he did not expect such an approach from a human, and immediately begins asking why he did that. Ningfeng becomes serious and tells him to shut up immediately. He then thinks that he does not understand the operational principles of these demonic god altars and that, therefore, it is best to destroy them. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the god of true essence of the Holy Spirit possesses one of the 7 demonic deities, the deity of profaned madness, and intends to follow the method of the goddess Eternal Morning Star to fuse it as quickly as possible. However, a strange reaction begins to envelop the power core. The god tries to control it at all costs, but realizes it is out of control. The goddess explains that such dark power comes from the sacrifices of demons to the demon god, and that the demon god's divinity will frantically absorb the hidden power and attempt to break free from the seal. Therefore, she knows that the difficulty of fusing the divinity is extremely high, and out-of-control situations usually occur. The god of true essence tells her to shut up and says he has no time to waste with her. Furious, he thinks that no matter how difficult it is, he knows the omnipotent mage can do it, so he can too. Meanwhile, at the class change center, the system informs the Proto that his rank S task has been completed 100% and that his understanding of the universe has significantly improved. The Proto is confused and wonders if something should be happening since he doesn't feel anything. However, another system message arrives, informing him that he can now temporarily open a passage to other worlds through the secret realm of believers, and that opening and maintaining the entrance will consume the dark power generated by the sacrifices of the faithful. Ningfeng is intrigued to learn that he can open a gateway to other worlds. He then decides to go to the Orc realm. Using his power, he quickly creates a portal. Hargun, watching his master, thinks that he is truly worthy of being an evil god, as he can casually destroy space and time. The Proto understands that his new ability is very important and realizes that just as these gods can enter his world, he should now also be able to enter the worlds they control. Standing before the portal, he wonders what kind of world awaits him on the other side and whether he should really take a look. The Orc leader asks the Proto if he wants him to accompany him. Ningfeng replies that it is unnecessary and that he is just looking around. However, he emphasizes that the exit is within the Orc realm, so he needs him to protect the place and prevent outsiders from interfering. Ningfeng also makes it clear that if the Orc leader encounters a formidable enemy, he will appear in an instant. Hargun assures his master not to worry and promises to fulfill his task without any problems. With that in mind, the Proto finally steps through the portal. As soon as he enters, he is amazed by the realm and thinks that the scenery is completely different from Blue Star. However, before anything else, he snaps his fingers and decides to use an item first, the Enchanting Illusion skill book, which makes it impossible for normal eyes to distinguish reality from illusion, allowing him to manipulate them at will. After learning the skill, the Proto recalls that this was another reward obtained in the previous realm and that it will be very useful. As he walks, he decides to find a place with a wide view to determine where he should go. After reaching a peak, he spots a large city straight ahead. Upon entering the city, he begins walking and notices that the people he sees seem very old. Due to his ability, fortunately, they cannot recognize him, and apparently, he can also understand what they are saying. He then wonders if this is because his understanding of the universe has improved. Hanyin quickly asks his master to look ahead and points to a temple where there are followers of the goddess Eternal Morning Star. The Proto asks if this is the goddess who favors support classes. Hanyin confirms and praises his good memory. However, Ningfeng thinks that although he is curious about the temple, it is better not to go there to avoid alerting them. He then heads to a place where many people have gathered. One of them raises a staff, and Hanyin quickly asks his master what they are saying. The Proto comments that it seems those people came from a secret realm and obtained a very rare item. He also notes that the group appears to be very powerful, and that everyone around them shows envy. Hanyin, looking at the person holding the staff, tells his master that if he is not mistaken, the item is very similar to the one he used back then. Ningfeng is confused by what the ice demon said. He then explains that the artifact's style is quite unique, and that only another member of the divine lineage would create something like that. He then mentions the name of the Song of Death, Sasita. The Proto sees two creatures talking and decides to approach them. He then asks for permission and inquires about the origin of the item the mage is holding. One of the creatures laughs and says that the item is the most precious hidden reward of that secret realm, the Staff of the Evil God, also known as Sasita's Shame. The Proto asks if that is really the name. The creature confirms and states that she is the final boss of that realm. It adds that it has heard that Sasita was once a lackey of an evil god, but was later subdued by the Lord God and imprisoned there. Hanyin becomes worried and tells the Proto that he fears it is truly Sasita and wonders if they should try to rescue her. Ningfeng is intrigued about what decision to make. However, he comments that he also needs a staff of the evil god, so he wants to know how he can obtain one. The creature points a finger at the Proto and asks if he is a rookie. It says there is only one way to enter the secret realm and informs him that the cost to hire them to take him there is 1,000 balins. Ningfeng wonders if balins are the currency of this world and where he should get that amount. However, he grabs a pouch and activates his enchanting illusion ability. The Proto believes this skill will make it work and that he most likely won't be exposed. He then hands the pouch to the guides, who are amazed to see that it really contains 1,000 balins. One of them then tells the Proto that he is quite straightforward. He then turns around and calls him to follow. Later, in the secret realm of the phantom domain of the Enchantress, the guide makes it clear to the Proto that the paths there are very complex and that it is especially easy to get lost on one's first time entering. He adds that if he accidentally goes to the wrong place and needs rescue, it will cost him even more. The other guide laughs sinisterly, thinking they can simply abandon the Proto there, return later to rescue him, and make even more money. However, one of the guides notices that he no longer hears the Proto speaking and turns to check if he is talking to himself. At that moment, they realize that Ningfeng is no longer there, and that, on top of that, the money pouch has also disappeared. Meanwhile, the Proto moves at high speed through the realm. Hanyin makes it clear to his master that he is not mistaken and that this is indeed Sasita's territory. He explains that the place was originally called the Songwang Dungeons, but people changed its name to something like the Phantom Domain of the Enchantress. As they explore the area, Hanyin states that he is very familiar with all the paths there and that there is no chance he is wrong. He asserts that if the secret realm has not been distorted or altered, Sasita must be very close. After stopping in a vast hall, Hanyin immediately informs him that this place is Sasita's library and that she spends most of her time there. At that moment, she appears and releases her terrifying aura. Hanyin starts trembling upon seeing her. Without hesitation, Sasita begins using her power and brutally attacks the Proto and the Ice Demon. Hanyin shouts, asking Sasita how she dares to disrespect the Proto. Half out of her mind, she screams, calling them blue-skinned bastards and declaring that they will never humiliate her. She adds that if it weren't for the seal, she would make their lives a living hell. The ice demon comments that he regained his senses as soon as he saw the Proto and wonders why Sasita didn't do the same. However, he becomes alarmed as he remembers that she called them blue-skinned bastards. He then turns to his master and suggests that this might be related to the illusion ability he is using. Keeping that in mind, the Proto deactivates his ability. Sasita immediately changes her expression and looks surprised. She then says she can't believe she is seeing the evil god. The Proto is frustrated to realize that everything happened simply because his ability was active. She shouts, asking the Proto if he is really the evil god. Hanyan also speaks up, saying that he is there. However, Sasita becomes furious, loses control again, and unleashes her terrifying power, calling the ice demon a blue-skinned bastard once more. The Proto immediately asks his friend what is going on and whether Sasita's illusion hadn't already been dispelled. While trying to dodge her attacks, the ice demon responds that everything is fine and that the Proto probably doesn't remember, but blue-skinned bastard was originally the nickname Sasita gave him. Shortly after, she returns to normal and asks the Proto what is wrong with him. Hanyan comments that, for some unknown reason, his master seems to have lost his previous memories. Sasita wonders if it could be because of those hypocritical gods. The ice demon tells Sasita that she was still alive when he died and suggests that her information might help the Proto. She then kneels and declares that she wishes to return under his protection. However, she explains that she is sealed there by the goddess Eternal Morning Star and is unable to leave. She then screams that the goddess deliberately suppressed her power, turning her into a monster within the secret realm. She reveals that she has been killed repeatedly and reborn countless times, suffering endless physical and mental torment. She then begs the Proto to rescue her from such suffering. Ningfeng comments that her situation is different from Hanyan's, so he is unsure if the previous method will work again. The ice demon tells his master not to worry. As long as it is his decision, everyone there will accept it. Hanyan makes it very clear to Sasita that the Proto must kill her first, and then use another method to try to save her. He then explains that this is how he was resurrected, but he is not sure if the same method will work on her. She says it is fine, and that she fully trusts the will of the Demon Lord. The Proto becomes serious, realizing that the place they are in is influenced by other gods, and it is not advisable to stay there too long. Knowing this, he draws his sword and thinks it is best to act quickly to get out of there as soon as possible. He then eliminates Sasita, and a seal is activated, enveloping them. Meanwhile, in the city, guards begin teleporting, wanting to know what is happening. Near the temple, someone comments that the seal in the secret realm has been triggered and orders all guards to enter the temple to investigate. Someone inside the temple shouts that no matter who is behind this, they must be captured and brought to justice by the goddess. The activated seal begins to spread throughout the entire realm. Sasita becomes terrified, saying this is bad because the formation has been triggered. She then pleads with the Proto to flee quickly and not to worry about her. Ningfeng realizes that she did not drop any items after being eliminated, meaning that he probably failed to save her. Doesn't take long for several guards to start heading toward the Proto. One of the generals shouts that he is trapped by the goddess's seal. Sasita becomes even more worried and apologizes to her master for trapping him there. However, she is shocked to see her master releasing a terrifying power. Ningfeng comments that he still has one last method, but he is unsure if it will work. He adds that if it fails, it could cause the secret realm to disappear forever. She screams, begging him not to worry. However, the Proto ignores her and uses his corrosive wind ability, creating a violent storm infused with dark power, capable of corrupting all light. All creatures are engulfed by this power and are quickly obliterated in a matter of seconds. The mage who was holding Sasita's item drops it, It is a legendary quality item that can be upgraded, containing additional spells such as Soul Withering and Phantom Domain Harvest. Additionally, Susida's soul absorbed the city's divine power and did not dissipate. Instead, it is now bound to the item, and whoever wields it will receive a bonus of 12 points in the spirit attribute, 12 in magical damage, and a 15% increase in spellcasting range. Without wasting time, the Proto grabs the item, calls out to Susita, and tells her that it worked.